because we got plenty to get into during this live stream. We'll take our time, so make sure you have your popcorn and your drink on deck. All right, quick words out to the people. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right, thank you guys again for tuning on in. I appreciate your presence. We got quite a bit to get into during this live stream. So yesterday, and I want to welcome everyone in the Cook Chat. We had a fantastic live stream. It was a classic, in my opinion. I forgot to turn this off. I probably need to switch the batteries out. Anyway, I need to start putting that up. Yeah, I need to switch the batteries out. It's real dim. We had a fantastic live stream. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in, everyone who supported during yesterday's live stream. It was an instant classic, and if you haven't checked it out, make sure you get into the archive to check it out. I think it was already like over, I want to say 17,000 views already. So that's absolutely fantastic. And during that live stream, we covered Umar Johnson's most recent interview on The Breakfast Club. It's at 18,000 views right now. So that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. We covered Umar Johnson's most recent interview on The Breakfast Club. I actually watched the whole thing. And it's interesting. I wish they had uploaded more of that onto The Breakfast Club on YouTube, because Umar says a lot of stuff in there that was contradictory. He even said that Latino children and white children they can attend now. Now that's what he's saying. Whereas in the past he said it's only supposed to be for black boys. There's other stuff he said in there that's really interesting. So while we were doing that, it just came to mind, what if we did a show where we covered all of Umar Johnson's Breakfast Club interviews, but we specifically focused on comments that he made about FDMG? And people in the chat room were like, okay, yeah, let's go. That sounds like a great idea. So that's what we're going to do during today's live stream. We're going to be pulling other stuff in and sourcing other stuff in and bringing that into as we get through this. We're going to take our time today. No rush. And I want to thank everyone so much for tuning on in and coming to these live streams. I appreciate it, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. Matter of fact, if you enjoyed the show at any point during this live stream, make sure you hit that like button, okay? All right. So thank you guys, and also thanks to the mods for handling business. Everyone's on the Google chat. Thank you for being here. CJ says, tonight's game, take a drink for every sniff and blink. Yeah. He did a lot of blinking in the Breakfast Club interview, too. I watched that. I watched it yesterday. A lot of lying and a lot of deflection. That was the big thing. Was it yesterday? I can't even remember. But a lot of lying, a lot of deflection. You know, they asked him about his daughter too. That's one of the things that I wish that he hadn't brought up, or they hadn't brought up. But he the way he was reacting, you could tell he was still angry about that. That was really, really ridiculous. And they kept anyway. If you guys haven't seen this on Netflix, they haven't put the whole thing up on YouTube. I wish they had, because there's a lot in there from where he's talking about FDMG just contradictory. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of deflection, a lot of blinking, because Umar, he tends to do that when he's lying, and it's just par for the course with Umar at this point. Thank you, CJ. And the other thing is, too, when we listen to the older the Breakfast Club interviews, we're only going to be listening to the audio, but I also have some videos I'm going to be pulling up just to kind of connect the dots with all of this. Okay, thank you, CJ. TJ says FDMG is coming in 2056. Get ready, yeah, 2087, 2056, 2098, whatever you want to say. Then that's what it is. I mean, during the Breakfast Club interview, the way Umar was talking, as if he was saying 2027, but potentially 2028. This guy, I mean, it's incredible with this guy. Okay, thanks, TJ, and also thanks, CJ. All right, all right. Okay, so yeah, they brought up Suki Hana as well. There's a couple of the topics. At the end, he wanted to talk about ADOS because he was talking about what he calls the pretendians, and he went off on that. You can tell he's angry about that. I think it's because there's a lot of people in that space that have they've called Umar out, including the brother Dane Calloway. Shout out to him. So I think Umar's still angry about all of that, and you can hear his frustration when they asked him about that, and he it was just hilarious because he asked, "What's a pretendian?" and he went off. It's interesting. He harbors so much hatred towards other people, and then at the end he said he wanted to get into talk about the ADOS, and he wants to talk about FBA because Umar was trying to start his own. I don't know what he was calling it, DARCA or something like that. DARPA, I can't remember. But anyway, it was an interesting interview. I wish they had the whole thing up on YouTube. All right, let's get into this. What I like to do before we get into the interviews, Umar Johnson's Breakfast Club interviews, is I just want to give a backdrop here because I think the most important receipt that anyone should take a look at if you're researching into Umar or you're researching into FDMG, as this one right here. This is from Umar Johnson's original Facebook page. At the time, his avatar, if you will, it was NFSB something. It was one of the fictional organizations Umar claimed that he had back in the day. And this was January 6, 2010. Umar Abdullah Johnson promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening September 11, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. So the school was supposed to open over 12 years ago, and there's still no school in sight. So I just want to start there because what's fascinating about Umar and his him being on the Breakfast Club is it goes back to 2015. And it's important to fill in the gaps in between when Umar posts this and when he actually gets on the Breakfast Club. So I'm going to do that real quick. It should take about 5 minutes, then we'll get into the video. All right, so this receipt being shown, I like to go to 2012. And in 2012, Umar posted this. I was talking about this yesterday. This was December 24th of 2012. I'm just going to go down to the part, the last, I think, 2 sentences, or maybe the last sentence. It says, Dr. Umar, potential site of FDMG Academy in San Bernardino, California. 6 acres have been gifted this past week to Team Pan African for those purposes. So what Umar is saying is that land was donated to him for FDMG all the way back at the end of 2012. Okay, that'll become relevant because later on, Umar states that he didn't start collecting donations until 2014. All right, here's a close-up picture of this supposed land. Now, Umar could be lying, but the point is, I'm going to go based upon what he says, in particularly in the documentary, when it comes to any donations or money. Again, I've had people say that they donated in 2010, 2009. I've heard people they've typed out, commenting on Umar Johnson videos 2008, 2007. All right, but for the purpose of the documentary, I'm going to start in 2012. Okay, I also have this other video where he's talking about he's requesting that people donate a building to FDMG, which shows that he was seeking and promoting donations for FDMG in 2012, prior to this post too, in fact, because this was December of 2012. All right. Okay, now I want to go to December 26th, which is 2 days after he posted this, and I want to play this video for you guys. Here we go.
Think tank discussion conference, not lectures, but round circle, where we talk about our issues. There's going to be meetings just for women, meetings just for men, and then we'll talk about some things together. The number one purpose of Team Pan African, my organization, is to build several schools, residential, revolutionary academies for young African boys and girls. I was in Los Angeles speaking this past week, and there's an elder there who granted my organization 6 of his acres of land upon which we can build a school. And so we're looking at one location being in San Bernardino, California, right outside of LA. I got another phone call this morning. There's a brother in Pennsylvania. He's an elder farmer, and he wants to grant Team Pan African several acres for us to build a school there. So initially, I was only looking at one international school, starting with our boys. But with the help of the ancestors, it looks like we may have several schools being erected at the same time. and that we may be able to take care of the boys and the girls. So if you're interested in being a part of that movement to build a school district, a Pan-African school district for our young people, then please consider coming out to the meeting of the minds on January 18th and 19th. And again, the flyers will be out front. So let me go ahead.
Okay, so real quick chat. What were the places so far that Umar Johnson claims that he received donations? This is back in 2012 for FDMG. What were the places that he's mentioned thus far? All right, type it inside the chat room. While you do that, I want to go to 2014 now, August 16th of 2014. Here we go.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask Brother Umar, have you thought about urban agriculture?
Yep. So California, all right. So San Bernardino, also in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania and California, which would be San Bernardino County in California and Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, and that's in 2012. All right. So that proves that Umar Johnson was collecting donations in this case in the form of land prior to 2014. And he was requesting donations too. And I have proof in the next segment of the documentary. How's it going, Amir? He was requesting donations for FDMG in 2012 as well. Okay. Yeah, the whole world. Yeah, well, he didn't say Detroit, but he did have a Detroit school scam. If y'all want me to pull it up at some point, just remind me a little bit later on. That was one of the most ridiculous things you guys are ever gonna see. Umar, he be tripping. Just lying. Okay, so this one right here is from 2014. Here we go.
Because from what you're saying and from where this thing is going, that's something that's going to be critical to be able to grow food in our cities and in our neighborhoods.
Oh, yes, without question. I mean, agricultural science is one of the key tenets of the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy curricular structure. So there won't be an issue or problem at all. We definitely plan to do that. The other thing that the brothers and sisters and I are planning, who went to Ghana a few weeks ago, is we're trying to purchase, and right there in Ghana, a little island separated from the mainland, so we can use that as a home for repatriation Africans who want to come back home, whether it's just to visit or whether it is to stay permanently. We have to consider.
Okay, so now he's talking about Ghana, right? He wants to purchase. This is in 2016. He wants to purchase an island in Ghana. Okay. Now, at this point, soon after this, the next following year, Umar's on the Breakfast Club. But before we go to the Breakfast Club, I want to do two more videos. Okay, just remember that Ghana. This one is from May 16th of 2016.
And that's why we're going to build the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RPG International Leadership Academy. And some of my contemporaries are jealous of the fact that y'all helped me raise $700,000 so far.
Okay, this is in 2016. $700,000 in 2016.
And some of them are jealous of my 6 degrees and jealous that I'm the most requested black scholar on the planet and that I'm cuter than them. And I'm swagalicious with my degrees. But we gonna build that school, y'all. I promise you that. I don't know where it's going to be, but I do know it's coming. We still want St. Paul's College, the HBCU down in Virginia that closed down 3 years ago. They still trying to sell it for $2 million. I don't know why. The school been sitting there empty for 3 years, which means the quality of the upkeep is dropping, which means the value of the campus is low. So let me tell you what I plan on doing. When we cross the $1 million mark, probably around the end of the summer, I'm gonna go back.
Okay, $1 million by the end of the summer. That's in 2016. I also have a video from 2015. I think it was from 2015. He said he was going to have $1 million towards the beginning of 2016. I think that's what that was. I would have to go back. Don't quote me on that. We covered that recently. But the point is that Umar is talking about how much money he raised at that time. He had only been raising money for about a year. Excuse me, for 2 years at this point.
Back to St. Paul's and give them an ultimatum. Say, listen, I got $1 million. Y'all know damn well that I'm gonna have to put another $1 million back into this campus because y'all let it go to hell. And if they don't accept that, I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, another way of looking at this is that Umar saying that he would be at $1 million in 2016. Okay, that would be, he's been collecting donations, he says, since 2014. All right, so 2014 to 2026, it's about to be 12 years, but in 2 years, he collects about $1 million. How much y'all think he's collected at this point? See? There's 8 more years of Umar collecting money.
But I did get an email from a traditional ruler in Ghana, an African king, who copied me on an email to the Secretary of Education in Ghana. So I have to meet with the Secretary of Education in Ghana because they are interested in exploring the possibility of putting FDMG #1 in Ghana. Now some of you want to say, how is my son going to learn at a school in Ghana? The same way your ass go play the lottery, you drive.
What? What in the world?
We're going to charter a flight. Because you do know we got black-owned airlines, right? Yes. And we will charter a flight one way from America to Ghana. And guess what? If the school is in Africa, do you realize I would only have to charge you half of what it would cost if the school was in America? You will save 50% on tuition if the school is in Africa.
Yeah, this is so ridiculous. The logistics alone. And what about parents when they want to come see their children? How much money they're going to have to pay in terms of flights and hotel rooms? Talking about they're going to, instead of paying $500 a month, they'll pay $250 a month. It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
Stop watching CNN. Everybody ain't fighting in Africa. And I can guarantee you that Tyrone, Ray, and Pookie will be much better served by a school back home than this shit in Memphis.
Oh my goodness.
And I can guarantee you one thing. I guarantee you'll never get a phone call from me talking about he was murdered by a white police officer in Africa.
What in the world?
And I'm not going to leave out your daughters. After we open up the Fred Douglass Marcus Garvey, we got to open up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Princess Academy. But
all right. Okay. I'm trying to fix my webcam too while I'm doing this. Okay. So that's 2016. Now I want to go to December 22nd of 2019, because I just want to draw this back to Ghana, and then we'll get into the main video. Here we go.
Start with one.
Okay.
But we want to replicate FDMG across the planet. I've been given 50 acres of land in Ghana, West Africa.
Yeah.
We're going to put an FDMG there. We want to put them everywhere.
Yeah.
And then we also want to build a virtual school platform. So if your son in Minnesota cannot attend school wherever the campuses are, because we'll end up with more than just Delaware, he can still be a student at the school virtually, where he can tie into the platform during class, right? So when his classmates show up at 8 o'clock, he taps in at 8 o'clock, and they can see him, and he can see them, and the teacher can see them all. So he's right there in the class without physically being in the class. So we will have a virtual school platform to go along with the physical campus.
And that's excellent. But again,
this is 2019.
I challenge you, start teaching some of these young millennials.
All right. Anyway, The same thing with Umar running his mouth and all these promises. None of this actually came to pass, what he's talking about, the virtuals and all this other stuff. I apologize. My webcam is tripping today. I have no idea why, but it is what it is. Hope you guys can bear with me on that. It may correct itself once the sun sets, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so I set the platform on this. I want to go to the Breakfast Club interview, his first interview, which was in 2015. But before I do that, I want to replay Umar Johnson's announcement video for the St. Paul's College, and this is from May of 2014. Okay.
Good afternoon.
I've taken the music.
My
out
name
of
is
it too from the
Dr.
background.
Umar Johnson, and I am a school psychologist and doctor of clinical psychology. In addition to that, I hold degrees in political science and education. I am here at the historic St. Paul's College. This beautiful campus, 135 acres of which I hope to make the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for African Children. This college, St. Paul's, was opened on September the 24th, 1888 by a contemporary of the great Booker T. Washington. That great ancestor's name was James Solomon Russell. Father Russell opened this college with less than a dozen students. And by the time it reached its zenith, St. Paul's College owned more than 1,000 acres of land and housed more than 1,000 African children. But unfortunately, last summer, June of 2013, the board of directors of this college graduated the last class of students from St. Paul's College. I'm hoping that you will help me keep this college in the hands of the African American community. I have a plan for this campus. I want to turn this campus into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. There's a war in this country against black boys. I don't have to tell you, only 1 out of every 4 African American boys will graduate from high school. I don't have to tell you that 2 out of every 4 African American boys at some point in his life will be under the supervision of America's criminal justice system. I don't have to tell you that there's a school to prison pipeline that runs out the back door of the school into the front door of the prison. I want to stop that. And I want you to help Dr. Umar Johnson stop that by donating to my fundraiser, by helping me and our ancestors raise the money necessary to acquire St. Paul's campus. We need this 135 acres for our children. We have the dormitories. We have the gymnasium. We have the lecture halls. We have the cafeteria. We have a beautiful student center. I want this school to be a blueprint, a role model to every other independent African school in the world, to show them that African children are not the intellectual inferiors of European Americans, to show them that our children want to learn as much as anyone else. I'm tired of the phone.
Yeah, his rhetoric is so antiquated. Enterprise says the Breakfast Club interview is the worst glazing ever. They all should be ashamed of themselves. None of them get a pass. Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It's horrible. You know, and Umar, he knows how to finagle, because what he does is they'll ask him a question, and then he'll, in some cases, they won't even get to ask the full question. He'll just start talking, and then he keeps going. So he dominates. It's not like a conversation. He just keeps running his mouth, talking and deflecting. And then when he's done, they don't press him. They don't bring him back and ask the initial question. So he gets away with it every single time. And then in particular, Charlemagne, he really does. It's incredible to me. It's not like journalism. It's not trying to get to the truth. I mean, he placates the Umar on an extreme level. You know, it's embarrassing. It really is. Thanks, Enterprise. And thanks for sharing that video with us yesterday and coming on to the platform too. I appreciate it. All Thank you for super chat. CJ says it's rather sad to see Umar go from relatively put together in 2005 to the disjointed Neanderthal. Yes, don't call him a Neanderthal. Umar probably get mad if you called him a Neanderthal. But yeah, there is a stark difference. And actually, I meant to play that video. I'll play just a little bit of it. This is the earliest video that I've been able to find of Umar Johnson, and it goes back to 2005. And I'll just play a little bit of it, and you can tell there's a huge difference between how he was back then and how he behaves and acts now. So it's incredible. In fact, here we go.
Abdullah Johnson, and I'm a member of the organization founded by.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep working with my webcam. I don't know why it's tripping. I'll be right back.
The Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. I belong to the Philadelphia division. By trade, I'm a school psychologist. And in the city of Philadelphia, I'm the youngest of only 4 black male school psychologists, although Philadelphia is the 5th largest school district in the city, in America, I'm sorry. I actually happen to be a relative of that man hanging on the wall, Frederick Douglass, whose real name was Frederick Bailey, but he changed it to Douglass when he escaped to slavery, which is my family's name. He's actually a blood cousin. But I just want to give you some information that I hope can help you as you help children and families and parents in your communities and in your neighborhoods. School psychology, exactly what is that? The reason you probably don't know is because it was never intended for you to know. School psychologists are the psychologists who are responsible for evaluating children and determining whether or not they have educational disabilities. Any child who's ever been diagnosed as retarded, learning disabled, emotionally disturbed, autistic, as having a traumatic brain injury, or, in a positive note, those who are ever diagnosed as mentally gifted, only get that diagnosis from one of us, a school psychologist. Why is this such a problem with black children, and why are so many black children over-identified and misrepresented in special education classes? It's because only 1% of all school psychologists in America are black. 99% of them are white.
Yeah, you guys can see. Can you see the difference? Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, he's really fallen off. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's his own undoing. He can't blame it on anyone else. Okay, thank you, CJ, for the super chat. Appreciate it. What's up, SH Play says Umar's ego can't handle leadership. Yeah, that's the thing. His ego is so out of control. He can't see himself beneath anyone else. He believes that he's like he's the top of it. It's like the narcissism. He really believes that he's great. And so the notion, so there's 2 things here. Number one, he can't take leadership from anyone else. But the other thing is that he's not in a position and hasn't been, in my opinion. He's never, in my opinion, based upon my research, he's never been in the right state of mind, have a level of discipline needed, have the work ethic needed, have the human connection needed in order to be a legitimate leader. So it's twofold. You know, on one hand, the narcissism, he won't take leadership and guidance, but the other thing is that he's not equipped to be a leader either. So that's why I can always ask Umar Johnson followers, can you guys give me 10 things that Umar Johnson has produced that's substantive and that's quantifiable? They can't give me 10 things. And that speaks to Umar. He can't handle leadership, because if he's supposed to be, based upon what he says, he should have done a whole lot of things by now. 2 block parties. He's written 2 books with no source material. They're not peer reviewed. So, you know, leadership, what's his organization? NIBPA? Well, okay, well, where is that at? Where's the website for that? Where's the office hours? Where's the board of directors? Where's the phone number you can call, the email that you can email to get more information about that? When does that organization meet? It's a figment of his imagination. So he can't handle leadership because he doesn't have leadership skills. He also can't handle leadership from the vantage point of being guided by someone else. That's one of his huge problems, and that has to do with the narcissism and the ego. Yep. Yeah, I think for super. I hope you're doing all right, SH Play. Okay. Yeah, my video quality is still janky for some. I mean, it's not bad. It doesn't look as good as it normally does. So I apologize. Hope you guys are okay with it. Okay, we have about 700 people, but the numbers pick up as we get later on into the live stream. I just started early because we got quite a bit to get to. Thanks, SH Play. CJ also says the only black boy being saved in all of this is Umar's traumatized and unhealed inner child. You know, I've talked about this. Umar, he has different personalities. One of the personalities is what I call a little Jermaine. And there's a video where he's telling like part of his life story, and you can tell that little Jermaine character comes out. And that's Umar's core character. That's his core personality, I should say. But then he's concocted all these other personalities, the characters that surround that core character. And so when the core character, little Jermaine, who's like a frightened little child, this is the child whose childhood was difficult. This is the child whose father wasn't there. This is the child who was demeaned, you know, as a child. This is a child that didn't have high levels of self-esteem. Whenever that child feels threatened, that's when Umar, he flips into an alter, and one of those alters is King Kong consciousness, and that's the thug archetype. So when Seti went at Umar, it really wasn't that big of a deal, but it was Umar Johnson as the child, little Jermaine, that reacted to that initially, that felt threatened by all of that. And then that's when that other alter comes in, which is King Kong conscious, and Umar's talking about the thugs, trying to act like he's a thug and all this kind of stuff. All right, and then Umar has another alter. Another alter is a Prince of Pan Africanism. Another alter is, and he wears dashikis. He talks about Pan Africanism. Another alter is Dr. Umar Johnson. He tends to dress in suits and ties. He'll put on glasses sometimes. He'll talk more prim and proper, right? Another one is I can't remember the another one's a Lothario, but I can't remember what the name is. Oh, Big Papa. That's the Lothario. That's the one that when he's talking, he talks about sex all the time and crushing cookies and all this other stuff. So he has all these different alters. There's more, but the core, Umar's core, at his core, is a little black boy. I've said this years ago. The way that I see Umar, his conceptualization of FDMG as an academy for black boys is no different than how he perceived being shipped off to boarding school, and it was a military academy. And that didn't go well for him. He's also talked about that. There was a video where he went up there, he was standing outside of those buildings, I can't remember what the name is, the Scotland School for Veterans Children, and he's talking, he doesn't give details, but he talks about how hard it was and how difficult it was. It was traumatizing because he was separated from his family at a very early age, right? 13, maybe 14, ninth grade, somewhere around there. I have it in my timeline. So that's a traumatizing experience. He's separated from the family, but that's the little child, that's little Jermaine that's shipped away. So later on in life, when he conceptualized FDMG, it's like he's trying to relive that experience, because a lot of what he says about FDMG, it's sourced from his experience at Scotland. It's a boarding school. They were taught how to shoot guns. Well, he talks about how he wants to turn the little boys into black Rambos. He's always talking about military science, right? Anyone ever catch that? He's always talking about military science. So in essence, Umar's still a little boy, and he's trying to save himself. In essence, it's deep. He's trying to save himself from his childhood experiences, but that's not how it works. He needs to go get with a therapist and sit down and talk about those experiences, and not just the experience of being there, but also being separated from his family at a very early age. He's the only one that was shipped away. Okay, altogether it's 11 children. He's the only one that shipped away. Right? And not that all 11 were living in the same household at the same time, but I just want people to be clear about that. Out of all of his 10 siblings, he's the only one that was shipped away to that military academy. All right. Yeah, I wish I could, and I should. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to find it when we get into this video. I'm gonna try to find that video I'm talking about with Umar. You can see the inner child. Yeah. Thank you, CJ. TJ says, are those 501 genes or bugle? I have no idea. People have been talking about Umar genes. I don't know how long. I don't even know how we started. It was years ago. It was a long time ago, but you'll see him in them jeans for years. Okay, he might still got them. I hope he don't. He need to get rid of them. I hold on to clothes too long too. I can't complain. I mean, I can't say nothing. All right. All right. Thanks, TJ. SH Play says leaders are servants. Umar's whole attitude is too arrogant to lead anyone anywhere. You're right. That's why I'm saying if we talk about leadership, it's about being in service. But what has Umar given? What has he served outside of running his mouth? That's why, again, like I said, if I ask people, Umar Johnson falls, give me 10 things that are quantifiable, that are significant and tangible that Umar Johnson has done outside of running their mouth, they can't tell me anything. Nothing substantive. So part of leadership is, in being in a leadership role, is to serve. I mean, you can look at it even in the standpoint of inside of a family. You know, if you're the head, me and my wife will work together. We work together. But if you're the head of the household, it's not about being dominant. It's not about being domineering. It's not about being in control. It is about being in service. So what do you do to serve your family? That's where the leadership role operates. You know, my wife, she has a leadership role too. What does she do to serve the family? The Umar, he doesn't have. Yeah, you're right. It's the arrogance. It's the narcissism. It's his sense of superiority. You can't have that and be an adequate leader, because ultimately you have to be humble enough to serve the people or to serve your family, or so Umar, you're absolutely right about that. He doesn't have that capacity, and he's one of the most arrogant people I've seen. That's one of the biggest issues with Umar, is his arrogance is so out of control, and he doesn't realize that it contributes mightily to his own downfall over the years. You go back to 2005, you look at him in 2026. A lot of that is arrogance driven. A lot of his failures is based upon his arrogance. Even him not holding himself accountable for his failures. He's always blaming someone else. That's arrogance. It's not humility. See, and if you hold yourself accountable, you have to be humble enough to do that. Umar never holds himself accountable because he's uber, if I can use the term, arrogant, right? With a bad attitude. All right. All right. Thanks, that's it, play. There's some good points here. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna try to find that other video too, because I think that'll tie back to what's up, Black Anonymous. It'll tie back to what CJ was saying, and it is so true in terms of Umar, the little boy. Okay, so let me finish up with this video right here.
From our mothers and fathers crying about what's being done to their children. I'm tired of special education when it's not necessary. I'm tired of ADHD diagnoses and conduct disorder diagnoses and oppositional defiance diagnoses and learning disability diagnoses and emotional disturbance diagnoses. I'm tired, and I want you to be tired with me, of our children being forced to exist in a system that was not designed to educate them in the first place. I want to give them a heaven on earth. I want to give them a home away from home. And I want St. Paul's College to be that place. Imagine a school where children don't have to be suspended. Imagine a school where your child never gets expelled. Imagine a school where your child never gets misdiagnosed and put in special education. Imagine a school where you don't have to worry about the teachers trying to force you to put your son or daughter on dangerous psychiatric medication. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, community stakeholders of the African race, I implore you, I beg you, I summon you, and I petition you to donate to this cause. Donate to this fundraiser. Let us show the world that we care enough about our children and enough about our history and enough about our ancestors to keep St. Paul's College in the hands of the African American community and in the hands of Dr. Umar Johnson and in the interest of African children and under the skies of Almighty God and our ancestors. Help me keep this college alive and keep the dream of its founder, James Solomon Russell, alive forever.
All right. So this is a major component to this FDMG school scam saga. And I remember someone sent that to me back in 2014, and I don't know much about Umar, but I looked at it and I already knew that something wasn't right. Again, here we are 12 years later, and there's still not one black child that educated. Umar's collected millions of dollars and nothing to show for it. So time always tells the truth. I want to play, this isn't the video that I was looking for, but I want to play something for you guys because I have it inside of my notes. Let's go to 2014. Let's see, July 22nd of 2014. And this is at the 41 minute and 20-second mark. All right, I got to go a little bit ahead of that. Here we go.
You didn't know you can't be putting your life in nobody else's hands. You know how sensitive your reproductive organs are? They pick up anything that it touches.
Oh, goodness.
You better get serious out here. So post-traumatic slavery. That's another PowerPoint. Post-traumatic relationship disorder. You need time to shut down the oven and get yourself together. And then we got to talk about the inner child. Everybody here got an inner child. You know who that is? The person you were from birth to age 12 still lives inside of you. Every woman, you still got your little girl in you. Every man, you still got the little boy in you. But they stay sleeping. They don't pick with you unless they see something that they think might help them get one of them unmet needs met. Love, trust, reciprocity, attack. Let me give you an example for the ladies. You meet a real attractive brother one night. Tonight at the club, we gotta go out. What's the name of the club here? Elevation. I might need to slide through there tonight.
Everybody acting right there.
What is the hole in the wall? Okay. You said it's a Walkman with a speaker. What the? Oh yeah? Oh, okay. Why y'all say that one? That's the only one? Montego Bay. All right, I might gotta hit up Montego. Is it a dress code?
They try.
They try? What's the age group? Okay. Well, I'll be 39, so I don't go below 35. 35 to 45, that's my range. You said I'm gonna go to Jazz? What's that, the elderly club?
Umar funny.
He said go to Jazz. Damn. He said all my grandma's friends in there. Oh, you said all the sick people at Jazz. He said you was a post-traumatic relationship disorder? Go to Jazz. So, anyway, we all got this little person living inside of us. Ladies, let me give you an example of how your little girl operates. You grew up in school, you ain't get no attention. None of the boys liked you. They picked on you, called you ugly, blah, blah, blah. Now you 25, 35, 45, 55. You at Jazz's. And the spiritual vampire comes up to you. Like, how you doing, sister? He fine. He look good. He like, hey. So the little girl, when you tap you on the shoulder, like, yo, get that. You never got no attention. But your adult mind is saying, nah, I can feel that something right with this brother. Might got a little play in me. The mature woman in you says, pass it on. But the little girl who still need that validation from her dad ain't passing yet. She says you want to get that. And if you want some, you want to give him that. Because I need that. And so before you know it, you done baked the cookie on the first night. And you wake up the next morning mad as hell at yourself. Yep. Because you let the little girl in you run your life. Fellas, we do the same thing. You better check your unmet needs from your childhood. Because a lot of our relationships are ran by our inner child. Okay. And then we got to come to this right here, y'all. Values. Most of us don't even know each other. Right. You keep looking for similarities. That don't mean nothing. Well, I'm a psychologist, she's a psychologist. I'm a Pan Africanist, she's a Pan Africanist. I wrote a book, she wrote a book. Her parents was married, my parents was married. On the surface, we got everything in common, so it looks. All right. But let's go beneath it. I like to save money, she like to spend it. All right. I believe in God, and she don't. She think I should be home with the family on the weekends because she believe in family, and I think I should be able to hang out with my homies all weekend long. She come from a big family, extended family. So her uncles drop into the house. Her grandma drop into the house. Every time I come home, it's like a house party. When I grew up, it was just me and my mom. I don't know nothing about no big-ass families. When I come home, I don't want nobody there but me and my wife. That's a value clash. That's the stuff you...
All right. Okay. So I found the video. Let me play this, then we're going to get to the main one. So Umar was talking about the inner child. Here's an example of it really coming out from 2017, December 12th of 2017.
Africanism. Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm coming to you live and direct from my hood, North Philadelphia. We here. I'm standing on the exact spot where Jermaine Shoemake was brought into the world on August the 21st. This is where the house stood. We are at 8th and Susquehanna. You feel me? 8th and Susquehanna. This is where I grew up. These streets, this is where I played ball. This is where I ran at. This is where I was from. My grandma's house burnt down about 20 or so years ago, but this is where I was born. Umar Johnson, North Philly. this is the home. At 2204 North Franklin, I just wanted to come by, pay respect to the earth, you know what I mean?
Earth.
Where I was born at, the earth that Jermaine Shoemake was born into. So this is where it all started, baby. When I do my documentary, it's gonna come out. Y'all gonna see all that. But I just wanted to bring y'all to the hood. 8th and Susquehanna, you know what I mean? Dr. Umar Johnson, all my North Philly people, Allegheny Avenue, Erie Avenue, 22nd Street, Burke Street, Jefferson Street, Lehigh Avenue, Germantown Avenue, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And what I want you to do, we're gonna keep that film running, because we're gonna make one stop with the film running, because I want you to see where I used to be to stay out of trouble. I would always ask my mom and my grandma for $2. $2. There's a $1 movie up here. Shout out to my Afro-Puerto Rican.
Yeah, and I covered this inside the documentary. Notice Umar doesn't say that he asked his father for $2. That's because his father wasn't around. It's an interesting thing about Umar is he hasn't resolved this, and I think it's tied to his childhood trauma too, and his inner child. He hasn't resolved the issue of abandonment. And as men, that's something that we have to resolve at some point. And the reason why I'm saying this is because there's times where Umar, he'll say things like, my father was in my life. That's why I didn't have ADHD. No, what the receipts show and what my research shows is that his father was largely absent. In some cases, he was in other states. In other cases, he was in other countries. He was Marine. And there was a period of about 2 years, based upon my research, it could be less than that, but it was around 2 years where they lived on base with Jamal Johnson. That's where Umar tells the story about him being visited by an alien, and the alien punched him in the face. But outside of that, Jamal was a Rolling Stone. And he was also a military man who wasn't present. So Umar, that's something that he hasn't resolved. But if you listen carefully to when Umar, especially when he's in Jermaine mode, because that's the mode that he's in, his mannerisms are like a child. He's excited like a little child, reminiscing on his past. But when he was a little child, he asked his grandmama and his mama for a couple bucks. He doesn't mention his daddy. That's because his daddy wasn't around. But he hasn't resolved that particular issue. It's interesting. It is sad. It's sad too, Emerald, but it's interesting. Yeah.
This $1 movie up here that the Afro-Puerto Ricans own, and it was $1 to get in, and I would use the other $1 to get me a popcorn and a soda. The first movie was at 12 o'clock. The last movie was at 6 o'clock, so it was 3 movies. 12, 2, 4, and 6. 4 movies. It was over at 8, and I would go there and sit in there and watch movies all day. That's where I saw Beat Street, Breaking, Rambo, Predator, Nightmare on Elm Street, all them joints. So you know what, Kay? I'm gonna open.
See how he says Rambo because he wants to turn black boys into Rambos. He's also mentioned Nightmare on Elm Street, where he brought up. He's in quite a few videos where he brings up. I can't remember the guy's name, not Jason, but the other guy. Is it Jason? Freddy Krueger. He's brought that up too. So a lot of his childhood imprinting comes from his experience of being a little child. His daddy wasn't around and he didn't have much to do, so he would go and watch movies. And I'll propose that, and this is, I'm just speculating here, I'll propose that that's one of the reasons why Umar in his thinking is fantastical, because in his childhood, he would spend so much time watching movies and sitting inside movie theaters. So that's why when you hear him on even the most recent Breakfast Club interview, when he's talking, you can tell he's just making shit up off the dome. But it's his imagination. Ain't nothing wrong with having imagination, but you have to temper that, right, with wisdom and experience and logic and reason. Umar doesn't do that. But part of it is because a lot of his early childhood imprinting is sourced from watching all of these movies, and he still talks about this stuff, later on in life.
Open the door for you. I'm gonna get in and start the whip. Keep it rolling.
All
and
right.
You're gonna keep it on me once I'm in the car.
Yes,
I'm gonna show
sir.
them.
Peace, y'all. Hawaii. Maui, Hawaii. 1.
I'm gonna
Oh, cut it out. Ain't nobody give a shit. Cut it out.
show y'all where Dr. Umar used to spend his time at when I was here in North. This is my hat or your hat, Kay?
My hat.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do, go down one more and then bust the Louis. So we riding down Franklin Street, Philly, Prince of Pan Africanism. We just got finished checking out a school in Wilmington, the Wilmington, Delaware school. And then we about to hop on the airplane and hit up Detroit. So Detroit, I'll be in Motown in a few hours. But before we do that, I want to show y'all the Puerto Rican movie theater where Dr. Umar used to do his thing at. You know what I mean? Show them some of the scenery of the hood, because, you know, they think I'm not from the hood because I got them 6 degrees. You know what I mean? I want them to understand something. I know what it's like. You know what I mean? I had dinner with the jacket on because the heat ain't on. I know what it's like to live in a homeless shelter. We've been through all that. But my mom always looked out for us. I love my mother to death.
Yeah, it's sad too, but you see how he says, you know, living without the heat on, and a lot of us we've experienced that. We've experienced it when we were growing up. Thank God my children haven't experienced that. But water getting shut off, electricity getting shut off, gas getting shut off, cable bill would get shut off, but that wasn't a big deal. It was like, okay. Anyway, a lot of us we know what that's about. But notice how he's talking, but he's only talking about how his mother was there, you know, and in the sense his grandmother was there. He's not talking about his father. And then he also talked about being in a homeless shelter too. Okay, well, if Jamal's in the military and he's consistently present in Umar's life, it's highly unlikely that they would be homeless inside of a homeless shelter unless there were other things going on. I'm gonna leave it right there. See, another thing too, real quick, is when he talks, and again, this is little Jermaine, the core character of Umar speaking here. This is core personality. All these other things, it's just like defense mechanisms with Umar. It's fascinating stuff. It really is. But when he's talking, it's like he's reliving these early childhood experiences, and he has nostalgia for it. But you can also hear, as he's talking about his mama, these enmeshment issues. It's an unhealthy attachment that he still has today at the age of 51. See that?
All right.
They said.
In fact, we're going to pull over right here, Kay, because we at the movie theater. I'm going to show y'all where I used to spend my time at, so I never got caught up in no drama and all of that. So we're going to hop out.
That's good. Oh, he's in Germantown? Okay.
King Kong Consciousness International E5.
Hey, lady.
Chicago, December 26th.
Yeah,
Harold, Washington Community Center, Chicago.
Yeah, Jamal's an interesting character. He's taking all this stuff off of social media. That's Jamal Johnson. That's Umar's daddy. He's an interesting character. He took everything off of social media. This was last year, but part of it had to do with his granddaughter, Umar Johnson's daughter, coming out and exposing Umar. And over the years, Jamal, I mean, he sent me all kinds of messages. He's posted on my YouTube page. He sent me some really weird, just weirdo shit on Facebook. That's something wrong with this guy. But the thing is that he in the documentary, I give, it's a short segment where I just talk about his relationship to that family, Umar, that side. Okay, because he had a child. He says that when he was in junior high school, he had a child. And then he has 5 with Umar's mother. And then he has 3 with his second wife, rest in peace. And so altogether he has 9. And there's an article that kind of explains this. I was confused by it because it didn't all add up. Because Umar, he says it's 11 of them altogether, but that's because his mother also had a daughter before Umar and also had a son. This is outside of Jamal. Okay. So the point that I'm making is that at a certain point, Jamal, he abandons that family, meaning Umar. And he starts another family. And interesting enough, when he starts that other family, and I don't want to say too much, but it's in the documentary, that's when he decides, at a certain point, he decides to send Umar Johnson away, even though he wasn't living with Umar or Umar Johnson's mama at that time. Yeah. So yeah, not only does Jamal abandon that family, but also Umar has abandonment issues because of his father doing that. But he also has abandonment issues because he was shipped away to a boarding school. And he was the only child shipped away like that. I mean, it's sad. It really is. And Jamal's interesting too, because he never, in all the stuff that he said, and I have all of the most of his videos. I don't have the one where he admits that they're not related to Frederick Douglass, that he took a DNA test, but I have the screenshot from his Facebook page where he admits that. But he's never fully held himself accountable, because he was blaming the Black conscious space for creating Umar. He didn't want to hold himself accountable for his contribution to what Umar has become. Black Anonymous knows what I'm talking about. Let me do this real quick. Just, and I know we're gonna get to it, but let me show y'all something right quick.
Good morning. This is the second video I'm making about.
This is 2017.
What my son has said about me in his video, the accusations he made, and the inference that somehow I'm trying to assassinate his agenda. First, let me say hi, Umar. This is meant for you, but I'm sure your father.
Yeah, this should have never been done. Okay, Umar's grown, I get it, but you're supposed to be the father. You abandon Umar, and then you want to come in on the back end to clout chase off of him and then criticize him at the same time. Okay, this should not have been done. But again, this speaks to the levels of dysfunction that was present way before Umar blows up in the Black conscious space. Okay, Jamal Johnson should never have done this.
Followers and other people may view it. The few that have heard you say what you said about me. Let me say, first of all, I made a video on Facebook with the intent that it reached out to you, but I figured that this way is probably an additional means that you might be able to hear what I have to say.
Yeah, but see, that's because you didn't have a relationship with your son. You wouldn't have to go to social media to try to interact with him or to contact him. You see this?
Firstly, I love you. I'm glad that you are doing what you're doing with the right intentions. I don't necessarily agree with how you're going about putting it out there, and you know that. Secondly,
there's plenty of Marines who are outstanding and wonderful, and they handle business, but Jamal Johnson is not the one. You know, it's just I don't know. Listen, I'm a father. I never understood this right here. And part of it was clout chasing too. There's jealousy things going on with him too, because there, and I can track this in my research. Umar would do something and then Jamal would do it. Like Umar would go to Ghana and then Jamal would show up and go to Ghana. You know, Umar has these degrees, so Jamal goes and get a degree. See, Umar, he comes into Black conscious space as a Black conscious leader. Okay, I'm putting that in quotations. But then Jamal Johnson, all of a sudden, he wants to go on a campaign. He's yelling at it with the bullhorn, yelling at buildings, and he's doing the quote unquote community work and blah, blah, blah. No, that's just clout chasing off of his son. It was a jealousy thing. And he felt like he needed to compete with Umar. It's just not honorable, not at all.
I am not trying to assassinate your program or whatever you're doing. I told you before, I'll say it again. I don't like the way in which you demean people, insult people, make statements that may not be proven to be true, but as none of this is against you. This is against the message in certain ways, but not necessarily the whole message. In other words, when you say something, people believe it, they respect it.
Yeah, he just be running his mouth. And I think this was the first video right here.
Good morning. My name is Jamal. I'm the father of Dr. Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan Africanism. Shout out to my son and my other 8 children.
Yeah, so 8, that's 9 altogether. And then there'd be 2 more outside of him. So that's 11. Jamal went down to Georgia after Umar scammed King Randall and had a picture taken with King Randall. Yeah, exactly. I have the picture too. I've shown it. But this is the type of behavior, you know. It's just ridiculous. Should have never done any of that.
I don't get to see my son too often, but I took some time out and listened to his video recently that was extremely embarrassing. And
I think he's talking about the SETI rant, if memory serves me correctly.
I issued an apology that apologizes for his behavior, which I know he's not a child, he's a grown man, but he's my child, and I really felt bad that he had to express himself that way for whatever the reason may have been. I'm not good at this. I'm new to this, actually, and I decided to do this after listening to that rant and viewing some of his other videos. I'm not a member of the conscious community. I am a concerned parent. I am a black man, despite what some people may think, because maybe I don't do the things that they think I should do as a black man. But the main thing I wanted to speak on was, first of all, there will be no profanity in this. So if you're looking for that, you may be disappointed. Secondly, I wanted to voice my opinion on something, but know that this was not and will not be directly against my son in reference to what I have to say in my opinion about what some things he may have said. I'm not as articulate as he is. I have an MBA, but I do not have a doctorate.
See, this is all comparison here. You guys, are you guys seeing this? Hit the one. He's comparing himself to Umar.
I'm not as well traveled as he is. I have been around the world, but maybe not as often. And I may not be as, for lack of a better word, aggressive as he is in saying what he has to say. I've been there, done that, believe me. But I want to address the issue that he said about dating outside of your race.
All right, I'm gonna leave it right here. Anyway, goodness. Let's go back to this other video, then we're gonna get to the main video.
Atlanta, Thursday, December 28th, Shrine of the Black Madonna in Atlanta, the 28th. And then we got Houston, Texas, Saturday, December 30th. And then we got Detroit, Michigan, Motown, New Year's Day. Get your tickets, drumarjohnson.com, drumarjohnson.eventbrite.com. So show them this, okay? This was the movie theater. Now it's a banquet hall. It's not a movie theater no more. It's a banquet hall. But what I want them to know, this is where I saw Breaking 1, Breaking 2, Beach Street, Rambo, Predator, Nightmare on Elm Street.
All right, this is little Jermaine. Look at the mannerisms.
I'm trying to think of some of the other joints, Kay. I can't even
see this. It's all balled up.
Remember all the movies I saw, but this is where I was. I wasn't Umar yet. I was Jermaine Shoemake, little Jermaine Shoemake, and this is where I would hang out. Shout out to the Shoemake family. If I get to school in Atlanta, my Shoemake family, which is my mommy family, my mom's side.
See this?
Maternal ancestry, they from Georgia. So if we get to school in Atlanta, I'll be in the state of my maternal ancestors. You feel me?
This is like a little child.
But this is where I used to be at, baby. This is, I'm showing y'all, show them a little bit of the hood.
Hey,
I gotta let them know. This is where I'm from. Free.
They're asking when you come to DC and when you come to Chicago.
Chicago is the first day of Kwanzaa, baby. Chicago, Harold Washington Cultural Center, Chicago, 6 o'clock, Tuesday, December 26th, Chicago. Get your tickets. Okay, Atlanta, Thursday the 28th, Shrine of the Black Madonna, get your tickets. Houston, Texas, Saturday, December 30th, get your tickets. Detroit, New Year's Day, get your tickets. It's going down. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, Prince of Pan Africanism, Free Meek Mill. Free Meek Mill. North Philly in the building. Free Meek Mill, Black Power.
All right, so that's little Jermaine, right? All these other characters that come out, it's in response to Umar either pretending to be something that he's not, or it's as a defense mechanism for Lil Jermaine. All right? Okay, let's get going here. Embrace Change says wildest part was him trying to get Envy to co-sign not being in his daughter's life, using Envy's family man image to validate himself with the public. Yeah, Umar, he's crafty in that way. He really is. And I have a sense that the Breakfast Club, when Umar, in particular, when he was talking about his daughter during this last interview, I can tell, I could just read it while I was watching. Like they didn't feel, they weren't feeling him on that. He was speaking, started raising his voice. He starts, you can tell he still has animosity towards his daughter, animosity towards his baby mamas. I'm sure they picked up on that. I can tell. Thanks, Embrace Change, for being a member for 31 months. Miss Honey says, no, what is in the raggedy is he wearing? He took it to his. Yeah, this is Umar. He was dressed. He would. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times people they'll see Umar from back in the day and they'll think that this is for instance, this right here. How he's dressed, he's just professional. No, this is just another one of the characters that Umar plays. So when he dresses in suits, he'll even have a pocket protector and pins. That's him pretending to be Dr. Umar. That's him pretending to be the school psychologist, right? But Umar, normally what he dresses like this. This is how he normally dresses. He's a regular old person. He likes to pretend. He's a pretendian. Okay, all right. Thanks, Miss Honey. And then Enterprise, what's up, man? Says this is why he only addresses women as parents. Yeah, and that's because a lot of his focus has to do with single mothers. That's his target demographic. So the idea of women being parents, it fits into the narrative that he spins because that's his target demographic. That's who he seeks to exploit the most, because he sees women who have children, especially if they're single mothers, single black mothers, as being weak, right? That they're in dire situations, that he's the one that's going to come to save the day. And so he can exploit them, therefore, financially or otherwise. Okay? Thanks, Enterprise. Miss Honey says, Lenon, do you think Umar's father is jealous of him because of his popularity? Yeah, that's part of it. I think it's not just popularity. I think when Umar really became popular, I think that's when Jamal used it as an opportunity to clout chase off of his own son. But in terms of the jealousy, I think it's deeper than that. I have a sense that his jealousy is in terms of Umar's his education, just like he was comparing himself. Umar has charisma. At least he can turn it on when he needs to. Jamal doesn't have that, and I know Jamal didn't mention this, but Umar, he gets around. Okay, Jamal used to do the same thing, but he's older now. I think that's part of the jealousy too. Umar's education, Umar Johnson's popularity. I have a sense that even Umar's relationship to his mother is an issue for Jamal. And I think it was a long time ago. I have a sense that that's one of the reasons why Jamal sent them away. So I think it's not just because of Umar's popularity. I think it's a whole lot of different things. Umar's well-traveled. It's another one. Yeah, and again, what these issues should not have made it onto the internet. But because Jamal didn't have a relationship with Umar, he couldn't go to him directly. So the dysfunction existed way before Umar got online. It existed way before the SETI rant. And that's one of the reasons why Jamal couldn't go. And see, Jamal was embarrassed too. That's another thing. A lot of what he does in the past, what he used to do, it was in a direct response to him not looking good based upon how Umar was acting and how Umar was behaving. It had nothing to do with him caring about Umar. You never hear him talk like that. He'll say, yeah, I love you. No, love is an action. Okay. If you're not present, you can't say I love you. You had an opportunity to be present too. You can't say I love you and you've been present, and you've been absent. You can't say I love you, but you get online and disparage your own son. No, it's an action. So Jamal, the dysfunction was there way before Umar comes into popularity. And see, if they had a relationship that could stand on its own outside of the popularity, outside of anything that we could see online, Jamal could have went to Umar a long time ago and talked with him about whatever issues he's had, or to give Umar advice, to help Umar to get back on the right track, as it were. But he didn't do that. But that's because he ultimately abandoned that family. And Umar, he holds a grudge against his father to this day. Umar's nephew even said that Umar Johnson's siblings from his mama related to Jamal, that none of them liked Jamal. See, so the dysfunction was there a long time ago. Yeah. So anyway, the jealousy is not just one thing. It's a lot of different things. Yep, it's a lot of different things. Thank you for the super chat, Miss Honey. JJ says, Lenon, Umar denied raising $2 million on the radio in Chicago today. WVON. I was the caller. I sent a clip to your Facebook. Okay. The thing is, I was looking for that because I saw the flyer on Umar Johnson's Facebook page today, and I went over there. I have it actually saved right here on Facebook. It's WVON 1690 AM, the talk of Chicago, but I don't see that interview actually archived. I see the flyer for it, but I don't actually see the actual video. If it comes online, I will we'll cover it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking again. Normally they would have it up here because, and I don't know if they live streamed it on. Maybe they didn't live stream it on Facebook. Yeah, I'm looking right now. I don't think that this is the one. This is the afternoon show. Oh, this is it. Okay, we have a show for tomorrow, y'all. Let me download this right now. Thank you, JJ. Yeah, it's on here. I just didn't realize that. I didn't realize that this was it. I had skimmed through it, and I didn't hear Umar talking. But now I just skimmed through it. Now he's on there. So this is from today. We will get together tomorrow to cover this. And what I'll do is I'll edit out any commercials or anything like that because it's like 2 hours and 49 minutes, 39 seconds. Thank you, JJ, for that. Because I probably wouldn't have went back to go look and check, and we wouldn't have had a show for tomorrow. I wasn't planning on live stream, but we're gonna live stream now. So you called in and you sent me a clip. Okay, I'll check. Yeah, I don't see a clip. Yeah, there's some message requests here, but those are from. I mean, I'm really not on Facebook. Anyway, I'm downloading it now, and we'll cover this tomorrow. Okay, thank you for letting me know, JJ. So you called in. So I don't know. Maybe did you ask? Did you say? I don't know. You probably said, Umar, have you raised $2 million? Poor Umar. Listen, my best estimate is Umar has to be around $3 million by now. Again, he said in one video, he said that by the beginning of 2016, he would be at $1 million. And then in 2016, he said by the summer of 2016, he would be at $1 million. Okay, so basically in 2 years, if we go with the summer, it's about roughly 2 years. Yeah, roughly 2 years since he started raising money in the spring of 2014, a little over 2 years. Umar raises $1 million. Okay, but he's been collecting money. If we go simply from 2014, even though he was collecting donations prior to that, okay, I have proof of that, and I'm going to show that in the next segment of the documentary. We're talking about another 12 years of raising money. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. 2016. We're talking another 10 years. Almost, yeah. Another 10 years of raising money. It'd be 10 years in about a month. Another 10 years of raising money. So if he raises $1 million in 2 years, how much money y'all think he's raised in 12 years altogether, or over the next decade? So my best estimate is that it has to be somewhere around 3 million, and not just projecting from or extrapolating from what he stated back in 2016, but also what he states along the way. And then look at the IRS filings as well, once you actually see documentation of that in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Yeah, did he do it in 2020? Yeah, I think 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. We don't know about 2025 yet, but it'll be coming out soon if he files, okay? But again, that's my best estimate based upon all of my research and dealing with the figures. It's got to be around around $3 million. But at a bare minimum, based upon what Umar Johnson has stated, it's 1.97. If we go based upon the receipts in terms of the purchase price online, it's closer to 1.67. But we're not counting about roughly 5 or 6 years of him collecting donations. We're setting all that aside. So anyway, I would propose that Umar is way over $2 million at this point. And the craziest part is I think that Umar is unaware of how much money he's raised at this point, because the money's coming in for, I mean, it's been a long time. 12 years, almost 12 years. And then he was also collecting donations prior to that, at least in 2012, based upon his own words and his own posts on Facebook. So if you put it all together, we're talking about 14 years, close to 14 years. Right. All right. Anyway, we're going to get into that tomorrow. Thank you, JJ, for letting me know. And thank you for the super chat as well. I appreciate it. Ms. Vernica, how's it going? Says, hey, Lenon, yeah, Jamal just wants attention from social media. This sounds like something that he needs to discuss with Umar behind closed doors. Absolutely. And the thing is that Jamal, even though he wanted that attention on social media, he wasn't ready for it. He can't take criticism. See, not everyone is built like that. In a sense, Umar is not built for a place like YouTube either, because YouTube would go in on him. You know, he sticks to Instagram, a little bit on Facebook, but not much. He doesn't get a lot of views on Facebook whenever he posts on there or likes or anything like that. But then when he does on Instagram page, it's not like, you know, it's not like you have the live stream where people are going in on him. You don't see that once it's archived. But on YouTube, and not only would it be archived, but it would also be archived in the comment section, and people would be going crazy on this guy, just like they did on the Breakfast Club interview. Just a small segment they showed when he's talking about FDMG. You guys go look at the comment section. I ain't never seen nothing like that. In all the years I've covered Umar, I've never seen anything like that. Virtually all the comments, they're going in on Umar dealing with the FDMG school scam. Whereas if we go back 4 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago when he was on the Breakfast Club, or a decade ago when he was on the Breakfast Club, you didn't see that. So times have definitely changed. Umar's not built for that. Jamal's not either. So at a certain point, when things got too difficult for Jamal to handle, he just takes all of his social media off. But the truth is, he just deleted everything. The truth is that he should have handled this stuff, or at least attempted to, behind closed doors. And even if he attempted to behind closed doors, you leave it at that. But that SETI rant, it reflected poorly on Jamal. So Jamal has to come out because he wants to make himself appear to be this great black leader, even though he's out here yelling and bull. One time he almost got, let me stop. This guy, he's marching on the highway and big rig driving by, honking, telling him to get off the side of the road. Anyway, all right, thanks, Ms. Berger. Smart Barbara says, hey, Lenny, can I see the military photo of Jamal when he was young? For research purposes, you sure can, dear. Here you go. So I got a couple of them. Here's one of them for you right here. Y'all funny. Let's see. Let me give you another one. This is him with, I can't remember who this. Oh, this ain't this is the young one, but this guy was a politician. I think he passed away by now. So rest in peace. I think, I'm not quite sure. Here's another one right here. And I'm trying to, there's another one I wanted to find. Oh, here we go right here. And here you go. I know you'll like this one for sure. I'm being petty. I should do that. Let me make up for it. Let me find one more. Oh, here he is with what's his name? That's I can't remember his name right now. But he goes back. I have where Umar was on a panel with this guy. I also had Umar took shots at him too. I can't remember his name right now. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this was Halloween. Yeah, someone that asked when was that? It was Halloween. Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah, that's Mark Lamont Hill right there. And then let me show you guys. This is when he was really young right here. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. I got other ones too. Some of the stuff I can't show you guys though, but yeah, he used to work for Disneyland too, back in the day. Here he go at the casino. Yeah, it's amazing how things just, but it's a cultural thing in the family, is gambling. And then there was it's part of the family culture. So it's fortunate because a lot of the money that Umar he's received, I'll propose he's gambled it away, and I have evidence of that as well. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I have more, but we'll leave it right there. This is when he was in Okinawa, Japan, right here. Yep, 1977. All right. Okay, there you go, Smart Barmy. Lewis, how's it going? Says he's showing all the spots where he got chased home and beat up for being pudgy and socially awkward. I don't want to laugh about that, but I do. I have a sense that Umar, he was socially awkward, and that he was bullied. I have a sense that happened with him, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's become somewhat of an internet bully. And he has a lot of anger and aggression issues. But again, like I said, that's something that Umar, he should go and get the proper therapy in order to get those things ironed out over time. And truth be told, this is something that he should have done a long time ago. But again, the narcissism and the levels of arrogance, he won't humble himself to receive to where he would even consider getting that type of help. Again, I just want to be clear, something about Umar. I have compassion for him, in particular because of his upbringing, because a lot of us, we had difficult upbringings, okay? Many of us in the chat room, myself included, we've had difficult childhoods. So I understand that dynamic with Umar, and I have compassion for him for that. That's why I try to give him words of encouragement from time to time, things he can do to kind of get things turned around. Because I think a lot of what Umar is suffering with is directly related to his childhood experiences. Not all, but enough of it. And but Umar, he's so arrogant and narcissistic that he won't humble himself to get the help that he needs. The other thing is that just because we've had, difficult childhood, it doesn't make it okay for us in our adulthood to do the wrong things or to harm other people or to lie or to cheat or to steal, right? And that's what Umar has decided to do. But there's no excuse because now he's 51. He's an adult. He needs to be held accountable for that, right? All right, thanks, Alyssa. How's it going, Mr. Monica's Lenon? This is off topic. Maybe I missed the news. A Quick Crush Chat is saying that Umar's mom passed away 2 months ago. I hope this is not true. Do you know? No, I haven't heard anything like that. I'm going to take that off of here because I don't want to. The thing, I haven't heard anything to that degree, and I don't think that unless people have conclusive proof of that, and I'm talking not evidence but proof, then that's something that we shouldn't be suggesting. We shouldn't do that. Again, his mother is, at this point, she is a victim. He's a victim of Umar's narcissism, Umar's need to control, Umar's need to dominate, Umar's homelessness, because a lot of what's happening is because he's been homeless since 2019. So he's living off of his mama. She's a victim of Umar's enmeshment issues. So in a sense, we should separate her situation from Umar. Umar has a lot to do with her situation, but what I'm saying is that any speculation about her, we shouldn't engage in that. Okay. Now there are times where I speculate about Umar, but I have due cause to do that, and I have it's an educated speculation if that makes sense. But if there is no and really in this case there should be proof of that, not just evidence, and it needs to be provable because we should separate because it's different. I'm not making this make sense the way I would like, but I just want us to be careful about that. I haven't heard anything like that. I haven't seen any proof of that, and so I'm not going to speculate that that it's possible because I don't want to put that type of energy out there. What I hope is that she is okay, and I'm hoping that she's getting the proper services, medical service from professionals that she needs. And I'm hoping that at some point, family members can be able to reunite with her because ultimately Umar's turned her into a hostage. She's a hostage. And it's a horrible way to treat a parent. but it's also a horrible way to treat someone who's elderly. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Monica. Jason says, Dr. Umar is clearly trying hard to position himself as a historical figure. Yeah, he has a history of that. That's one of the reasons why he tries to connect himself with historical figures. He'll mention historical figures, and he'll say things like, they are my ancestor. One time he said, and Frederick Douglass, they're not related, but that's the big one. He stated that well, it always slips my mind. I always want to say Mahalia Jackson for some reason. I'm sorry. Some of y'all don't even know who that is. Some of y'all don't even know who that is. I'm sorry. I can see. I have a picture inside my mind right now. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But I have the video where he says that she might be related. Harriet Tubman. I'm sorry. Yeah, that other picture was John McCain. I think he passed away. Rest in peace. Yeah. So Harriet Tubman. There's a time Umar also said that he was related to Harriet Tubman. One time he said he was related to Pharaoh Ramses. One time he said he was related to Booker T. Washington. He said Booker T. Washington was his ancestor. No. None of that's true. When Umar goes into cemeteries, that's his way of trying to ally himself. I know it's ridiculous, but ally himself with historical figures. And then somehow to the audience that will view this, they say, oh, well, he's on that level too. But if you look at what Umar Johnson has done, and again, Umar Johnson followers, give me 10 things that are tangible and real that Umar Johnson has done, you can't give me 10 things. Whereas if I say, okay, give me 10 things that Harriet Tubman did, or Marcus Garvey did, or that Malcolm X did, or that Frederick Douglass did, we can run down a list, or Martin Luther King, you can run down a list. And not with Umar, but he continued to try to position himself as a historical figure. That has more to do with the narcissism and delusions of grandeur than anything else. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Umar Daddy a bugaboo. Yeah, he used to, but I mean, I had him on the show a couple of times. You know, he used to post comments and he used to come on to the show and I remember one time I said, when was the last time you talked with your son, meaning Umar? And he was like, well, I don't want to answer that. I said, well, you know what, a couple of weeks, you know, no, I don't want to answer it. Sound like Umar, a couple of months, a couple of years. He was a bugaboo, but then he takes all his social media down. But that's what I was telling him to do in the first place. He shouldn't have come out in the first place. See? But finally, I guess he figured it out. Bugaboo. All right. Take color, princess. What's up, big man? Says Umar throws tantrums because he has Fantasia Sidibe genes. What is that? I gotta look that up. Maybe I shouldn't look that up because there's been times that you told me to look something up and I looked it up and it was some crazy weirdo. He said he talks shizzle, but wears heifer. All right. What is Asia the DB James? Well, it's saying Fantastic Four. Is it a character? I don't know what this is. I don't even want to know. Oh, you talk about a don't do that. Okay, I didn't know that lady's name was that. Is that somebody else? No, I don't. Yeah, I think. No, don't do that. You tripping. You tripping. You tripping. Thank big man. Mitch Mouse says, I'm confused. Someone's. Oh, okay, I got this one earlier. Okay, thank you again. Mrs. Monica says, sorry then for mentioning that without proof. I apologize. Oh, no, it's okay. I didn't take offense or anything like that. It's just that I want to be careful because I see her as a victim in all of this. And I just want to create separation. I don't want us to talk as much about her and her situation as Umar because she's the victim. Right. So no, I didn't take no, there's no need to apologize. Okay. In fact, I think it's good that you brought it up so that we can address it so that in the future people understand that, hey, you know, just because people are saying anything, if there's no proof. Now, if there's evidence that will lead a person to conclude certain things, that's one thing. But when we talk about something this serious, it has to be conclusive proof, not just evidence. Right. So no, it's good. No, we're good. And I think it's important for us to address that here because there's a lot of people that said all kinds of things and not just about Umar, about his mom, or even about his father, for that matter, about his daughter, that they didn't have proof of, right? So we want to be careful about that. So thank you, Mistress Monica. All right. And then Kashia says, didn't Umar say he would take the kids on trips to the cemetery? He didn't just say that, he did. In the college tour for the kids, he took them to a cemetery. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Black Anonymous, you in here? Domo, you remember? He did. He took them to a cemetery. So a lot of people don't remember because those was all taken off of Facebook. But I have all of those. James, are you still here? Because yeah, he had them kids at the cemetery because he was doing like a libation or something like that. Yeah, the college tours. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, I'm not the only researcher in here. You know what I'm saying? He sure did. He took them kids to the cemetery. Crazy. He's a great writer. Yeah, it's a really supportive place, and we have a good time. I got to stay out of there because I'll get so carried away. You know, I kind of got carried away already, but I love it. I mean, we have a really good time, and that's the thing I want. I want people to have a good time, and I want people to walk away and feel good when they when we're done, and then look forward. We'll be back tomorrow too because Umar, he was interviewed. But yeah, it's a very positive place. But we built this up over many years. Yeah, Big Man had a lot to do with that though too. I was talking about that yesterday. All right, H back. He visits a cemetery. All right, shout out to East B. Okay. What's up, old James? Yeah, he be in some cemeteries. So he took the kids. So he took the kids to the cemetery. That's crazy. Why you gonna take them kids to the cemetery? All right, let's get to the main video now. We're doing good on time, actually. I told myself I started earlier because I knew we had a lot to get to. So let's get going here with it's a mashup, if you will, of all of Umar Johnson's interviews on the Breakfast Club over the years, but specifically where he's talking about FDMG. But there's some other stuff we'll get into in this particular video as we go through it. It's about 27, so we'll probably be about another hour and a half, I would think. Okay. Let me check on. I didn't put a poll up. I forgot to put a poll up. My bad. But no, I did. I put a poll. Here's a poll question: does the Breakfast Club know that Umar Johnson is a scammer? 92% said yes. 8% said no. Okay. And then our goal for likes today is 500. Let's see where we're at on the likes. We're at 325. So we do have a chance to get to that. And we got 885 people in the building. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's get to it. Here we go. This is the first interview of Umar on the Breakfast Club. Okay. And this was August 31st of 2015.
You want to open this school for boys, right?
Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey Academy, and we're trying to purchase the St. Paul's College, which is a historically black college in Lawrenceville, Virginia. You went to...
All right, so this is still about dealing with the St. Paul's College. Quick reset, real quick, and I'll ask questions while we do this because I want to make it interactive. What do you notice right away? This is from 2015. What do you notice about Umar right away that's different, remarkably different at this point, because we're in 2026. It's amazing. They've had this guy on for over a decade. Okay. Just on this image alone, what do you notice about? Yeah, he's suited. Right? So he's still trying to pretend to be this professional. This, again, is one of the Umar Johnson's altars. Yeah, Umar has a difference. Yeah, he does. St. Paul's. Yeah, they pulling up and I'm rolling out. Yeah. Like Transformers. I love me some Transformers. Yeah, he's suited. What else? It's charlatan. All right. He has on the Philly hat. This is one of the contradictions that we see with Umar. He wants to pretend to be this professional, but then he'll have the fitted cap. And then he tells black people that we shouldn't be buying these sports, as he calls it, paraphernalia, because that's the white man, but he'll wear it, right? And the question becomes, why is he doing this? Well, part of it is that he wants to present himself as a professional. Follow me on this. He wants to present himself as a professional, but then he also wants to appeal to the demographic of people who will be watching the Breakfast Club, so he makes sure he has on the cap. Y'all catch that? Yeah. He's something else.
Hampton, so you might be familiar with St. Paul's. Okay, right?
Yeah, no mustache. Yeah, yeah. Everyone noticed the suit. Yeah, yeah. This is something you notice too later on. Okay. Yeah, very rarely. I can't even remember the last time people wore a suit, and I'm talking about just in general. You know, you just don't see that like you do. How's it going, Esmer? You don't see it like you did back in the day. But back then, he was still trying to pretend to be this professional school psychologist, school principal, therapist, psychotherapist, etc. Bushi. He said, "You definitely always seem to be eating good." Yeah, we don't. And somebody noticed the wine bottle. Hey, anybody know what kind of wine that is? Let us know in the chat room. Okay, all right. Someone said he can't close his mouth. That's what I noticed. All right, let me get out this. I notice he has no out. I don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. I'm not laughing at that. Okay. All right. Yeah. Someone said. Thank you, big man. Someone said he looks sober. Yeah. 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 This is one thing I want to bring up. He has aged a lot in 10 years. This is 2015, and you'll see it as we just go. And I only show a video, a clip, a screenshot. You'll see it as we go through these years. Okay. Yeah. Chris said he's definitely Cuban. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with being Cuban. Come on now. Ate up the donor money and gambled the rest of the casino. All right. Let me keep going here. There we go.
Right up the road, and it's been closed since 2012. They want $2 million for the school. Okay. So I went down there, met with the president, did the tour, yada yada, and we've been trying to raise that $2 million. So far, we raised.
Okay, and I don't even know if all that's true, but listen to what he says, how much money he raised. This is August 31st of 2015. He started raising money in April. I've heard him say April 16th. I've heard him say April 20th of 2014. So in about a year and 4 months, listen to how much money he raised.
Did the tour, yada yada, and we've been trying to raise that $2 million. So far, we raised $500,000. Okay, we still got 1.5 more to go.
$500,000 in 1 year and about 4 months. Think about that. Anyone want to do the math? Let's say in a year and a half. Let's give some grace. If Umar raises $500,000 in a year and a half from 2014 to 2015, how much has he raised over the last 11 years? Someone want to do the math? And I know we're projecting based upon the figure that he states there, and of course he doesn't get the same amount of money consistently over the years. But if we just use it as a baseline, someone want to do the math on that? Miss Vernica says, I think Umar's been in the chat listening to the comments on his fashion sense. That's why he went back to the business suits. The cap he's wearing is very fitting, being that he's all cap. Yeah. One of the things, if people who've been around long enough, and because we've talked about this, there's times where we've made comments about Umar in terms of what he was doing that he shouldn't be doing, and then he stops. There's times where we made comments about what he should be doing, and then he starts doing those things. I'll propose that even Umar starting getting electricity turned on was a result of us back in the day clowning him on that, because he used to do tours. Some of y'all, he used to do tours. It'd be no electricity on in these buildings, and have people walking through trash all over the place. They tripping over stuff. I kid you not. They would take their cell phones and put on their cell phone lights to actually walk around. I'll propose that Umar starting renovations was because of the work that we were doing back in the day. See? So the same thing with this. I'll propose he stopped wearing those pants because we was clowning him for it. Umar watches these videos. He's been watching these videos for years. Listen, I'll even go this far. I think Umar watches these sometimes and he laughs along with us. Sometimes he gets mad, but at this, I think he watches, and it's like entertainment to him at this point. Okay, could I be wrong about that? Yeah, but I'm just speculating. I think he'd be watching this, he'd be seeing a quick chat cut up, and he'd be laughing himself. But truth be told, he needs a cap on all the time for all the lying he be doing. All right, thanks, Miss Vertica. There's a lot that Umar has done, and it was a direct response to comments that were made in the Cookie Crush chat, or comments that I made, or comments that other critics of Umar have made over the years. Okay. Thank you for super chat. Big Man says his beard don't have bees and dirt from the forest. Big man used to always say, Umar's like a bear in the forest. And then at a certain point, he brought Tiff the Griff in, and that was, I don't know. It was great. He did not like Tiff the Griff. But big man, Tiff the Griff ain't around like she used to be. She don't be defending Umar nothing like that. But back in the day, she was one of his main defenders back in the day. You remember that. But big man did not like Tiff the Griff. That's okay. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm so thankful for you, bro. You have no idea. You set this because a lot of the success that I've had over the last couple of years is directly related to the comedy that you brought back in the day. But the other thing is that it also just me as a person. I got more relaxed and I joke more, and it's just been beneficial even for my family. So I thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you all. Okay, let's get going back on this video. Here we go.
I'm hoping we can get this school before someone else does. It would be perfect because it's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by African-American community. It'd be the perfect setting to get your children out of the inner city, detox them. For the first 6 months, ain't no video games, ain't no none of that stuff. Okay, we got the remake.
He did. He used to go in so bad. I don't know. I ain't seen Sharon around in a long time. That's another one that used to be around back in the day. But I ain't seen her around in a long time. No, I didn't call her Tiff. I called her Tiff. I called her Tiff the Griff. Chris said Tiff finally got a man to stop chasing it. Yeah, she wanted to be the number one. He didn't like her though. He did not like her at all. Yeah. Tiff was out of control, and she co-signed. Yeah, she did for many years, Sequoia, for many years. She was one of the most outspoken critics of Umar critics, if that makes sense. So I did the math for 10 years, 10 and a half years. It's over 5 million. It's 5.25 million. So 5,250,000 to be exact. Yeah. And again, to be fair with Umar, I don't see this as Umar consistently got the type of money that he got in 2014, 2015, 2006. Because at a certain point, people start realizing something ain't right with this. Right. But by the time he gets to 2019, he gets a major uptick, because he finally purchased trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. Money starts flooding back in again. 2019, 2020, 2021, I would say even part of 2022. By the time we get into 2023, people are like, hey, wait a minute. Money starts going down a little bit, 2024. And again, he'll get an HVAC, money goes up. He'll paint, money goes up. So do I think Umar's raised $5 million, a little over $5 million? No, I don't think so. My best estimate is somewhere around $3 million at this point. I think that's a fair assessment based upon projections, but also based upon what Umar Johnson has stated in his IRS filings as well, and then online records in terms of the purchase price of these abandoned buildings. Yeah. Anyway, someone said that they questioned Umar on a radio show today and asked him if he had raised $2 million. We're going to get into that tomorrow. Okay, I'll set that show up after this live stream. Boy, we got a lot to get into. Thank you, indigenous. Y'all remember the speaking spell? Hit the one. Y'all remember the speaking spell? That's what I need. Some of you young people are like, what's the speak? Well, this is the original smartphones, okay? Yes, Lenon, words are hard. Excuse me. As my wife said, whenever I'm hungry, he's like, when you gonna make yourself something to eat? She be like, well, she want me to make you something. That's all. I said, no. She said, well, just use your words. What do you want? Anyway, words are hard. You had a speaking spell? Yeah, one of my cousins had one. Yep. It says, I remember Hooked on Phonics. Hooked on Phonics worked for Lenon. Yeah. Okay. So I said I need to throw my glasses away. No, I do need to upgrade my prescription. I was going to say subscription because it's past due. But there's no excuse for that. I apologize. You guys know I can't read. All right. I'm working on it day by day. All right. Okay. Who was that too, by the way? It's not populating anymore inside of here. I don't know what happened. It's not on here. So whoever sent that last super chat, thank you so much. Maybe I can see it on this other one. Let me see. No, it's not popular anymore. Oh, I think that was a comment. That's why. Okay. Anyway, thank you to that person. Okay, I couldn't even read indigenous. His beard. Okay, I got that one. Umar's most famous tour was. We're not gonna do that one. Okay, we're not gonna do that because a lot of people don't know what you're talking about with Ann's Tuna Shack. I know that's not what it's called. No, I'm sorry, that's not what it was called. Was that what it was called? No, I can't remember because someone had vandalized. I know we shouldn't be doing this. Someone had vandalized one of the doors back in the day. This was probably 2019, 2020 at these trap bandos. And they spray painted something about Big Ann and they said something about a tuna shack or something like that. I said, oh, no. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't tuna melt, though. That's not what it was. I forgot about that. I have it, but I ain't gonna pull that up. I think it's in the first documentary. Poor Ann, they did her wrong. Yeah, I remember that one now. I remember it now, yeah, because it's such a long time ago. Yeah, they should have investigated that too. Yeah. All right. Was it something? I can't remember what it was. It was something like that, but I don't want to speculate. Tuna melt shop. Okay. All right, big man. Yeah, I forgot about that one too. That was crazy. All right. Whenever Umar goes down, some of the platforms that helped him should be investigated too. They gave him an honest. Yeah, in particular, the Breakfast Club. If you guys go and look at Umar's interviews on the Breakfast Club, I mean, we're talking millions of people. One of them, I think, if memory serves me correctly, like 5-6 million, something like that. Then you have ones that are 4, 3. More recently, he don't get many views. But back in the day, well, that exposed a whole new audience, and Umar's admitted that. It exposed a whole new audience of people to Umar Johnson's FDMG school scam. And there are people who donated because he was on the Breakfast Club. Same thing when they had Cesar Pena on there too. He was a big scam. I can't remember how much money he got out of it, but he was mainly, he was targeting different group of people, but he was mainly targeting Latinos. But who knows how much money he got out of people. They had Jay Morrison on there. He got about 11.5 million. They have Polite on there too. They probably have some other scammers on there too that I don't know about because I mainly focus on Umar. But yeah, questions need to be asked. And the thing is, at this point, Breakfast Club know that Umar, he's a scammer. Why keep having him on? For views? That's the poll question too, by the way. Does the Breakfast Club know that Umar Johnson is a scammer? They have over 1,000 votes so far. 92% said yes, 8% said no. See? Yeah, I agree, SH Play. Thank you for the super chat. Miss Bernica says, I don't get how these pick-me's would see how ungrateful he is about donations. It would still ride for him as if he would be different for them. Yeah, that's a good point. See, Umar's never had the spirit of appreciation. Y'all think he's going to appreciate a woman? You think he's going to appreciate a woman bringing him a plate? You got to earn that. You think he's going to be appreciative of that? No, he don't even appreciate women. If you appreciate women, you wouldn't be running through them like that. And don't confuse being lustful with appreciation, because that's two separate things. But you just look at how Umar treats the people who donated to him and how ungrateful he is. You think somehow he's going to be grateful to a woman? No, it's not going to happen. Umar has a mentality of entitlement. It's tied to the narcissism. And yet you have women, and I'm real lenient, but you have women that they've been trying to get with Umar and pursuing Umar. Well, look at how he treats the people who support him. Why do you think he's going to treat you any differently? Look at how he treats his own daughter. Why would you think that somehow he would be a good father to your children or to your future children? Look how he treats his own mama. If a man don't treat his mama right, he gonna treat you like shit. Who's you? Real talk. And that's how Umar sees these women. It's not like that you're important or that you have substance or that you're deserving of human respect. That's not it at all. Look at how he treats his own mama. If he treats his own mama, who's you? And yet there were women, including Tiffany Griff, that they were going back in the day. They were rocking hard with Umar, hoping to be the one. I'm gonna leave it right there because I don't want to be going in on the women like that. But the truth is the truth. Thanks, Miss Merkel. Young Money, what's up, man? Says salute to the Cookie Crush chat. Yeah, Cookie Crush chat. Thank you all so much, everyone, for tuning on in. Got about 900 people in the building. Thanks, Young Money, for being a member for 7 months. Big Man also says T finally got a man who pays all her vet. No. All right, let's not do her like that because you went in on her for many. I don't know. It was years from what I remember. Okay, we don't want to do it. I should veterinary shots, horseshoes, and it's like. All right. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. No, I'm telling you, back in the day, it used to get. The chat room, I would lose control of the show. And then I'll lose control for like 15, 20, 30 minutes. I got to try to figure it out to get it back going. All right. yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to it. Okay. Thanks everyone for all the super chats. Let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
You detox all that filth from the hood, and we're going to teach you character, self-discipline. We will have agricultural science. They have to learn how to grow their own food. Political and military science. They have to understand the world in which they live. Why are so many black males being murdered by the police? Why was Obama made president? There's reasons for all of this. Why is Africa the most minerally rich continent on the face of the earth, but yet the people are the poorest? I want them to understand the world that they live in. What exactly is white supremacy? Okay? Know that. Okay? Why are black folks in the condition they in, even though we're the 10th richest nation on the face of the earth, grossing $1 trillion, and yet we ain't got schools, hospitals, and none of that? There's reasons for all of this. We're also going to give them a dietary and nutritional curriculum where they know how to eat to live, because 85% of black folk are dying from preventable diet-related diseases.
Yeah, but he eats any and everything. It's amazing that he talks like this. It sounds good. It sounds good. But there are things that Umar says that sounds good, but it's not. He doesn't practice any of that. I just think it's just Umar's way of trying to make himself appear to, have discipline and that he's better than other people because allegedly he eats healthy, but he doesn't. And the thing is that just because you eat healthy doesn't mean that you're necessarily a good person either. Because I've met plenty of people who are just horrible people and they're vegans or they're raw food, so or even vegetarian. But Umar, I think he's pretentious in that way.
Chicken wings are killing us. McDonald's, it's killing us. So they need to learn how to eat to live. There will also be a financial curriculum. Mm-hmm. By the time they finish the 9th grade, they can do their own taxes. By the time they've done the 10th grade, they will have their own business plan. By the time they've done the 11th grade, they will have their own portfolio.
Yeah, this all sounds good, but none of this is coming to fruition. This was in 2015.
They will know how to invest in the stock market by the time they conclude the 11th.
Who's going to pay for all this with these students, though?
Well, the parents will pay tuition. Mm-hmm. And don't underestimate black parents' ability to pay tuition because they paying it at these white schools all the time. Right. I'm doing
Yeah, but see, this is ridiculous. It's a false equivalency. They're paying at white schools. Let's say if they are doing that, these are going to be black families who have a level of financial means or even affluence to send their children to private school. You see the false equivalency? See, the people in that neighborhood in Wilmington, Delaware, where these trap bandos have been sitting rotting for the last 7 years. Truth be told, it's been over a decade because prior to that, they were vacant. The people who live there, they're not affluent. They don't have means. This is impoverished community. Already done all the research. They even looked at the median income. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but recently I brought it back up. But I did research on that probably about 5-6 years ago. They can't afford to send their children. It's crime infested, drug infested. I have videos of dope addicts nodding out up there, and not like in front of these abandoned buildings. I'm talking about up there on the steps, up there on right next to the door. I have one video of a homeless woman sleeping up there. She's sleeping, and someone comes in, and I think I know who did it too. They come and tell her get up and go, and the woman gets up. She wakes up. It's a white woman. It's horrible. So it's a false equivalent to say that, okay, there's black parents who send their children to these private schools, but most black parents aren't sending their children. Most parents aren't sending their children to private school. But that's a false equivalency, because just because there are parents who may have the means, they may have a level of influence where they can afford to do that, doesn't mean that that's transferable to that community over there in Wilmington, Delaware. Furthermore, it doesn't mean it's transferable to all these bus stops that Umar's going to have in different states to bring the children, right? Exactly. Yeah, he has a bus stop in Jersey. We talked about that yesterday.
Q test every day for folks I'm looking at. I'm like, you can afford $15,000 a year? Yeah, I can do it for both my children. Donate to the fundraiser. You go to
Okay, listen, that sounds nice, but most people, and I'm not even talking about most black people, most people, they can't afford to be paying $15,000 a year for their child to go anyway.
Donate to the fundraiser. You go to GoFundMe.com/Dr. Umar, GoFundMe.com/DRUMAR. Now, when you look on the GoFundMe, we only raised $160, but most of my donations have been mail-in checks and money orders. People don't check.
You guys hear that? He said that on GoFundMe, there's a certain amount at that time, but most of his donations come through checks and money orders, and that would also include cash sent to his what? P.O. box. That's huge. Watch this. So one of the benefits of the internet and then digital stuff being digital is that it's there, and if you're able to download or you get a screenshot, you can have that documented. And I have it documented specifically for Umar Johnson's GoFundMe page. Anyone want to take a guess of how much money Umar Johnson raised on GoFundMe? And he raised it over, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, 2 years and 8 months, even though he said it was only up for a year. Anyone want to take a guess of how much money Umar Johnson raised on GoFundMe alone? Right? Furthermore, there's a video, and I'm going to pull it up, where Umar, he's talking about PayPal. See, this is all of the digital stuff. He's not talking about going to his P.O. box. He's talking about specifically the digital domain. And on the PayPal, he gave a figure of how much he had received before they froze that account. It sounds familiar too, right? Anyone want to take a guess at how much money that was? Watch this. Off the top of my head, the GoFundMe was over 400,000. I think it was 406,000. I think it closed at 416,000, but I don't have a screenshot of that. So I'm gonna give Umar the benefit of the doubt. It was about 406,000. Let's just take that down to 400,000. Okay, just so that it makes the math easier. $400,000 on Umar's GoFundMe. Okay, that's not P.O. box. What did Umar say? He gets more money to the P.O. box. Right? Checks, money orders, cash sent to him. All right. From memory, I believe that the amount that Umar had quoted in terms of the PayPal was 125,000. Just going off the top of my head. If you add the 400,000 to the 125,000, this is all digital. This is not being sent to his P.O. box. That gets Umar up to $525,000. Uh-oh. And we're talking about GoFundMe. It wasn't even a year from memory. It wasn't even a year, but the GoFundMe went for about 2 years and 8 months, something like that. I'll pull it up in just a moment. $525,000, just right there. Okay, well, if Umar received, and we can prove this based upon his own words, and I have screenshots of his GoFundMe, we can prove 125,000 plus 400,000, PayPal and GoFundMe. 525,000. And Umar states there on the Breakfast Club over a decade ago that he raises more money to his P.O. box, which makes sense because that was his main way of collecting money initially. He raised more money through his P.O. box, checks, money orders, and cash sent to him. Okay, well then that would mean that he had raised more than $525,000. because it would have to be more than what he had raised online. You add $525,000 to another $525,000.01, because it has to be more. Where are you at? Over $1 million. Got him. Some people say, oh yeah, but that could mean that did he raise $1 million after 10 years? No. I'm going to show it to you right now. This Breakfast Club interview was from when? 2015. Umar says that he's already at $500,000. Let me show you all the receipts right quick. Watch this. Let's go to the GoFundMe first. There you go. And while you guys look at this, I'm going to go pull up a video. This is in 2 years. I said 2 years and 8 months. 2 years and 10 months. Going just up to 2017. Right? So let's just say up to 2000. 2007 through 2017. And then let me go pull up the PayPal sabotage me, y'all. You guys remember. This is from January 19th, 2015. Remember, this interview is from August 31st of 2015. Even prior to Umar getting on the Breakfast Club earlier that year, the beginning of that year, January 19th of 2015. Listen to what Umar Johnson says.
Oh, we doing okay. PayPal sabotaged us, y'all. Let me tell you how PayPal sabotaged. I called PayPal before I started using PayPal for the school fundraising. And I didn't want to use PayPal, but lazy Negroes kept talking about why I just can't make an online donation. Take your lazy ass to the post office and get a stamp. But anyway, they kept on bugging me, so I said, okay, let me do this PayPal. Now, I called PayPal first. I said, listen, I don't have tax exempt status yet. I won't have it to the end of the year. And I don't want y'all to freeze my account. If y'all want to freeze my account, I don't even want to start with PayPal.
See, and he did get tax exempt status in 2015, but he didn't report to the IRS and it's not retroactive either, too, because all that's considered to be personal income for that year, 2015, 2014, 2015. Also, that the land that he said that he had received as a donation in 2012, that would be personal as well. Okay, that's why Umar, he has these tax liens, massive tax liens that you'll see on his financial reports. Anyway, we're going to get into all that right now. But the point is that at this point, this is the beginning of 2015. Umar did get tax exempt status in 2015, but it's not retroactive. And the thing is that he didn't report to the IRS for 2015, 2016, and 2017. And that's when in 2017, it went into auto revocation. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Okay, I have receipts to show you guys on that. Okay, here we go.
They told me you should be fine. Now check this out. We raised $25,000, PayPal don't say nothing. We raised $50,000, PayPal don't say nothing. We raised $100,000, PayPal don't say nothing. So when I get to $125,000, they freeze my damn account.
Okay, $125,000. You take $125,000, you add it to this right here, and again, this is at the beginning. This right here is at the beginning of 2015. This right here goes from towards the beginning of 2015 through 2017. So we're not even counting all the money that Umar continued to receive on PayPal from January 19th of 2015, when this video came online and him talking about PayPal. But if you add this up, you get to roughly $525,000. And on the Breakfast Club, Umar stated that he raised more money offline than he does online, because it's sent to his P.O. box, which makes sense at that time. I think it flipped at a certain point, especially once he gets into really picking up money through his CashApp, because in my opinion, he's received more money on CashApp than anything else. Okay, so $525,000, we would have to add another at least another $525,001, because he raised more offline, and that gets him to $1.5 million. Okay, this is way back in 2017, which is consistent with what Umar stated, because he stated in 2000 that at the beginning of 2016 that he was going to be at $1 million. And then he said that towards the summer of 2016 he would be at $1 million. I can pull up the receipt and show it to you guys. Right?
Now, when you fund me, we only raised 160, but most of my donations have been mail-in checks and money orders. People don't trust the internet.
GoFundMe.
So, but we raised.
Yeah. So he said he raised 100. Let's just do the math here. 160, and
Million
this was This is August 31st. August 31st of 2015. Let me see if we can do this. So it started in March 3rd of 2015. So April, May, June, July, August. So roughly 5 months. Yeah, let's see what he says here. In 5 months, he had raised.
Great.
But the problem with that, but we raised $500,000 in a year.
That's great.
But the problem, I could do it for both my children. Donate to the fundraiser. You go to GoFundMe.com/Dr. Umar, GoFundMe.com/DRUMAR. Now, when you look on the GoFundMe, we only raised 160, but most of my donations have been.
Yeah, so he raised $160,000 in 5 months on GoFundMe alone. Man, just in 5 months. Let's keep going.
The mail-in checks and money orders. People don't trust the internet.
GoFundMe.
So, but we raised $500,000 in a year.
That's great.
But the problem with that, if we only raising $500,000 a year, and the school costs $2 million.
You got about 4 years.
Thank you. That's
all right. All right. Now he's saying $500,000 in a year, but at this point, it would be a year in May, June, July, August, a year in 4 months. He's saying that he had raised. So let's just say a year and a half. He had raised $500,000.
School ain't gonna be
Somebody
around in
could
4
buy
years.
that, yeah.
So I need a check.
Mm-hmm.
I need a check. I need Jay-Z. I need that check. Puff, I know you listening, Puff.
Oh yeah.
See that? One of the things that Umar said on his most recent interview on the Breakfast Club, he was saying free Diddy. Hit the one. I kid you not. He yelled it.
All my rappers out there.
TV right now.
I need that check.
It's gonna be hard.
And we tax exempt, so they can write it off on their taxes.
All right. You hear what Umar said there? He said that they're tax exempt. So what Umar is saying is that by the time he does this interview, that he has tax exempt status. Okay, but let's see what the receipts show on this. Okay, again, this interview was August 31st of 2015. This right here is Umar Johnson's first EIN number where he obtained nonprofit status. Let me get myself off here. Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, FDMG Academy. The EIN number is 46-570764, and this was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States. It went to the auto revocation list. Organizations whose federal tax exempt status was automatically revoked for not filing Form 990 series return or notice for 3 consecutive years. Important note, just because an organization appears on this list, it does not mean that the organization is currently revoked, as they may have been reinstated. Umar never reinstated this. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. But understand that this right here, look at the revocation date in the red. First of all, the exemption type is 501c4, not 501c3. Follow me on this, y'all, because Umar stated that they have tax exempt status. And what does he say? Watch. Let's go back. Watch this.
Puff, I know you listening, Puff.
Oh yeah.
All my rappers out there.
TV right now.
I need that check.
It's gonna be hard.
And we tax exempt, so they can write it off on their taxes.
Okay, he specifically stated that they could write it off on their taxes, right? But if you look carefully here, this exemption type is 501c4. Okay, watch this. Exemption reinstatement date, there is none because he never reinstated this. You guys can go on this website now and go look this up. It'll be up on there. It's the IRS website. Revocation date was 5/15/2007. Revocation posting date was 8/16/2017. See, so that by 5/15/2007, Umar Johnson, it gets revoked because he didn't file with the IRS for 2015, 2016, or for 2017 for 3 successive years. Now, if he had filed in 2016, that would have given him another 3 years. If he had filed in 2015, that would have given him another 3 years from 2015. Does that make sense? But he never reported to the IRS how much money he received under this nonprofit. It's 501c4 under the EIN 46-5707643. Now watch this, everyone. This is how much of a scammer, because Umar said that they can write it off on their taxes, right? There's the EIN number. I'm gonna let it play, let it get there. There's the exemption type, the revocation date, and he has a 501c4, right? Okay, well, let's take a closer look at 501c4s. Internal Revenue Code section 501c4 provides for the exemption of 2 very different types of organizations with their own distinct qualification requirements. They are social welfare organizations, civic leagues, or organizations not organized for profit. This is what FDMG would fall under, but operated exclusively for the promotion of social welfare, right? And local associations of employees, the membership of which is limited to the employees of a designated persons in a particular municipality, and the net earnings of which are devoted exclusively to charitable, educational, or recreational purposes. This would not apply to what Umar is doing. Okay, there's also homeowner association and volunteer fire companies may be recognized as exempt as social welfare organizations if they meet the requirements for exemption. Organizations that engage in substantial lobbying activity sometimes also are called classified as social welfare organizations. Okay, let's keep going. 501c4. Remember, Umar stated that they could write it off on their taxes if they donate. Now look at here. Donations to section 501c4 organizations. See, Umar, he set up FDMG initially as a 501c4. Contributions to civic leagues or other sections 501c4 organizations generally are not deductible as charitable contributions for federal income tax purposes. Hit the one. That's fraud in and of itself. He gets on that platform. That video probably got 6 million views, something like that. And he's telling people that want to donate, and if you donate, you can write it off on your taxes. But this is under a look. Here it is. Diabolical. A 501c4 contributions to civic leagues or other section 501c4 organizations, in this case FDMG, generally are not deductible as charitable contributions for federal income tax purposes. Now, it does say generally, but let's keep reading. They may be deductible as trade or business expenses. Okay, business to business, but that's not what's taking place here. If ordinary and necessary in the conduct of taxpayers' business, but that's not what's happening here. It's not business to business. However, see, non-deductible lobbying and political expenditures, which doesn't apply. For more information, also, the organization may be required to disclose that contributions are not deductible when it solicits contributions. But that's not what Umar did. He specifically stated on the Breakfast Club over a decade ago, that if you donate, you can write this off on your taxes. What they call it, as a charitable contribution, right? Donations to voluntary file. We already talked about this. All right. Anyway, again, contributions to civic leagues or other section 501c4 organizations generally are not deductible as charitable contributions for federal income tax purposes, and that applies to Umar Johnson's 501c4 charitable organization, which he calls FDMG. This guy's a scammer. All right, I just read that. And then if we go back again, here it is, the auto revocation list. Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, EIN 5707643. Remember that in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States, because if you look at Umar Johnson's current nonprofit, it's a different EIN number. If memory serves me correctly, though, because I haven't looked at that in a long time. I can look it up right now. Because from memory, what I remember what he did was he starts it up again in 2020, I think. Yeah, let me look inside my Black Anonymous would know, but let me look inside of my folder right quick because I want to make sure that I have the fact. I haven't looked at this in a very long time. Let me see. IRS. All right, it's not coming up there. Yeah, it's not coming up there either. You know where it would be, though? It will appear on his tax forms that he actually filed. So let me look that up. Okay, and let's see, 2023. Let's go to 2020. I won't pull it up. I'm just going to look for myself to see what it's listed under. All right, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's a different EIN number. Yeah, 845179390. And then he changed the name to FDMG RBG Leadership Academy. Yeah, so I was right. I just want to verify this. So the original EIN number was 46-5707643. And then the employee identification number on his tax form is for 2020 is 84-5179390. And then he changed the name slightly from Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy to what is this? RBG Leadership Academy. Yeah, FDMG RBG Leadership Academy. Yeah, he's shady. But again, when he was on the Breakfast Club, he specifically said the following. Listen closely.
Mm-hmm. I need a check. I need Jay-Z. I need that check. Puff, I know you're listening, Puff.
Oh, yeah,
all
he's
my
watching you on
rappers out
Revolt
there.
TV right now.
I need that check.
It's going to be hard.
And we tax exempt, so they can write it off on their taxes.
Yeah, he's a liar. He's such a liar. One of the things I want to point out too is that his tax exempt status initially, it's listed under Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but the second one that he set up in 2020, yeah, 2020, it's just not retroactive for 2020 because he still had to pay, the donors have to pay property taxes for 2019 and 2020. It's listed under Wilmington, Delaware. So that's what he did to kind of, and again, none of this particular EIN number, EIN, that he had set up back in the day, he never reported any of the money that he received back then. So it's basically personal income. This guy, he's diabolical with it. He's diabolical. Okay, let's get to, let me do some super chats, but I'm going to get to the next, real quick. This just talks about how the automatic revocation exemption list works. Most tax exempt organizations other than churches and certain church-related organizations are required to file an annual information return or notice with the IRS. Organizations that do not file for 3 consecutive years automatically lose their tax exempt status, and automatic revocation is effective on the original filing due date. So whenever they file the original filing due date, whatever that is, they start there. So it's a year after that, another year after that. And as long as it's within a 3-year period, 3 years, and it's not 3 calendar years, but 3 years, right? And then the date of the 3rd annual return of notice. So once they get that return of notice, if they don't for the 3rd time, and it doesn't mean that it's at the end of a 3rd year, it could be like at the middle of the year, then it goes to automatic revocation. And Umar never resolved this. The IRS publishes a list of organizations whose tax exempt status was automatically revoked because of failure to file required Form 990. He did file a Form 990 for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. The list gives the name of employer identification number, EIN, organization type, last known address of organization provides, IRS, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next interview on the Breakfast Club.
So they can
Okay, I got this. I just played it anyway.
Write it off on their taxes. In my school, because after.
Okay. All right, so we're still into this interview, but let me get caught up on these super chats real quick because I'm kind of behind. Let's see. Miranda sent in a super secret. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. The goal is 500. Yana says he's going to have a baby with Suki Hana. It's ridiculous. That's just Umar clout chasing. It's just him clout chasing. From what I understand, Suki Hana's in a relationship. I don't know, but I saw someone that reported on that, and they were talking about, she's already in a relationship. So why is Umar talking like that? I could be wrong. They could be wrong. So I shouldn't be saying that. But the point is, she ain't worrying about him. Umar just used it as an opportunity to, bring up some drama because he's always involved in drama, right? Thanks, Giannis. Big Man says Umar also has to teach teachers teaching and make bricks, not cocaine bricks, bricks. Yeah. I had that inside of the documentary. This brother did a skit. It was hilarious. And rest in peace, because he passed away. I think it was last year. Someone had told me. So shout out to him. He did a fantastic job with that skit, and it's in the first documentary. That's the thing. That first documentary, I try to put stuff in there to kind of make it more palatable. So there was segments in there that were kind of funny. That was a funny part. But in the next documentary I'm working on, we're just doing straight. It's just straight facts, straight receipts from beginning to end, with very, very, very minimal speculation on my part. Because I think when I get to the financial part and really break that down, there's going to be some speculative things that I'm going to have to say in order to give an educated estimate in terms of how much money Umar Johnson has raised. But shout out to that brother. I remember that. Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah. Thanks, big man. Okay. Jay Civic says Umar Johnson has receipts for everyone but himself. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? He talks about everybody else, but he don't got no receipts, no transparency for anything that he's doing. You would think that he would provide one receipt. Umar's never provided a receipt for anything dealing with FDMG. Not one thing. Not that I can think of. Maybe you guys think of anything. I can't think of one receipt that he's provided. When he acquires those trap bandos, I broke that store. I'm the one who provided the receipt. With the munition, he didn't provide the receipt on that. I broke that store. Someone sent me the receipt, and we went live, and I broke that store. Umar doesn't provide receipts. Same thing with his IRS filings. Pocket Watcher with JT, he covered that fantastically. Umar's never sat down and say, hey, listen, this is what the financials are in terms of for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. This is what I report to the IRS. He ain't done it. It's been other people who've investigated, and I've done it too, and they looked into the financials dealing with FDMG with the IRS filings, and then we provide the receipts, but not Umar. And then he even I think it was from this interview. It was a previous interview. He was talking about how he was so transparent. No, he's never been transparent. He got receipts for everybody else but himself. Thank you for the subject. Mitch Ramon says, whatever happened to the certificate of occupancy he was going to report a long time ago, we ain't heard nothing about it. He said he was going to go live to share the news. He did, but he never did. If that makes sense. He did say that, but he never did. But that's what he does. See, if certificate of occupancy is so important, then, and Umar, I remember he said that on Tuesday he was going to go, file whatever he said, something to that effect. He was going to call the city, whatever, to set it up. Well, where's the report on that? He never provides any receipts. Well, should it have happened by now, or at least him giving an update on it? Yeah, absolutely. But why hasn't he? Because he knows renovations aren't complete, and he knows he's not going to pass inspection for the certificate of occupancy. In fact, listen, I forgot about this. In the Breakfast Club interview, the most recent one, Umar, he's talking about the HVAC. He said that they had someone walk through and some inspector walked through, and they were talking about how something needed to be fixed or whatever so that everything turns on at the same time. And Umar's already setting it up. And he said that was months ago. Well, what? He never mentioned that months ago. But all of a sudden it's a problem. He's already setting it up. But it goes to show you, based on what you're saying here, the question is you're asking that Umar, listen, he'll say that he's going to do something, but again, it's just to extend this a little bit further. Did he put in for the certificate of occupancy? And if he did, why hasn't he reported on that? Because he hasn't. This guy, he lies so much, it's incredible. But he said that he would. He said that on Tuesday, or that following Tuesday, he was going to do this. I don't even know how long ago this was. Okay. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Monaco. Same thing with renovations. We didn't see him go in there and give a full tour of renovations being completed anyway, because he don't show receipts for nothing. He expects everyone to believe his lie. Okay, thanks, Mr. Monaco. How many licks to get to the center of All right, you tripping. I don't know what you talking about. Fighter says, peace, my brother. Keep on with the keeping. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Fighter. I always appreciate the kind words of encouragement. Okay. Thank you so much, Fighter Taylor, for the super chat and also for the kind words. Thanks, Mr. Monaco. Thanks, user 225. What's up, arrogant pupil? Says, we've never had a man at one time. That's what he said. He is smart to dumb people. Hashtag scam opportunity. But that was like a watershed moment because it shows you how crafty Umar is. He's not going to admit that he's raised a million, even though I can prove it conclusively that he has way over $1 million. Okay, it's undisputable, undebatable. I can prove it in the court of law. See, anyone can say anything about anyone, but can you prove it in the court of law? Okay, I can prove in the court of law that Umar Johnson has raised over $1 million. But what he said when Big Loon questioned him on it, he says we've never had $1 million at one time. But that wasn't the question. The question is, have you ever raised $1 million? And see, you can raise $1 million, you can raise $5 million, but that doesn't mean that at any given time you have $1 million. Because maybe you get 500,000 and you spend that, you get another 800,000 and you spend that, and then you get another 600,000 and then you spend that. You're over $1 million, but you never had $1 million at one time. See? Hashtag scammer tuna. Umar is a trip. But we have critical thinking skills here. Okay. We have some measure of intelligence, as it were. We ask the questions that the Breakfast Club will not ask. Because we're sexy with ours. I'm tripping. Thanks, people. Thanks, people. And you know, it's sad because some people, they'll fall for it because they hear what he's saying. They're like, yeah, he ain't raised $1 million. But that's not what the question was. And that's not what the answer pertained to. People, I mean, you got to really listen to this guy. This guy, he sees something else. All right. Thanks, Angry People, for Scoop Chat. Shout out to you. YouTube device says Sukihana sounds like a restaurant. Yeah, no, I thought that's what I thought when people first brought her up years ago. I was like, is that some sort of a restaurant where they chop, you know, and then, you know, they do it in front of you? That's what I thought. I didn't know nothing about no Sukihana. I still don't really, but you know, but people brought her up. I had no idea. Okay, thank you, 225. All right, let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
Fred Douglass, Marcus Garvey, Envy. It's going to be the Anna Douglas and Amy Garvey. We can't leave out the girls. A lot of women come at me, especially the feminists. They say, why are you not talking about the girls? Well, guess what? If I save your son, I'm saving the girls because he's going to be a strong black man who could be a husband to somebody's daughter.
Oh, cut it out. You're not even a husband to nobody. Cut it out. You ain't even in a committed relationship. I don't get that. It wouldn't be looking good, too. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever.
But we're not going to leave out the girls. We're going to open up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy. And every girl who comes to the school must be 100% nappy by nature. There will be no weave, perm, hair color extensions in my school. Why? Because being a principal and being a therapist, the number one weapon being used against brown girls and
okay, Umar was not. See, he's saying it in the present as if he's a principal and a therapist at the same time. Okay, in 2015, Umar he was not employed. What is he talking about? You see how he talk? Listen to what he says here. He's something else.
There will be no weave, perm, hair color extensions in my school. Why? Because being a principal and being a therapist, the number one weapon being used against.
How the fuck? I'm sorry. This guy be getting on my nerves sometimes. How are you a principal and a therapist at the same time, Umar? I'm so sick of this guy. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, being the president of the United States and also at the same time being a fisherman, Can you imagine Umar? Because he'd be lying about everything. Can you imagine Umar at an interview? Yeah, so what's your occupation? Well, first of all, what's your name? My name is Umar Ifatunde, the Prince of Pan Africanism. Okay, so your current employment. What's your current employment? Well, you know, I'm a principal. I'm a psychologist. I'm a school principal. I'm a child therapist. What you gonna do? How you gonna do all that at the same time? I'm opening up a school called FDMG and with fat bandos. On top of that, family. On top of that, family, we're gonna open up a black vegan sports bar, family, a non-alcoholic family. We're gonna be 3 levels. Stop. But this guy, see, and this is in 2015. He's not working in 2015. He's traveling the world in 2015, collecting money for a school that don't exist and crushing cookie. That's another thing. You can't be crushing all them cookies and be working all these jobs at the same time while you traveling. Man, you know when you be crushing them cookies, you ain't trying to do nothing after that. You trying to sleep or lay on the couch or something, watch some Sports Center. You ain't trying to be no school principal and a psychologist and a therapist. At least that's how it goes for me. Maybe it's just me. You know, family, I be putting in that work. You know, I'll put that work in for about that 2 minute 45 seconds, family. I'm trying to go to sleep. All right. All right. But you see how he be talking as if at that time in 2015, he's doing those things. He's not. Anyway, here we go.
We're not going to leave out the girls. We're going to open up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy. And every girl who comes to the school must be 100% nappy by nature. There will be no weave, perm, hair color extensions in my school. Why? Because being a principal and being a therapist, the number one weapon being used against brown girls and black girls is what? The phenotype of beauty. They believe they have to look.
What you talking about? Hold on. Let me go back to the part where he talking about he's a
envy. It's going to be the Anna Douglas and Amy Garvey. We can't leave out the girls. A lot of women come at me, especially the feminists. They say, why are you not talking about the girls? Well, guess what? If I save your son, I'm saving the girls because he's going to be a strong black man who could be a husband to somebody's daughter. But we're not going to leave out the girls. We're going to open up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy. And every girl who comes to the school must be 100% nappy by nature. There will be no weave, perm, hair color extensions in my school. Why? Because being a principal and being a therapist, the number one
what
weapon
else?
being used against brown.
But you see how he says being a principal and being a therapist? What are you talking about? In 2015, you're not working, but the point is you can't do both at the same time while you're traveling the world collecting money for a school that don't exist. Listen, if I go into my 2015 folder, I can show you guys. In fact, in the documentary, I can't remember what year it is, but I look at his schedule. I really should do it for all years, but it's just too time consuming. But I look at his schedule based upon what he posts in terms of his speaking schedule. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to overlay his speaking schedule and I'll color code it on a calendar. So for the first month of that year, January, then February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And then I'm going to color code it for when he's speaking in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm going to color code it when he's speaking outside of the state. And I'm going to color code it when he's speaking outside of the country. And you put all that on there. And then what you'll see is that it is literally, not even virtually, it's literally impossible for Umar, based upon his travel schedule. And I'm not even going to put on their travel time. It is literally impossible for Umar to be traveling the world based upon his schedule and working anywhere, let alone as a school psychologist or as a therapist. It's impossible. There's no way. That's the power of research. And you can track it year by year and you'll see the same thing apply.
Girls and black girls is what? The phenotype of beauty. They believe they have to look European in order to be attractive. They come to me in the 2nd and 3rd grade. Dr. Umar, I'm ugly. You're beautiful. What do you mean you're ugly? Look at my nose. Look at my.
See how he's saying how they come to him? He's not even working in the school system or in the school district. He's not working anywhere in 2015.
Skin color. Look at my hair. They hate theyself. Black women spend more money on cosmetics than all the other women in America put together. So in my school, we're going to change that. We're going to make you love what God made you. You don't have to be a European.
All right. Here's a second interview from July 18, 2016. Now, what's interesting is that Umar doesn't say anything about FDMG during this interview. Right? Let's go to the third interview. It's short, too, because he doesn't really mention a lot about FDMG. This is from June 30th of 2017.
Talk about the upcoming Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm still building that school. And it's a school in South Carolina I just saw the day before yesterday that I might grab.
Okay. I'll help you out with that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
where's it at?
I'm going to tell you off air.
All right.
Stop the cap. You see what he's doing there? Charlemagne got played. Charlemagne, if you ever see this, you probably not because you big time, but you ever see this, understand Umar just played you. Where did he say that? And it's always, I just saw last week, 2 weeks ago, and someone just called me, all you know, out of the blue. It's always something with Umar.
Talk about the upcoming Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm still building that school. And there's a school in South Carolina I just saw the day before yesterday that I might grab.
Okay.
Okay.
With that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
where's it at?
So he says South Carolina. Then Charlemagne says, where is it at? Because if memory serves me correctly, where is Charlemagne from? He's from Charleston, South Carolina. You see what Umar's doing here? And so Charlemagne says, well, where is it at? Because he's from out there. And listen what Umar said.
I'm gonna tell you off air.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you off. No, because you lying. You ain't no. What you talking about? See, he played Charlemagne right there. So the question becomes, why did he do that? Well, this is consistent with what Umar would do. If Umar would go, shout out to the Bronx. Umar go to the Bronx. He has a speaking engagement. He'll tell people in advance, I'm looking for a school in the Bronx. Then when you get there, he tell you, I'm looking for a school in the Bronx. And the reason why he does that is because it maximizes on the probability of people giving him money. Because they're, oh, yeah, he's going to open up a school in the Bronx. Yeah. Right? He go to Chicago. Yeah, in advance, I'm looking for a school in Chicago, family. I'm looking for a school in family. I'm looking for family. I'm looking for a school in Chicago. Come to the lecture. Need y'all to help me find this school, in Chicago. Then the people, hey, he's looking for one here. You know, they come out, they give him money because we got to support. We want to open up in Chicago. Then he go down to Atlanta, do the same thing. He go to Houston, do the same thing. He go to LA, do the same thing. So when he's on the Breakfast Club, that's what he does. You know, I was just looking at a school in South Carolina. Why does he do that? Because he knows that Charlemagne from South Carolina. Charlemagne got played. But that's what Umar, he's been doing that for years. Don't make me pull up the Detroit school scam, because he did that in Detroit. That was one of the most ridiculous videos. They remind me of that time where Polite was acting like he was doing construction shit. This is so stupid. Yeah. Anyway, that's why he did it. What you want me to show, legalist? I'll pull it up for you. You want me to pull up the? I'm telling you guys, when we watched this video years ago, it was one of the most stupidest. Let me see if it comes up. The Detroit school scam. Because see, he was going to be speaking out there. Yeah, I have it here. It's one of these videos right here. Yeah, it's not this one, but this is another example. Let me go pull up the other one. I'll be right back.
Black family, it's the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. We live, Detroit, Michigan. You see the snow on the ground. You know what I mean? But we're doing it for our black boys and ultimately girls. The search for FDMG continues, but we're making progress. Looks like it's going to come down to Atlanta or Detroit. We're going to do some more research, get some more information, and hopefully at that New Year's Day lecture at the Northwest Activity Center, we'll have some good news for the city of Detroit. But we pushing, family.
See that? And he would just stand outside. He's not doing anything. He'll stand outside and act like the school behind him is he's looking into it, but that's because he was in Detroit. Here's another one too. I don't know if this was Detroit, but watch this right here.
I didn't even know the floor could come up in this, but that's a different type of floor though. Wow.
Look at this shit. This is from 2017, January 19, 2000. I don't know where he was at exactly. It's coffee school somewhere, someplace. But the point I want to make is, does this look like he knows what he's doing? Why would you be looking at some shit like this? I wouldn't, listen, real talk, I wouldn't even go in there. I value my life. I'm getting older. So, you know, real talk, I don't know the hour nor the day at my age. I'm thankful every day I wake up. I value my life. You ain't gonna catch me in no shit like this. I don't care. Anybody in the chat room, would you? I don't know. I don't know. Soul Power might be up in there. Jonathan might go in. Swagglito, I know Swagglito. Some of y'all might do it, but I don't know. Okay. Young Money might play some ball in there. I don't know. No, he's not kidding. He's not kidding at all. It does. It looked like a crack den. I kid you not. It looked like one of them crazy, because when I saw the floor, I just thought like a horror movie. Let me go pull this other video. I'm getting blown out. Here you go. Listen, y'all, there's no way. You ain't gonna catch me in no shit like this.
But that's a different type of floor.
I'm not a scary person, but this is just from a safety, health, physical safety standpoint.
Wow.
Look at that. All right, let me go get this other video.
Wow. We keep in here. These must be closets. Locker rooms. Yep.
I ain't never seen a Jim Crow cooking like this.
Wow.
You can hear it in the
Was there any leaks in Higginbotham?
There might be small
ones. Nothing major. Nothing major.
I seen one white spot when we went in.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was telling him, you might need to do a little bit of.
Yeah, it's not coming up, but that's because it's it wasn't in Detroit. It was in, I can't remember, Black Anonymous. No, Black Anonymous, you still here? What was the city where Umar was acting like he was going to buy that? It wasn't even up for sale, but he was going to buy that building and turn it into a school. It was a different city. I'm looking for Detroit, but it wasn't in Detroit. It was in Michigan, though. Let me look under Michigan.
Right.
But I walked through that building with somebody who was inspecting it structurally, and he said the roof was pretty good.
He said it was pretty good.
He said you wouldn't need to do a lot of work on it.
Now let me ask you, that person there who checked it out structurally.
No, it's not coming up.
What is he called? Like, what is his professional type? That is a what? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I got it.
Damn, look at this shit. Y'all ain't gonna catch me up in there. Yeah, that's what it was. Thanks, Southern Cap. Yeah, Southfield, Michigan. Okay, thank you. That's what it was. Okay, I got you. All right, let me see if I can find this. Southfield.
What was this? You think? It don't look like no library. It could have been, but
just the way the windows made me think it was the library.
Okay.
It's still not coming up for some reason. Let me check my notes.
Yeah, this size is beautiful. But this
I wanted to show it to you because of the size.
The size is beautiful, but it's going to require a lot more work. Yeah, the other one is clearly the choice.
Most other schools will look like
Oh, here
this.
it goes.
Okay.
Like I said,
It's from 2019. Okay.
It's definitely the cleanest I've ever seen.
Oh, and how many have you seen? Would you say approximately?
Approximately 10.
Okay, so you still got more to
Still
go.
got, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you come across any more, man, you have my number.
Yeah.
You know, you say this is something he need. Please text me because I'll fly back. There's nothing for me to fly Philly to Detroit. You know what? Let me go upstairs. But go ahead. What were you about to say?
Have you checked out MotorCityMapping.com?
No, sir. What is that?
It's a website that anybody can use. You don't need a subscription or anything.
Uh-huh.
And you type in an address, and it'll show you the building. You can't really see the inside of it, but you can see the general area around it. You can see any outside pictures of the structure.
Okay.
And it'll show you who owns the building.
Okay.
So, and then what I can do with that is send you a list
of
school buildings that we have.
Yes.
And then you can kind of just mess around on the website.
And choose the ones I want to see.
Yes. And
Okay.
You can send me that list, and I might have some pictures of the insides of those buildings. Archive.
Okay.
So then I can email you those.
Okay.
And then you can pick the ones you want to see on the inside there.
Yeah. We ain't gonna go no further.
Yeah, I'm unable to find this video. I have the date, but it's not coming up. I may just download it again, but I should be in here.
Yeah, we can go back down. Because that's Freddy Krueger down there.
See that? See how he mentions Freddy Krueger again? He's scary. Umar is scary.
So we working on them inspectors now. So
see that's the childhood issues because he used to spend all that time sitting inside them theaters watching that shit.
Okay.
And I have Umar saying that his favorite types of he likes to sleep and watch scary movies like horror movies.
That's the one.
Scary ass.
Especially since it being the first one I came to. What's up? Okay.
Yeah, I could not find that video. Let me see if I might have it downloaded. Let me see.
Okay, get inspectors listed. What I want to do is hit them up today.
Yeah.
And see if they can come tomorrow.
That's what I want to see. I'm going to do a whole list.
If I got to do Saturday, I could do Saturday. You know what I mean? Like this is important. This is priority. And it just so happened my schedule got a little room in it. By the grace of God, because you know that ain't normally the case.
No, cut it out.
Whoa, this ain't where we
walking around in bando.
My bad. You see, my bearings is off. Wait a minute, this the gym? Yeah, okay, I guess it was that way.
All right, let me show you all.
Okay, it's back there.
So here's this is the Detroit school scam, and this was the man. This boy, what in the world? Look at this. Why would you even waste time going up there? This is to give the illusion of progress back in 2017 that Umar is looking for. Why would you even go here?
Late in the night, it's past midnight. Darkness creeps into the land. You must get to the exit as quickly as possible. Can you make it? Will you make it? The odds are against you. Zombieland 2026, coming to Xbox X.
Man. Damn, this shit looked like a, what in the world? What are they? Anyway, all right. So here's the Detroit school. We'll do this one quickly. We get back to it. Here we go.
Peace and love, black family. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness. I'm live and direct, Southfield, Michigan, with my big brother Cardinal. I'm outside of the Academy of Southfield. This is the school that I was trying to purchase. This is the school.
Okay, this wasn't even up for sale.
That is black owned that I was trying to purchase. Why am I here today? Because I want Detroit to know that we haven't given up on you yet. Why am I here today? I want Detroit to know that I haven't given up on you yet. Yes, we have a beautiful.
See, he was in Detroit. He was going to be speaking out there. So this is his play. This is what he does. He was doing this for years.
Beautiful school in Wilmington. That is going to be our first school. That is going to be our mother campus. Shout out to the entire black Wilmington, Delaware community. But Detroit, we have to finish our mission. We had a mission to build a school in Detroit. I want Detroit to be campus number 2. Wilmington is campus number 1. I want Detroit to be campus number 2. Wilmington is campus number 1. I want Detroit to be campus number 2.
It makes no sense. Umar hadn't even started with renovations at these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware at this time.
And this is the school, Academy of Southfield, okay? Formerly George Washington Carver School. That's right, the George Washington Carver School. Beautiful school. 2 floors, modern school. It's clean. It don't need no work. Let me say it again, Detroit. This school doesn't need any renovations. It is move-in ready. If we can get possession of this school, we can start school probably this coming fall. We could start school.
That will be fall of 2019.
September of 2020. We could start school next year if we get this.
I'm sorry. No, 2020. 2020. Let me cross-reference this right now because I thought this was 2019. Let me check real quick. I want to be factual here. So this dropped in 2019. Yeah. So yeah, but it was the end of 2019. So yeah, what he said is 2020, the following year. This is another grand opening day. I don't even think I have this inside of the documentary.
So if you live in Michigan, if you live in Detroit, you do real estate, or you know the brothers who own this school, because I've been,
Okay, first of all, it wasn't owned by no brothers. It was some white people. And they had already, it wasn't being sold. They were going to turn this into like a, Black Anonymous reported on all this. They were going to turn it into a, I think it was a senior living type of thing, something like that. So he's lying. All this is lies.
I communicated with him. I met him back in 2017 when I was trying to get this. Or you know the brothers who own this school? Because I've been living in Michigan. If you live in Detroit, you do real estate. Or you know the brothers who own this school? Because I've been, you know, I communicated with him. I met him back in 2017 when I was trying to get this school, when I spent more time in Detroit than any other place on earth trying to get the school. And I was telling them I wanted to put $500,000 down, pay the rest off. They didn't go for it.
$500,000 down. So he said, I guess he said in 2017.
In their defense, there was a white realtor that I had to deal with. I don't know if the white realtor was communicating the truth to them or whatever.
And see, it's always blaming somebody else. Even when he's lying, he blames other people.
But let's go on the walk. Let's go on the walk. I want y'all to see. This is supposed to be the school in Detroit. This is supposed to be the school in Detroit. And then they got extra modulars right there. They got all this extra class space. You got the school on the right-hand side, and then you got the modular units on the left-hand side. You feel me? Behind me is extra.
Okay. And
extra class space. So you got the school over here, okay? And then you got the modular units over here. You could probably do.
Yeah, this reminds me of Polite when because even how he sounds, he shows up here. It's all fantasy land. He don't know shit. And he's just making it right behind me. As you can see, there's a building and
almost 1,000 students. We got land out here, playground.
1,000.
Okay. You see the playground over there?
See this? It's swampland. Cut it out.
The swings, got a nice yard, nice outdoor yard, all the extra modulars. Look at all this outside space, y'all. Beautiful trees. We got a lot of beautiful trees in Delaware too. This is supposed to be FDMG Detroit. Now, when I come to the Charles Wright.
Okay, real quick, let me read something from Black Anonymous blog spot. This property isn't black owned. It is owned by a nonprofit whose board of directors is comprised of white politicians that run Southfield. There is one black woman on the board from what I can tell, but the mayor, who is white, is president of the board of the organization that owns this property, if that's any indication. Lastly, this property has already been purchased, and I doubt that the owners are going to sell to Umar for less than $1 million when it costs $3 million to renovate the property. It's historic and is pretty valuable. It's going to be converted into housing, okay? So basically, Umar is trespassing on someone else's property when just a few days ago, he was whining about this another YouTube doing the same thing. In Southfield, I don't want to read the mayor said there are plans to restore 2 defunct school buildings and convert them into residential units. One is the former McKinley School built in 1929 on George Washington Drive. The other one is Silver. Silver is board president. I don't even read these names. Southern Nonprofit Housing Corporation, which purchased the vacant buildings from a former charter school operator last fall. The plan is to convert it to senior housing as part of a project expected to cost more than $21 million. All right. So Umar is lying about all of this. Yeah, that's what he does. Let's continue.
Wright Museum. When I come to the Charles Wright, when I show up at the Charles Wright Museum on Monday, December 30th, I'm hoping one of my Detroit brothers or sisters bring me some good news about this school. All right? When I come to the Charles Wright Museum next Monday, December 30th, I'm hoping one of my Detroit brothers or sisters bring me some good news about the Academy of Southfield. You feel me? Because this is supposed to be FDMG campus number 2 right here. This is supposed to be the second campus, y'all. This is supposed to be the second campus right here. That's why I'm out here today. This is supposed to be the second campus. You feel me? Beautiful school, right? Beautiful school. This is supposed to be the second campus. That's the front doors right there. Academy of Southfield. Detroit, stand up. Detroit, stand up. They won $1 million, but I would like to give them a lease to own. They won $1 million, but I want to give them a lease to own. I'll give you $500,000. Let's pay off the rest. Let me hit you with $500,000. I already been inside, brother. I don't need to call the realtor. You wasn't listening. I done already been in here. Pay attention. I done already been in this school several times. The point I'm making is they wanted $1 million up front, and I wanted to do a deal. So I'm asking Detroit, if anybody in Detroit got some connections, you feel me? If you know some people who know some people, this school is black owned. This school is owned by black men. Get in touch with the owners of the Academy of Southfield. 18330 Carver. Wait, let me get the right. The address is 18330.
Yeah, this reminds me so much of, we got 1,000 people. Thank you guys, everyone. I know we started earlier, but we're starting to get the crowd coming back in. Thank you guys so much, everyone, for tuning on in. I was trying to find Polite's, because this reminds me of that Polite video where he was on a construction site, and I'm looking for it right now. I have it, but I just have been unable to locate it. I'm gonna keep looking because it's another example of this type of, I don't know, it's trickery, but it's scamming. And that's what Umar's doing here. Polite did the same thing. Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. I had asked that question. Well, it wasn't just me. We had asked that question years ago. You remember that? If he had $500,000, why can't he renovate the vandals in Wilmington? Right. And then remember, he has stated, I mean, he reports to the IRS that he had $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account. Well, that he should have started renovations right away. But then he uses the excuse, you remember this, that he couldn't find the blueprints. And so another year and a half, basically a year and a half, something like that, passes before he actually starts renovations. But according to his IRS filings, he had the money. Furthermore, why would you try to purchase? And again, like in your blog, it's very clear they weren't even up for sale anyway. Why would you even think to try to take money, $500,000 for another project in another state far away from Wilmington, Delaware, when you can take that same money and put it into these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware, and allegedly renovate? He said it will cost $500,000 to do one side of the street, $1 million for both sides. That's what he said initially. See, it doesn't make any sense, but he's lying anyway. All this is just smoke and mirrors with this guy. See, Polite did the same thing in that particular video. I'm gonna keep looking for it. Okay. Thank you, Black Anonymous, and thank you for that super chat too. I saw you told me to check my email. Let me get caught up in these super chats real quick. Lenon going off. Got those feet. Hey, I'm at home, y'all. I don't be liking wearing socks unless I have to. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be free with mine. I'll be free with my feet. All right, thanks, DJ. Lenon, I just hollered at the comment and slipped out. Yeah, I know. I sometimes I lose control, Miranda. I can't help it. Okay. Thank you for super chat. May says Umar only sees schoolgirls as future. Well, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Those the videos of Umar Johnson's school tour, college tours where he had the children. I remember someone was like, well, why are you saying it's children if it's college? Well, that's because those was fucking children. That's why. They were all underage. What are you talking about? People be trying to make excuses with Umar. It's ridiculous. And he was filming, you know how he did when he's done it with other women too. Like I remember he did it when he had the women, I think it was at Frederick Douglass House or historical building or someone else. I can't remember who it was, but he would film women while they're not looking and would focus on their certain body parts, as it were. Well, he would do the same thing with these little girls. I'll leave it right there. And then you guys remember he did that when he was on that flight to the I can't remember what they called them, to the one young lady, the stewardess. He did the same thing. Thanks, May. The fungus from The Last of Us up in there. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of too. That one video where he's walking through and everything looks horrible, in particular when he's in that gym and the floor looks like that. See, that's all water damage. Okay, over years, many years. Okay, who knows how long. So that's what it reminds me. I haven't watched the last season of The Last of Us, but I watched the first. Yeah, I think I watched the first, because I think they're in the third season now. I watched the first 2 seasons, I think it was. Yeah, if memory serves me correctly. I haven't watched the third one too, but yeah, that's what it reminds me of. It reminds you of a zombie apocalypse type of thing. And it's amazing, because why would Umar even think to go and look at something like that? It makes no sense. But for him, it gives the optics that he's actually progressing and he's getting closer to finding a school. And as long as he did, and he did this for many years, as long as he does that, people they were continuing to send him money. And in fact, he did that really. We could start from 2014 when he started allegedly looking for schools. 2014 through 2019, he's doing that consistently. And based upon where he's at, what city he's going to be speaking in, he would find a location, he would find a school, and he would pretend as if it's up for sale. And then it's the optics of it. He did this for many, many years. Thanks, Young Money. Okay, and then I got this. Thank you, Black Anonymous. I got that. I'm gonna keep looking for that polite video too. I have it. I just have not been able to find it. Thanks, Black Anonymous. Prince Antoine says, if Umar was just honest and got grants and donations from dedicated benefactors, this could have been a reality. Well, there's a couple of things here. The thing is that if he got grants, there would have to be transparency. If he got donations from dedicated benefactors, there would also have to be some level of transparency. Not to the same degree if he got grants, but there would be a level of transparency, because they would have to know, they're going to want to know what the money is being used for, when it's being spent, how much he has, and consistently for the duration. But Umar, that's his greatest fear, is that the financials would be exposed. So that he would never do something like that. And he's known that for a long time. And he used the excuse that we're black, right? It's all black. We're blackity black. We're only using black people's money. We're not using grants from the government because we're Pan Africanism. No, that's just a comfortable excuse so that he doesn't have to have a level of transparency. Because once he deals with professionals, or if he's dealing with the state, dealing with money, now there's going to be transparency. He's going to have a dedicated accountant. Umar doesn't want that, because he doesn't want anyone knowing how much money he's raised, how much money he's spent, because then once they find, if anyone ever found that out exactly, he'd be done. He'd be done. Thanks, Prince Antoine. The other thing too is, if he had dedicated benefactors and he got grants, financially it would be more viable. But then we would also have to expect Umar to want to make this a reality. And in my opinion, he never wanted that. It sounds nice. It fed his ego. Now it's somber, because the truth of it all is, and he even realized that it's a failed project. I think he realized it was a failed project back in 2020. But he has this magical thinking and delusional. He thinks that somehow he's going to pull this off, not because he wants to, but because he's Big Papa. It's an ego thing. It's a narcissism. But we would have to assume that Umar, his intention was to open up a school in the first place. I don't believe that was his intention. In my opinion, I've researched this guy. In my opinion, I don't think that was his intention, because if it was, he would have had something started by now, easily. Q-Butter was on yesterday. I donated again to him. He ain't raised nearly the amount of money that Umar has. But he has something, and he's helping the community out there. Okay, and I don't know the brother. I never talked with him. But it's not necessary. I look at what he's actually produced, and he's benefiting black children. Okay, I can support that. Whereas Umar's raised millions of dollars, and not one black child has been educated. See? So again, if he was serious about it, he would have had something started by now, okay, with all the money that he's raised. Okay, thanks, Prince Antoine. Jason said, just gonna say, if Umar is the resolution good. Yeah, but Umar presents himself as such, and we were talking about this yesterday. That's part of his manipulation and his appeal, is that he's always trying to present himself as if he's the solution, he's the resolution, he's the answer, and that black people who are in dire straits, they need him. He's the savior figure. He has this Christ complex too. We've talked about that over the years. But the truth is, no, he's just a bum from Philadelphia, literally. That's it. No car, no home, been homeless since 2019, living off his mama at the age of 51, living off of black people money for a school that does not exist. Don't got no job, don't even care to get no job, doesn't even have a legitimate business. It'd be different if he was running a legitimate business. Okay, I can see that, but he's not even running a legitimate business. Okay? And yet he perceives himself to be the resolution of everything, the solution. He's He called himself the Black Christ. Thanks, Jay Civic. Us Detroiters don't want him here. Yeah, I bet. And especially after that SETI rant, because SETI, that was crazy. That was so crazy. Thanks. Shout out to Detroit too. Rated R4 Robin. And the user 5 says, Umar Johnson says, where my San Diego Africans at? Are you going to stand? No, I'm not. Okay, thank you. User 225. Okay, I think I'm all caught up with the chat room. We're doing good on time. I just want to find that one video. I'm gonna keep looking. Let me finish with this, then we'll get back to the other one. Here we go. We got 1,000 people in the building. If you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button. Our goal is 500 likes. Okay. Here we go.
George Washington Drive, Southfield, Michigan. If you into the realty business, 18330 Carver Drive, Southfield, Michigan. 18330 Carver Drive, Southfield, Michigan. That's the address. Get on your game. 18330 Carver Drive, Southfield, Michigan. Detroit, what we gonna do? Motown, what we gonna do? Let's get it. What we gonna do? Let's get it. Tonight, Pontiac, 7 North Saginaw Street, your emergent space, 7 o'clock. Jackson, Mississippi on Thursday. Sanford, Florida, rest in peace, Trayvon Martin on Friday. Pahokee, Florida on Saturday. And we're going to close it out at the Charles H. Wright Museum right here in Detroit, Michigan, Monday, December 30th, 3 until 7. Dr. Umar gets on the stage at 6. Donate, $ FDMG School, Wilmington. Shout out to Wilmington for accepting me. We're going to build up campus number 1. That is the best school. That is the best school. Okay, campus number 1, Wilmington. And this is going to be campus number 2, Detroit. Campus number 3, Atlanta. Campus number 4, Chicago. Campus number 5, Baltimore. Campus number 6.
Yeah, Domo. But you see, we were talking crazy. Yeah, he said he'd been communicating with him, but he needs people to find him and communicate with him.
Houston, campus number 7, LA, campus number 8, Milwaukee, campus.
The boy, this guy is tripping. He wilding. He just
number 9, Durham, North Carolina, and we just gonna keep on going. You feel me? Donate. FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, or bring a donation check to the events. This is King Kong Consciousness. I'm checking out. Black Power.
All right. Let's get back to the main video. I'm still looking for that polite one, but I'm going to keep looking. Here we go. So this is the 4th interview right here, December 13th of 2019. This is after he purchased the trap bundles that year.
Now, what about the school that I know last time you came here, you were
Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Let's talk about the academy.
FDMG. Well, through the grace of God, earlier this year, February the 7th, 7 days before Frederick Douglass's birthday, we purchased not one school but 2. Wilmington, Delaware, we have a campus 4 buildings strong. It used to be a charter school. They lost their charter. Luckily, we was able to purchase.
It's not 2 schools. It never was, and it's still not two schools. It's not 4 buildings or 5. He says 5 one time. It's actually 3 buildings. Anyway.
So now we're raising money.
Yeah. Umar, he was looking like he looked like a toddler on this the table. He all low to the table. I don't know why. He looked like he go to FDMG, one of the kids with a beard for some reason. He had on that shirt with the Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass patch on it. Look, with the UJ on it. Just ridiculous.
Congratulations. Thank you. To restore the school. And what I like most about it, it's in a predominantly black community. What I also like about it is we have all the square footage that we need. We have 2 buildings. The Frederick Douglass building, that's the high school. Modern gym, modern schools. These are not old schools. These are modern.
Okay, that's 1 building.
Marcus Garvey building is right across the street. They face each other. So because we have 2 school buildings instead of 1, there's a very strong chance that we may start educating our girls in the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy at the
cut it
same
out.
time that we educate our boys, because we have the two schools. But even if we don't start the girls at the same time we start the boys, we will be evolving to the Girls Academy as well. That was always a part of my plan. I just didn't think we would be so blessed as to end up with two.
It's ridiculous, because here we are. This video's from 2019. We're in 2026. He ain't got nothing going, let alone the two schools or whatever he say for the girls too.
Different schools. So everyone listening, make sure you donate. Go to my website, drumarjohnson.com. Go to your Cash App and donate $FDMG School. I repeat, $FDMG School on the Cash App. We need $1 million to restore the whole campus.
I'm glad that happened, because I remember people was giving you so much.
All right, real quick, two things here. Umar states that we need $1 million to restore the whole campus, but he also stated that he needed $300,000 to do one side of the street, which would be the two smaller buildings. Okay, he had $500,000 after purchasing these trap bandos. He had over $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account. Okay, that should have covered that other side. So I'm gonna tell you, there's two things here for that. There's something else, but I'm gonna leave that thing on. There's two things here. Number one, Umar, to this day, does not know how much money he needs in order to completely renovate anything up there. That's number one. Number two, even if Umar Johnson knew how much it costs, and it's in the millions of dollars, he's never going to receive enough money consistently enough to wherein he can apply that money directly to getting renovations completed, because most of the money that he's received, he spent it on himself. He's been living off the money. See, but the primary issue is that Umar doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's never provided an itemized list. Have we ever heard Umar say, hey, listen, these are all the things that need to be renovated specifically? Because it's going to be itemized. Not only is it itemized, but the general contractor will come through and then they'll put together a construction plan. Step by step. You start here and then it gets to this point, and so that you can start here to get to this point, then you can start here to get to this point. And then there's going to be other things that you can run, what's the word? Concurrently or consecutively? Concurrently, right? Yeah, concurrently. There's things you would run consecutively, but then there's going to be things that are going to overlap too. He's never expressed, in all of my years of researching Umar, he's never expressed any level of understanding of that process, let alone that he has a plan. So it doesn't really matter how much money Umar raises at this point, because he doesn't even know how much money he needs. And it doesn't matter to Umar either, because ultimately he needs the money for himself. So whatever renovation work needs to be done, however it needs to be organized, whatever needs to be done concurrently or consecutively, if that makes sense, it's not even something that Umar is worried about, because ultimately it's about getting money so that he can continue to live his lifestyle. No. D. Will said, Lenon, let's say hypothetically a ferry drops. Here we go. You sound like Umar. Lenon, let's say hypothetically a ferry drops down a bag of every dollar Umar needs to open a functional school. Do you think he'll actually open it? No, he wouldn't. See, Umar's what motivates Umar is not opening up a school, because he could have done something by now. I gave the example of Q Butter. We can use the example of King Randall too. We can use the example of Lord Jamar's father-in-law. They have to start somewhere. And they did it. They started with a lot less support, significantly a lot less support than what Umar Johnson has received financial. Okay, Umar's not motivated by opening up a school. He's motivated by money. So it doesn't matter. See, let's say that this RBG ferry drops down and gives Umar enough money to open up both sides of the street. What would Umar do? Well, Umar, historically speaking, what Umar Johnson, based on his history, what he would do is that he would continue to give the illusion of progress. He'll take some of the money and he'll do something big, relatively big. Remember, he got the HVAC unit? That was big back. I mean, now it's like ridiculous. Like, who gives a shit? But back then, that was huge. The optics of it. So he would probably do something that the perception is that it's a major accomplishment, and then he'll pocket most of the other money and just live off of it, and then continue to string people along, because it's always about extending this. Certificate of occupancy, they're not going to give it to me. Then we're going to fight against the city. We're going to have to get a lawyer. We're going to have to sue the city, blah, blah, blah. They try to steal the school from me. They froze my bank accounts. He'll just come up with more shit like that. Meanwhile, he'll live off of the money. And he'll do that indefinitely. Well, let's be real. That's what he's been doing anyway. So that's what I'm saying. The issue for Umar is not about how much money he needs to finish renovations, or how much money he needs to finish renovations and then pay for operating expenses, which is going to be in the millions of dollars each year. That's not what's important to Umar. What's important to Umar is how much money can I get to use for my lifestyle? And then give the illusion to people that I'm making progress on a school scam. That shit's been going on, I don't know how long at this point, D. Will. Okay. I used to know, but I'm getting old now. I'm like, I don't even want to think about it. Okay. But that's what I think would happen. Okay. All right. Thank you, D. Will, for super chat. User 225 says, Umar Johnson says, okay, I got that one. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the main video. And I found, matter of fact, let me do this real quick. We're doing good on time. We're gonna go for another 30 minutes. Let me show y'all one other thing, because the Umar Johnson with him on the campus, I mean, not on the campus, but on the in Detroit, and him going through all of that foolishness reminds me of Polite back in the day. I can't remember what year this was, but check this out. This is another example of these scammer types.
We live. I'll find out right now. I'm gonna put it on me. What's up, family? We up.
Yeah, this dude, he in jail right now. Okay.
Here, we're in Columbus, Ohio. With the king right here. We had our real estate company, our development company, making it happen. So right now we're working on a 26 unit project here in Columbus, Ohio. But the very unique thing about it is we're using cargo bins to build them. And we're gonna explain the science behind that, and you're gonna see what we're talking about. We're talking about cargo bins to build buildings. This is...
Yeah. He ain't got nothing to do with none of this. Nothing. Okay. This is like Umar, when Umar would he'll go to a venue or an event, and he'll find someone who he knows and get them to try to get him an opportunity to get onto the microphone, and he'll get up there, but then he'll talk about it as if he talked like he was the keynote speaker, but he ain't got nothing to do with that event whatsoever. Right. So the same thing when Umar went up to Detroit and he was acting like that school was for sale. Okay, no, none of that was true. But this is what Polite was doing here. He ain't got nothing to do with this project, but he's using this as an opportunity to try to scam people. It's really ridiculous. Watch this.
A pioneering venture. This is something that's not.
In fact, if memory serves me correctly, the people who are in charge of this, they issued a public statement about all of this and called him out for lying and not being a part of that at all. It's crazy.
Being done throughout America. You see these right here? We're using these giant cargo bins to build properties. Look at that. Yes. And what's happening is it's cutting the time. So literally,
he making this shit up on the spot.
We can get the chassis of a property built inside of 5 to 8 days in contract.
The what? The chassis? You mean chassis? What the fuck you talking about?
Property built inside of 5 to 8. Property built, not being done throughout America. You see these right here? We're using these giant cargo bins to build properties. Look at that. Yes. And what's happening is it's cutting the time. So literally, we can get the chassis of a property.
Someone said, yeah, there's storage containers, but I don't know. Let me let it go. So TJ said, then did Umar model his gift after Polite? No, I don't think so, because Umar been at this a lot longer. Well, no, I can't even say that. He's been at it since at least 2005, Umar, with this scamming type of stuff, at least 2005, right? Polite, when he came onto the scene in New York, I have the video too, because back then he was talking more as if he was African. He would wear the African attire and all that stuff. But it just evolved over time. At a certain point, he gets into the Medu Netter and comedic sciences, and then the York, all the York stuff, the Malachi York stuff. And then he sets up his own organization, which was called the New Covenant. So he does that for a while. And then he does more with Sa Netter, and they do debates and all that kind of stuff. Made a whole lot of money with that. And then he moved to California, Southern California. And then that's when a lot of stuff began to change, especially with his wives and then how they would dress. I think it was all a bunch of pimp shit anyway. But it was carefully molded early on to present. And a lot of those people in the Black conscious space, that's what they do. You know, they be trying to present themselves as if they conscious, they wear the dashikis. Umar the same way, but then they be living foul. You got all these baby mamas, they don't take care of their kids. They out here sexually exploiting all these women. They talking all this polygamy pimp shit. But inevitably what happens is they can't hold that together long enough. And the more money they make, it enables them, or the money that they scam people out of, it enables them to indulge in shit. That could be alcohol, it could be drugs, it could be prostitutes, it could be freaky shit. And then you see with his wives, they start dressing more provocative, look like, the women on the video vixens from back in the day, got all their stuff all out and all. But what about the hell that Black conscious shit when y'all was wearing, the dashikis? Well, that was all a ploy. Anyway, I can go on and on and on. So anyway, yeah, no. Umar didn't get the grip from Polite. If anything, it was like they was grifting at the same time. Okay. Yeah, chassis. I think that's what he meant to say. He said chassis. I said, boy, this guy, you don't cut it out. Yeah, this is cargo. They're cargo bins. Yeah, cargo bins. Cargo bins.
Built inside of 5 to 8 days. In contrast to a month and a half to 2 months that it normally takes. The chassis, by chassis, we mean framework. So we get the
chassis. Come on, buddy.
Frame of a house done inside of 5 to 8 days.
He don't know shit about construction, okay?
Because we're using these cargo bins that no one does anything with. No one knows what to do with these after the fish comes into the country, after the purses come into the country.
He said fish.
These bins are huge, and then after they get used, they just stay there. They're not biodegradable, so because they're not biodegradable, they just stay here. And
they're not biodegradable. Okay. What's up, Captain Edward? Yeah, all right. What's up, Master Khalik? Do you know? Oh, chassis. It's a car part. Okay, I thought he meant to say. I don't know. I can't call it. I'll let that go.
Take up space. So what we do, we recycle these bins, and we create properties. And what it's doing, these bins cost us about $1,700 a bin. So we're cutting the cost of building.
He's making this up on the spot.
A property by 70%. So we did a single family household, 2-3 family household. We're saving 70% of the money that it normally costs to develop those type of properties. So right now we're in talks on working and getting the investors to get a factory. However, we're contracted by the state to be able to get this popping. So take a look at this. This is powerful right here. This is real talk. And what we'll be doing is providing jobs. So stay tuned on here so we can let you know where to reach out.
See, this is the scam part.
That's why you go to Young Phenom 45 for now, but we'll create official email for those of you that are neighboring or
he sound like Umar.
Just can travel to Ohio. You need the bread. Jobs are going to be available for you, starting at $15 an hour upward. Jobs will be available to you. Okay, so there's plenty of bread in this.
He making this up on the spot. He don't know nothing about what he
for everyone, especially if you're in the Ohio area and you need to make some money, reach out. And housing. So this is the plan. This is the way we got to do this. Okay? This is the way we got to do this. We're going to put this together and provide an opportunity for you all to make your money. So to build the property, come here real quick, my brother. Let's just talk this real talk. It'll cost like about $6,500 just to build the framework for a property. $6,500 just for the framework for the property.
This guy right here, he actually worked there and basically brought Polite on to the what they call that, to the work site, and Polite trying to spin this as if this is his project and he's part of this and blah blah blah.
After that, it's just water and electric, basically.
That's all it is. HVAC.
$6,500. I hope you listen to what I'm saying. It'll cost $6,500 just to build a property.
Yeah, Polite, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on September 6th of 2023 following a guilty plea to charges involved in SA of a 14-year-old girl. He is not expected to be released until approximately 2030, assuming he serves the full term or a significant portion of it. He is also scheduled to serve 10 years of probation upon release.
As far as the framework is concerned, using these bins. And this is not something we're talking about for the future. You actually see it, but we're going to give you a tour. We're in the newspaper for this. I wish I had the newspaper article. Do you got it in your phone or something? Okay, so we'll go across the street, hopefully, during the stream, so we can show you how the news had picked it up. So now the state of Ohio has contracted us to put in pain. The banks is down, everybody's supporting now. So all we need is that factory, and it's gonna get ugly,
real ugly.
But right now, this is a 26 unit.
We're real ugly. This sound like a WWE. You remember the tag team? Yeah, real ugly, man.
We're working on right now, and yes, the jobs will be provided. The most important part. So my hands are getting cold. We're about to get some work in. We're about to get some lighting done. So let's get it in. Of course, I'm with my beanie baby. Look at my beanie baby. She is definitely a beanie baby.
Boy, cut it out.
Victoria Lamar. She got boots on the ground, getting it in.
Yeah.
Woo, thank you, my hands.
Yeah, she wasn't around that long because he had a lot of women come through part of that harem, but a lot of them, they came through just for a while. Then he had the ones that was around for a longer period of time, but she wasn't around that long.
Yes, this ain't Beverly Hills.
No, I know.
This is not Beverly Hills.
Yeah, he tried to act like he moved to Southern California and was balling. That's not the case. Yeah, he wasn't. Anyway.
It's snowing too, y'all. You see it?
I told you it's gonna be bad.
Oh yeah.
You did. You said yesterday it was good, but today it was gonna be cold.
Oh man, it definitely got colder.
Makes it all worth it.
I'm good.
No, yeah.
Oh,
you need to.
Girl, you need to go home, girl. Cut it out. Let me skip through.
That it doesn't stop, and we're revolutionizing how to erect. We're revolutionizing how to erect.
Let me see. How to revolutionize how to. What are you talking about, P. Diddy? How to erect? What?
These properties, and like I said, it's so cost efficient. This is $1 billion industry waiting to happen.
I didn't tell you they bought the church. The church sold out. They got this property right here. They bought this whole lot over there. They bought. And 9 houses. I'll take you down there on this street right here. I'm gonna take you by where I bought the shovel for. Yeah. 9 houses on this street down here. We doing that. This right here, we doing this one right here is next. They tearing out the church. They got this property over there.
Right, next property right there.
Church is going.
The church is going. We're building another property. So like I said, libraries, everything. But the thing is, no one can deny this because the cost efficiency. These are bins. These are cargo containers. You feel me? These are.
All right, you already said that. Charlamagne got a $200 million iHeart deal. Why won't he fund FDMG? Yeah. That's a good question. Yeah, he got paid. He sure did. Thanks, East B. Yeah, he ain't trying to get none of that money to Umar. He know Umar is gambling. Lenon did Umar. Okay, I got that one earlier. Usually the says Polite saying Chas is like Chas is what's up with the conscious community and their habit of All right, you 225. Thank you for the super chat. Jay Civic says never understood why people's desperation is always on sale to the first bit. Yeah, but that's what the Black conscious space is largely dependent on that. See, there has to be some, or at least a perceived need. I say perceived because a lot of stuff, it's not even a need, it's a perceived need. And even though and a lot of the Black conscious rhetoric it's supposed to be about Black empowerment, a lot of it is actually Black disempowerment. So as long as you keep, people who kind of go along with that, you keep them in a subservient position where they feel powerless, then that's where the desperation kicks in. And then people like Umar, people like Polite, people like Jay Morrison, they swoop in and they take advantage of that. Historically speaking, that's been the case. And it's been mainly, it's been elevated mainly because of the internet. most people who know about Umar would not know about Umar if it wasn't for the internet. Most people who knew about Polite wouldn't have known about Polite if it wasn't for the internet. Jay Morrison is especially. This guy, I think he said he was a 2-time, 3-time felon, whatever it is. He can run his mouth, but he's not particularly intelligent. You listen to him long enough, he sounds like all walls Bates. Like, what are you talking about? And he's unable to survive in the real world, just like Umar is unable to survive in the real world, just like Polite is unable to survive in the real world. So what they do is they prey on people, black people in particular, desperation. And the conscious community is rife with that because a lot of the rhetoric is about black disempowerment, even though they say it's about black power. Well, I think Civic. TJ says, how much did Polite finesse from donors? Well, I don't know. There's no telling about with this guy. There's no telling because it's not just with that he because I can't say that he from what I know, I can't say that he collected donations for like a project or anything like, but what he would do was that he would promise to do book sales and people would pay, but he wouldn't send them the books. He would promise mentorship to people and they would pay and he wouldn't come through. And there was one brother we covered, rest in peace, Crypto Roots. I can't remember how much money he got conned out of, but it was significant. He passed away later, but and rest in peace to him. But we covered those, and it provides an insight into how people like Polite operate. Very extremely manipulative, and they target specific people. Umar is the same way. He's the same way. So Polite, his scam was more about the optics of presenting himself a certain way. He also used to do status correction, stuff like that. He also did credit repair. He scammed people out. Ain't no telling how much money he got out of people. Ain't no telling. Did I get to all the super chats? Can you? Yeah. I'll pull that up. Leonard, can you play the WWE wrestling match? Haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, that always gets me hype. I'll play it to close out. Okay, thanks, D. Will. Yeah, that always gets me hype. Girls, Cakes, and Cookies says their sea cans, cargo containers, etc. They not recycling jack, just buying used ones. That's what it looks like to me. They're used like that everywhere, commonly lying at, look like them weasels from Who Framed Roger. Clearly he's trying to turn this into a scam. He's promising a job. See, one of the things that Umar does the same thing. I would think that Jay Morrison did the same thing too with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. A lot of it is just, it's about getting information from people. In military, there's a particular term that's used for that. Where you're just, it's not that you're going to war, you're simply trying to get information to prepare so that you know what the next step is. Okay, I hope this makes sense to people. So what Polite is doing here is he's trying to present, recon. Thank you, Akira. It's recon. So this is, and Umar does the same thing when he's collecting resumes. It's recon, okay? Reconnaissance. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you guys are the best. I'm telling you, Cook Crush Chat is the best, hands down. It ain't even close. And Edward, you know I should know this shit because I'm in the Star Trek, and you know I apologize, Captain. You know I should know that. So in fact, because I watched it recently in Star Trek, the movie. First Contact, there's a part where the sister who's on Earth, I can't remember her name because we brought her up last week because I always thought she was beautiful. She has the short hair. She's real pretty to me. Anyway, you can tell Captain Picard had a little thing for her. He just didn't go for it, because he didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Anyway, there's a part, and I'm such a nerd. There's a part in there where the Borg are firing down on their little compound, and she's on Earth, and she's down there, and she says it's recon, something like that. So that's I should have remembered. I messed up on that. Anyway, as it were. Anyway, Alfred Woodard. She's Anyway, so what was the point I was going to make? Yeah, so what Polite is doing here, because Umar used to do the same thing when he would collect resumes, it was recon. He's trying to get information on people. He wants to know what type of job you have. He would even tell women to send him pictures so he can see what you look like. You know, if you send him your resume, you may include your phone number. You may even include your address. Okay, you know, personal identifiable information. You're giving out your work history. You're giving out where you currently work. Okay, Umar can use all that to his advantage, including if you have degrees or certifications. See, so what Polite is doing there, this is recon. Yeah, her name was Lily. Yeah, he's doing recon. What he's doing is he's trying to present as if he's in charge of this project and it is lucrative and he needs workers. And then he's saying, listen, I'm gonna have an email set up, whatever, you know, it's a contact. But the idea is he wants to, anyone who calls him or who sends him an email, clearly they're gonna be in a desperate situation, because you're not just gonna randomly go take a job with someone who's on, you know, live streaming or does this video and clearly doesn't even know what he's talking about, unless you're in a desperate situation and you're looking for a job. But see, he can finagle that recon, the reconnaissance, and the information that he's gathered for different things. Okay, he can get their personal information, right? He can try to sell them a product or service. He can say, hey, listen, I'm going to mentor you so that you can rise up in this company and blah, 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 but it's going to cost $1,500 to start. That's what he did with Crypto Roots and got him for tens of thousands of dollars. I think it was close to $100,000 by the time it was said and done. We covered all those videos. Horrible, right? So that's what Polite is doing. Yeah, it is. It's, Ryan, you're right. It's a form of data mining. It is. It really is. And these types of individuals like Polite, like Umar, like Jay Morrison, they have a history of that, because you can't pull off the scam unless you have the recon in order. See, because it's tactical. The recon is part of the warfare. Scamming is warfare. I don't mean to be talking like this, but it's true. And they don't care about black people. They see black people as a resource. And if I got it, whatever I got to do to win the war, to get your money, or in Umar's case, to crush them cookies and get the money, that's what they're going to do. But it's about warfare against your own people, because ultimately it leaves black people in shambles. Rest in peace to Crypto Roots. That was horrible what Polite did to him. All right. Let's watch a little more.
Some giant joints when the fish come into town, when the purses and pocketbooks and everything comes into town, they come in these giant cargo containers. But we now, as master masons, hint, hint, you know what I'm saying?
Now, thanks again, girls, cake and cookies.
Another level. Like I said, a standardized house, you can build that up for like $6,500 on the strength of these containers. And it'll take 5 to 8 days. With a factory in place, it'll take 3 to 5 days. If we really have the highest technology
he's making this
on our end. If we just moving on a mundane level, like now, 8 days. 8 days.
It's flood proof and waterproof.
Waterproof.
These bins get exported over the ocean.
200 miles an hour winds.
And 200 mile
an hour winds.
Mile an hour winds.
Will not rust.
More durable.
Girl, you don't stop.
The conventional approach towards erecting properties. More durable, more cost effective, more efficient, and it be built in real time. And you talking about we can go to Haiti, we can go to Puerto Rico, and we can build properties in real time for relief.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? We talking about relief. We talking about people who are on account to natural disasters and corruption by way of our government, but we don't have to go into that right now.
Is that my phone? What was that?
Should, but we talking about being able to, we talking about the restoration of communities that have been devastated by certain calamities, whereby people are displaced and dislodged on account of losing their homes.
Permanent housing.
Permanent housing from natural.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was 120K. Yeah, sad. So sad.
Disasters and whatnot.
Yes.
Right.
So this
from
is
natural
why,
disasters and whatnot.
Yeah, and who knows Southern Happiness, how much money he's gotten out of people, because that's just from one person. See, Umar, he nickels and dimes thousands, tens of thousands of people around the world. You know, Polite, he was more of targeted with his exploits, but he would get people for 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. In the case of Crypto Roots, 120K.
That's why I gotta holler at my man Puff. That's why I gotta connect with.
Here we go. Ain't that deep? Wasn't Umar talking about Puff on the Breakfast Club too?
With the brother Wyclef and them, because they're supporting and they're contributing to a lot of organizations when it comes to the development process. But let's not forget, companies like Red Cross and them, they've been collecting a lot of monies, you know, for relief for a lot of communities, and they've been misappropriating the funds. They haven't even really been helping the people they say they're gonna help.
Right.
Haitians is one of the people that got sold out of their freaking money.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here it is, we got the real technology and the science. We can do it for at a cheaper rate and be way more effective in real time.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? If we can do this shit in 8 days, imagine how we can just help people in real time.
Yeah, he's just bullshitting here. Just keep running his
So
mouth.
when our brothers and sisters is donating money to causes, they got to donate towards things like this that make more sense. So trust me, when I get back home, we got some serious conversations to go, but spread the word. Share it. Share it with them, matter of fact.
Yeah, keep sharing it,
When you
y'all.
get this Facebook, share it with those stars that you don't know, and share it with brothers and sisters as well that may.
This guy. That's one other part I want to show when he gets onto this machine, this lift, and you can tell right here he don't know what he's doing.
This level did not happen overnight. We talking, this didn't happen over 1 year, over 2 years, over 3 years, over 4 years. It was always a pitfall every step of the way. And the reason why it was a pitfall every step of the way, because like I said, we're not following the conventional approach towards building buildings.
He ain't got nothing to do with this.
So
this
if
guy.
you're sitting there saying this needs this and this needs that, you're talking about the old paradigm. You're talking about the old approach towards architecture. You're talking about the old approach towards erecting buildings. Like I said, you show me anyone that can compete with our ability to build up the framework for a house inside of 8 days. Come on, this is a 26 property complex. Let's get it.
Watch this.
Yeah, you ready?
All right, we on.
Big B. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, you ready?
It sure is the future, y'all. It's not. It's right now.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Got your beanie right now. Yeah. So right now,
Oh shoot.
Jake, you wanna get me, man? Right on.
I should go to the other side because he gonna be there. Okay. Oh crap.
Yeah. So
The
right
future.
now,
The right now.
right now we about to get these lights on up in here.
We're going to the 3rd floor of this.
We're going to the 3rd floor on this. I'm gonna control some of the narrative and shit.
That's right, Christopher. The future is now.
Watch yourself, my brother. Watch this.
Right.
See, he don't even know what he's doing. Yeah, no safety harness. No, the OSHA having to fit right now. No safety harness, nothing. See, he don't even know what he's doing. He's looking back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no PPE, nothing. You see him looking back like, damn, I don't fuck. Oh, yeah, I'm looking like a damn fool. Man. This guy, he was really trying.
Some more.
So you see, hit the gas.
Oh, this is so ridiculous.
This is the gas right here.
Okay.
You're gonna hit this, you're gonna hold this before you make any decisions. You're gonna lift this up. You wanna come closer, guard? So before you do whatever you do, you're gonna put your foot on the
He don't know what he's doing.
gas right here. Boom.
Uh-huh.
Now when you do that, we're gonna lift this mechanism up. Boom.
Uh-huh.
And this is gonna change the wheels. If you look at the wheels over there.
That's right, Devin.
Okay. See the wheels changing? So right now I'm using
Yeah, he shouldn't even be on this.
this handle. I'm pushing the top of this handle to control the wheels. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm lifting it up still. It's like a video game. And I'm gonna pull this back to the ride. Alright. Watch yourself, my brother. You like that? You like that? Now, if I wanted to go up, I'll push this upward. If I want to go up, I'm gonna go like this.
This is so dangerous. He's not certified for any of this stuff. That's crazy. All right. Yeah. All right. Anyway, this goes on, but he had nothing to do with this whatsoever. It just reminds me of Umar when he was up in Detroit, making up stuff. All right, let's get back to the main video and we'll close this out. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. I appreciate it. Here we go.
It was like Dr. Umar collected all this money. The school never manifested, so I'm glad that you.
Well, the interesting thing about that is $750,000, and y'all know this, is not a lot of money for a commercial property. $750,000 to purchase a school. For a school.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. Some of the lowest prices we saw.
Yeah, we reached our goal for likes, 527. Thanks to everyone who hit that like button. If you enjoyed the show as we wind down, if you can hit that like button, I'd appreciate it. Also, the poll question, let me close that out. We had 1,464 votes. Does the Breakfast Club know that Umar Johnson is a scammer? 91% said yes. 9% said no. All right. Let me close that out. Thanks everyone who voted on that. And let's see, another super chat. Jason says, hello from South Korea. A shout out to South Korea. Another Breakfast Club appearance, another promise. Dr. Umar keeps selling the vision, but King Randall actually opened a school. One talks about helping Black boys, the other proved it. Yeah. And what's remarkable is, at least to me, because I'm older, is that when King Randall started, he was in his early 20s, if memory serves me correct. I don't know how old he is now. Umar, he's 51 and he hasn't started anything, but he's been raising money since at least, he's been collecting donations based upon his own word since at least 2012, even though he says he only started in 2014. I can prove it that he stated that he was collecting land. He was collecting donations in the form of land in 2012. That's a long time. We're in 2026. So how is it that there's this young brother who doesn't have 6 degrees, right? Who's not the most requested scholar, who wasn't a school principal or a school vice principal or a school psychologist or a child therapist? How was this brother able at his age to do something like this? And Umar at 51 hasn't even gotten started. So let's be clear about something. Umar hasn't started. The promise was to open up a school. He hasn't started because he hasn't opened up a school. In order to open up a school, you have to have faculty and staff, you have to have students enrolled, and there needs to be teaching going on. He hasn't even started that yet. And yet King Randall has done it and has been doing it for years. I don't know how long at this point, but it's been a significant amount of time. And yet Umar Johnson hasn't been able to get anything started, and he's 51 years old. And then furthermore, as you know, Jason, I don't know if you do know, but most people in here know, Umar scammed King Randall, I think it was out of $3,200, something to that effect. Because that's very telling. He's taken money out of King Randall's hand that would have gone towards King Randall's school, which goes towards these boys. That's diabolical. See, Umar, he can come up with all the excuses, including all the excuses that he had on the Breakfast Club this time around, because he had a whole bunch of them. He was running down a whole list. I wish they had posted that, because we would have covered it. But all the excuse making that he never holds himself accountable, we don't see that with people who actually get work done, like King Randall. And then he scams that brother. That's crazy. Thank you, Jason. And furthermore, one last point. It can be done, but it has to be the right person to get it done. And that's why Umar is such a big problem, because he's betrayed a lot of people and he's betrayed a lot of trust. And that trust could have gone towards someone who's more worthy of that. And that could have come into the form of financial support for a project, for a school, whatever the case may be. All right. Thanks, Jason. Okay, let's wind this down. Here we go.
It's like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, the low end, you understand. But I just stayed after them and said, listen, y'all not doing nothing with the school. Work with me with what we got. You understand? And that's how we was finally blessed to get it, because we couldn't even afford that one as well. So we was blessed, but we own it outright. It is ours. So what I want to do is focus on the Garvey school, the small school, get that one up and ready, and then we're going to begin the education. And what are we teaching? Economic science. But I would say to everyone, support the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. God willing, we hope to be operational, if not by this summer, definitely by next. Go to
this summer. That what he's saying, because this is end of 2019, he's talking about in 2020.
DrUmarJohnson.com
and 2021.
Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Dr. Umar Johnson, and we're going to change the course of history with this school.
All right, here's the 5th interview. from
No,
June
last time you were
26th
up here, we were
of
talking
2021.
about your school and the school that you opened. What's going on with
FDMG Academy.
The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. It's a bittersweet report, brothers, because let me make it real simple so y'all can understand this.
Here he go. Excuse making. Watch.
We have two schools, right? They look across the street at one another. The Marcus Garvey building is the...
Oh, Michael Blackson opened up a school in Ghana within the last few years. I did not know that. Yeah, he's a comedian. Yeah, there's quite a few people who've opened up schools. Michael Blackson School. Yeah, he has an academy. It just popped up. It's called it's part of the Michael Blackson Foundation. He has an official website, .org. Umar doesn't have that. The closest thing that Umar Johnson had to a functional website was called umarjohnsonschool.com. Okay, and then again, there's all types of, there's pictures that show what's being done. It looks like there's a mission statement on here. There's an about us, our mission, our team, interviews for a cause, trips to Africa. You can donate. There's contact information. Umar's never had anything like this, never. Okay, he also has a donation thing on here too, $10, $50, $100, or a custom amount, and then a monthly. Yeah, it's a professional looking website. Umar's never had a professional looking website for FDMG. It never existed. He has some bootleg shit though. Thank you, rated R4. There's quite a few people though that has schools. LeBron James is another person. We can put together a whole list. Thank you, rated R4 Robin for super chat, and thanks Jason as well. And user 225. Let's go.
Elementary school in the Frederick Douglass building is much larger. It's the high school. Now, we're focusing on the Garvey building right now, right? If you were to say, how soon can that building be ready? It can be ready in 3 weeks. We only have 3 weeks worth of repairs, 3 weeks worth of HVAC, 3 weeks worth of electric.
Yeah, think about this. This video is from April of 2021. If there was only 3 weeks of work and repair that needed to be done, why doesn't Umar finish renovations until allegedly January of 2026? Hit the one. You see how ridiculous this is? Hit the one. He said it's 3 weeks worth of work, right? Okay, well, then why does it take Umar? I mean, at this point, we're about to be into April. So real talk. Well, I want to be fair. 4 years and 11 months later, and renovations still aren't complete. Talking about the date, if we looked at today, they're not complete. This guy, he lies. It's egregious.
3 weeks worth of plumbing. So if, hypothetically speaking, if a black tradesman, a black HVACer said, I'm going to come volunteer, I'm going to fix the system, you have to pay for all of the materials. But
but there was one that came forward. You guys remember that? It's in the first documentary. And that brother was, I can tell he was so disappointed. I can tell. Just horrible. And he was going to get together a team to do all the HVAC and to do the plumbing, if memory serves me correctly. And the company was going to write it off on taxes, and the company would give their employees a certain amount of hours or days per year to do charity work. And then they would write it off on their taxes. It's cool as business, yeah, write off on your taxes. But this brother was going to make that happen and get together a team. And then when it came time for them, because he was in communicating with Umar, but when it came time for them to put together a time to actually come out there to get started, Umar stops responding.
Donate my time. If an electrician, if a plumber said, we're going to donate our time to fix the system, but you have to pay for all the material, the school would be up and running in 3 weeks. That's all we have. The problem is, Charlemagne and Envy, is I haven't come across black folks who are willing to donate their time. That's one. So we have to raise enough money to
blame it on black people.
Pay market rate for those repairs. So the HVAC, the bills that I'm getting are ranging from $250 on up. The plumbing, the bills I'm getting are ranging from like $150 on up. You see, so we have to raise about $300,000.
Look at how he just throws figures out there.
Just to handle that, where if we had some black folk who was willing to donate their time, the school would be up and running in 3 weeks.
I wonder if they change their perspective of how they look at this, right? Like you bought the building, but I would look at it like a startup.
Outright, we own it, no mortgage.
Yeah, I would look at it like it's a startup. And this is what you're doing.
They're in good shape.
Yeah.
The schools are in there.
No, they're not. If we have more time, I will show you receipts on that. Stop.
Modern and not old. This was a charter school that was renovated at the tune of $13 million back in 2010. This is 2021. The school is only 10, 11 years old. They are modern. They're in good.
Yeah, but if they were renovated for that amount, why did they sell them to you for $400,000? Okay, do the math, Umar.
Good shape. The only thing we have to do is the plumbing, the electric, and the HVAC. We don't have to do no new construction. It's only repair. And that's why it's so frustrating for me, because it's only 3 weeks worth of repairs, not a month, not a year, 3 weeks worth of repairs and the school could be up and running. So if I were Mexican, the school be done. If I were Chinese, the school be done. If I was East Indian.
See, this is a way of disparaging black people, including the black people who donated to Umar.
If I was Arab.
It's actually racist for him to be saying stuff like this, but racist against black people because black people ain't shit, right?
If I was European Jew, if I was Italian, the school be done. It's only because it's us that we don't take something like this as serious.
So it's like raising money in another round for a startup company.
Raising the money in another round for a startup company.
Well, tell them what to send donations. That's
not what it is.
The donation should go to cash.me/FDMG school. So if you're on the cash,
Charlemagne, man, hey, boy,
Cash App is $FDMG school. If you're PayPal, it's paypal.me/FDMG Academy.
Okay.
So Cash App is FDMG school. PayPal is FDMG Academy. They can also mail check a money order, and that information is on my website at drumarjohnson.com. They can also join the Loyal Donors Club. So that's an automatic contribution every month, $50 a month.
See, this is Umar trying to get. He has to get that in there because he's trying to get money out of people.
Bronze, $100 a month. Silver, $250 is gold. $500 is platinum, and $1,000 a month is diamond.
And what's the benefit of any of that? Nothing.
Gotcha.
Why do you think that, you said if you were Mexican or if you were Asian, why do you think that black people don't want to support or is not supporting, or do you?
No, that's not it. They've been supportive.
You feel that, you're not getting the support that you should be getting.
Now, here's the point, and that's a great question, Envy. It's not that black people don't support other black people. We are not used to being responsible for building our own institutions. The school will be renovated by the end of the summer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, end of the summer. That would be the end of the summer in 2021. He's told people that the renovations were done in 2023. He also is now saying in 2026.
The whole May, June, July, and August. Early September, we want to have our first annual Unapologetically African Family First Conference and Festival right there in Wilmington, Delaware, 30 minutes from the Philadelphia airport. So we want all the brothers and sisters to please donate. Okay, so we can get the school ready and so everybody can come down, walk through, and see the type of gift in the jewel that God has blessed us with.
Give them the information to donate again.
Cash.me/FDMG school. I repeat, cash.me/FDMG school. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Mail your check or money order payable to FDMG Academy. It is tax exempt donation. You can claim it. P.O. Box 9634.
Okay, to be clear, this time around, yes, it was tax exempt, and you could write it off, but that's because he didn't have a 501c4. The second time, he set up a 501c3. Okay, that makes sense to people because we talked about this earlier. Hit the one.
Wilmington, Delaware, 9634 Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. If you want to work at the school, send me your resume, fdmgresumes@gmail.com. If you want to work at the school, your hair must be natural, and you cannot have the snow bunny crisis.
All right, here's the 6th interview, December 9th of 2022.
Congrats on the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I've been paying attention. I see that you got the building.
Yes, sir.
You've been doing renovations on the building. I saw you put the HVAC in, all kind of other stuff.
We're just about done. Electric is awaiting a permit. HVAC is awaiting controls. They're actually at the school right now. Plumbing is just about done. They got one more piece. Fire alarm is done.
What does that mean? One more piece?
They got to check one more piece to that. The monitoring system is done. I'm hoping by the end of the calendar year we can get our inspection and have a grand opening in February, hopefully.
And you waiting on
February of 2020? No, February. I guess he means February of 2024. Yeah, because this was December 9th of 2022, And he's talking about the certificate of occupancy back in 2022. See this? We're in 2026 now.
Well, your accreditation comes from the state.
Gotcha.
So it's the state that gives you the license to operate.
See, here again, I mentioned this, the most recent interview, I think Charlemagne misspoke because he brings up accreditation again, but he had already asked us back in 2022. I think what he meant was a certificate of occupancy for 2026. Okay.
If you want accreditation beyond that, you can seek out professional accreditation bureaus, but that's not legally required.
Man, why don't you talk about that more, Dr. Umar, especially being that they tried to clown you for so long about, not having the school.
I don't mind that because if you know
he doesn't have a school, there are abandoned buildings,
that your mission is genuine, it's no need to respond to the negativity because at some day, the fruit of your works will manifest.
Ooh.
You follow?
Yeah,
so
speak for
my
themselves,
thing
yeah.
is, why argue when you know one day they're going to see the school?
Now, talking about the process, because it was a long process.
It was a very long process.
Trials and tribulations
Yes, sir.
and hurdles. So
yes, sir.
Talk about that a little bit and what you had to get through and also getting funding.
Yes, sir. We took our first donation in St. Louis 2014.
No. They already showed it to start this live stream. That's why I showed it. He was collecting donations in the form of land in 2012. He received land in, according to him, land in Philadelphia. He received a donation of land in San Bernardino, California. And then later he states that he received acres, I can't remember how many acres, in Ghana.
We heard about the St. Paul's College, which was an HBCU closed in Virginia. They wanted $2 million, so we tried to raise it as quickly as we can. That was a bit ambitious. We didn't succeed. It was sold to an Asian company, unfortunately. An HBCU sold to another race, I think is a great disappointment for us as a people. So then we just started looking for a day school. So I went to Chicago, Detroit, Florida, Ohio, all over the country. I was just flying, looking for a school.
Yeah, I remember he was on this interview, and I think it was in Florida somewhere. And someone called in and said, yeah, I was wondering about the school that you were going to build in Florida. Because that's what you go to Florida and do the same thing. I'm looking for a school in Florida. Okay,
school. And then in 2017, I was on LoopNet, which was my main source of new property. And I saw this campus in Wilmington, Delaware that I had heard about, but never had a chance to see. So I'm on my way to Nat Turner celebration, August 21st, 2017, the Great North American Eclipse. I stopped, I saw the campus, I said, this looks pretty nice. When I got back from Nat Turner, I had to go to Cuba first to get my Ifa initiation. I practiced Yoruba spirituality. Came back from Cuba, and I got a chance to go into the school, and I saw it. I said, we want this school, but they wanted $2 million. We couldn't
Yeah, I have the video of him touring the abandoned buildings in 2017.
afford that. We only had $500,000. So I came back from Cuba, and I got a chance to go into the school, and I saw it. I said, we want this school, but they wanted $2 million. We couldn't afford that. We only had $500,000. So
in 2017, he's saying that he only had $500,000. You said you had $500,000 the first time you was on the Breakfast Club back in 2015. Hit the one. So from 2015 to 2017, you don't raise no more money? Did anyone catch that? Thank you, Deshaun. What's up, Sharif? You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to, but come on, y'all. I mean, come on. He said that he had raised $500,000. You know what's crazy? This video is from 2022. The GoFundMe 2015, 16. Yeah, the GoFundMe shut down by then. Just the GoFundMe alone was $400,000. The PayPal, as he says, that was $125,000. And that he only had that up for what? I can't remember how many months it was at that point. Probably about 5 or 6 months. But if we just take that, we're not talking about all the other PayPal he got after that. But just that alone, that's over $500,000. How do you get that? Was $525,000, right? We did the math on that. We're not talking about checks and money orders. How does he say in 2017 all he had was $500,000 when he had already stated on the Breakfast Club back in 2015 that he had raised $1 million in about a year and 8 months? Excuse me, I'm sorry, that he had already raised $500,000 in a year in about 8 months, something like that. There you go. I got to hear that one more time. Yeah, he said 700,000 on the Roland Martin show in 2020. Damn, in 2020 he said 850,000. I can pull up the receipt on that. But again, Umar specifically talking about when he went to go do a tour of these abandoned buildings. That was in 2017. Let's go see, when was the Roland Martin? Because the Roland Martin, I think that was after that. See, I'm always trying to be fair. Roland Martin interview with Umar Johnson. We're almost done. Yeah, this got a gang of views. This was in 2017, July of 2017. You right, Edward? Wow. July of 2017. Let me cross-reference. Let me see. When did Umar go visit these it was in 2017, but it could have been before. It still doesn't make any it wouldn't make any difference though. If he's saying he only, maybe I heard this wrong. Let me play this back. I'm taking back everything I said right now because I had to have heard this wrong.
Nice. When I got back from that, Turner, I had to go to Cuba first to get my Ifa initiation. I practiced Yoruba spirituality. Came back from Cuba, and I got a chance to go into the school, and I saw it. I said, we want this school, but they wanted $2 million. We couldn't afford that. We only had $500,000. So I negotiated with them from.
He said $500,000 in 2017. He says $500,000 in 2017. That's what he had. But on the Breakfast Club in 2015, he said he had $500,000. On the Roland Martin show, let's see. Man, this is crazy. Yeah, okay. Let me stick with the Roland Martin show because I found the other video. Hold on one second. That was 2017, right?
What people think about me personally, should have clarified that family. So no. That's still a contradiction. Certainly, we have reason. I would concur with that. Come through the loin at Grandmom Ida, who's something I've never claimed. That question, and I told you, I don't care how much work you were born. When we did it, still looking for a school and of a black school that was shut down. Yes, sir. St. Paul's College.
And you were raising money for. First of all, how much money has been raised, and what's the status of that project?
Well, St. Paul's has been sold. Approximately 3 to 5 months ago, I was told by the auction company in charge of the sale that it was been sold to a developer.
It was been sold.
So how much money was raised? What the people gave? All people gave. How much was raised, and what's the status of that?
$700,000, and the status.
700,000. He's saying 700,000. He's saying 700,000, and this interview is from July 10th of 2017. Right? On the Breakfast Club in 2015, he said that he had raised 500,000. What he's saying here is that he had 500,000 when he went to inspect these abandoned buildings. Well, that was in September 7th of 2015. 2017. Yeah, you're right, Edward. See, I always try to be fair because I want to give Umar the benefit of the doubt, but you're absolutely right about this. So if we look at this from the timeline perspective, Umar states that he had $500,000 in 2015. In 2016, he said that he was at $1 million. In 2017, on the Roland Martin show, he says that he's down to 700,000. And then what is this? I got this right? 500. No, wait a minute. 97. Umar went to go inspect the building. No, it was after. Yeah, this was okay. So Roland Martin show, July 10th of 2017, he's at $700,000. Really, he's down to 7. He was at $1 million in 2016. And then 2 months later, roughly 2 months later, he's down to 500,000 when he goes to do a tour of these bandos. Yeah, you're right. You got that. Yeah. See, I want to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. That's why I want to. So let me do this. Let me pull up the video of Umar when he went to go check out these bandos in 2017. Yeah, that was a good catch right there. Here it is right here. Wait, 979. Here it is right here.
All right. Yeah. Staff lounge.
Which could be a classroom.
Yeah, kind of tight though. What about here? Oh.
And I think here there was just the 2 classes.
Now there was one down in that corner though, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay, we're gonna go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this. You know what else is interesting is that in 2020, Umar stated that he had $850,000. I can play that receipt too. On the Mike Nice show, let me go see. Mike Nice. Yeah, it's not coming up under that. I can look up because I think he said 700,000. Memory serves me correctly. Let's see if it populates. Yeah, I have it in the first documentary, but it's not populating here. Let me search for it right quick. Under Mike, I think it's Nice, right? Mike Nice. Yeah, that's in 2017 as well. So that is October 12th of 2017. So let's see what exactly Umar Johnson stated. I thought he said 750. Yeah, this is something I need to do anyway, because I have all this in my notes, but I need to compile all of the financials, and then what I'm going to do is put it on a timeline, and then also put it charted, because what we'll see, because again, he said in 2016 that he was at $1 million, and then in 2017 on the Roland Martin show he's at 700,000, and then on the Breakfast Club retrospectively he says that in 2017 he was at 500,000 after he was at 700,000, okay, in the timeline. And then in 2020, he says 850,000. But let's look at what he says on the Mike Nice show.
The journey and on extended family over again. However, based on what? But that.
And for my viewers out there, sorry to cut you off. And your school was going to be kind of like a border school.
I'm sorry, the volume is really low. I have another version, but I would have to find it.
Yeah, for the young black.
Yes, sir. So now what we're doing with the money we've raised, which is approximately $700,000.
700,000. All right. This is interesting because what Umar is saying is retroactively on the Breakfast Club, he's saying that in September 7th of 2017 that he was at 500,000. But then here, a month later, he's at 700,000. And then in 2020, from 2017 to the end of 2017 to 2020, he goes up to 850,000. So he only raised $150,000 in 3 years. Well, not even 3, 2 years and 2 months. But if we go all the way back, 2015 on the Breakfast Club, Umar Johnson said that he's at $500,000. And then in 2016, he states that he's at $1 million. He said at the beginning of 2016, he would be at $1 million. Then he also said at the summer of 2016, he would be at $1 million. Also in 2008, well, that's a whole nother one. And then July 10th of 2017 on the Roland Martin show, he goes down to $700,000. And then retrospectively, he states on the Breakfast Club that when he went to go visit these trap bandos, that all he had was $500,000. Well, that's 2 months after he was on the Roland Martin show. So 200,000 just comes up missing all of a sudden. And then the following month on the Mike Nice show, he's back up to $700,000. Wow. And there's more too, because I have an outline in my notes in terms of the financials. Because it fluctuates year to year, and you would think that it would continue to get higher and higher, but there's times where it goes back down. Yep. Yeah, very interesting. All right, shout out to Captain Edward for catching that. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Until February of 19, and they finally
I have to hear him say
I
this
said,
one
we
more
want
time.
this school, but they wanted $2 million. We couldn't afford that. We only had $500,000.
Man, that's crazy. $500,000 in 2017, but in 2015, he was on the Breakfast Club and said that he was at $500,000. Okay.
So I negotiated with them from August of 17 until February of 19, and they finally decided to sell us the building for the money that we had.
Wow.
Now, notice he says for the money that we had, the purchase price was $400,000. Did y'all catch that? So all you had left was 400,000 in 2019, even though you said you was at $1 million in 2016. See that? You see what he said there? And you let Umar tell it it was around $750,000. No, it's not. It was around $400,000. That's what the online records show. My research proved that. But if you look at Umar Johnson's IRS filings for the year 2021, it'll list there. I think it was section 10, something like that. And it shows you the value of those bandos. And it was around $400,000, a little over $400,000. So for what we had, all you had was around $400,000 left. Even though you said in 2015 you had 500,000. In 2016 you said you had $1 million. On the Roland Martin show in 2017 you said you had 700,000. When you toured these trap bandos, you allegedly only had 500,000. But then when you on the Mike Nice show, you said you had 700,000. And then in 2020 you had raised $850,000. If that's all you had, if $400,000 was all you had in 2019. That means that you go back to zero. Then that means that from 2019 to 2020, you raised $850,000. Because I have the receipt where he says that's how much he had in 2020. See that? Umar needs a taste of his own. Listen, I don't know what it is. I need Jesus. That's all you can say. When you get to that level, that's all you can say. Thanks, Mr. If he was the most requested scholar, he wouldn't have nor want to get on the shows on a show as unacademic as the Breakfast Club. Listen, I don't want to disparage the Breakfast Club, but you do have a point. But the thing is that he's not an academic. Umar's not an academic. Okay, he spent 20 years in the world of academia, on and off, but he spent 20 years. But academics, they tend to be around other academics, if that makes sense to people, and they're peer reviewed, and they research together, they cross reference it. Umar, he it's just him. But I do see your point. Okay. Yeah, Umar's not even a scholar, real talk. Okay, you guys go look up a definition of a scholar. I'm talking about in a traditional sense is someone who has peers who are also scholars, and they cross-reference, they check, they do peer reviews and all that kind of stuff. Umar, he's not affiliated with anyone. It's just him. Thanks, TJ. I see your point, though. User 225 says if Umar Johnson were Chinese, User 225 in his CC Cook Chat Ninja Squad would have disappeared. Let's not do that. We're not going to do that. Okay. We must embrace nonviolence. Okay. All right. That's what I always say. Thank you, User 225. Girls, Cake, and Cookie says if Umar couldn't talk, he'd lie. I have a character. Let me stop. I have a character that, but the thing is, yeah, if he was mute, he would be lying in sign language for sure. I ain't never heard nothing like that. Thanks, Girls, Cake, and Cookies. Okay, and I bet you, I would think that people who do sign language be lying. I guess yeah. Okay, Contabet, some of them at least. Okay, Contabet says they sold Umi the FDMG land. Bandos are worthless. Well, it could be argued that both are worthless at this point. But yeah, the buildings themselves, they were in a dilapidated state when he acquired them. And I have videos of, because I was looking at it today, videos of these abandoned buildings on the exterior in particular. If you guys go and look back in 2019 and then compare it to now, they look worse now than they did back then. So the structures themselves, again, in essence, there's no upkeep since Umar's acquired them for 7 years, but they were vacant for, I think, for about 3 years. So altogether, they've been vacant for 10 years. That's a long time to sit without any upkeep, a standard maintenance. I'm just talking specifically on the exterior. I'm not even talking about the interior, but just specifically on the exterior. Those buildings are trash. See, I think Umar kind of knows that. I think he's known that for a long time, but I also think that it doesn't register in Umar's mind because he's used to that. It's a standard of life that he's accepted and he has for a long time, and he doesn't think any other way about it, even though he should have a higher standard, because if you're going to be educating children, the children, they deserve, and they're going to be paying $500 a month. Those children, they should be provided with a standard of lifestyle while they're being educated, wherein everything is up to par, including the buildings themselves. They should look a certain way. Okay, they structurally they should be a certain way, but that's not what we see with these trap battles in Wilmington, Delaware. They're worthless. No. Again, that's why they sold it to him for $400,000. Umar always bragging about how I think he said they put $13 million and renovated 10 years ago. That was, I can't remember what year that was. So going all the way back, I can put up my timeline when they renovated. I talked about it in the documentary. But if they renovated for $13 million, why would they sell them at $400,000 unless the bandos are worthless? All right. Thanks, Contabet. Jason says TBC played a role in this, the Breakfast Club. They keep bringing Dr. Umar back, but the follow-up is still too light. If someone gets the mic 6 times, it's fair to ask about, I totally agree with this, to ask about timelines, permits, board structure, and funding. Absolutely. So it'd be one thing if they had him on once or twice, but if you have this guy on, and I think he's on there 6 or 7 times. Okay, and really what should happen is over time, the questions should kind of flow based upon what the questions were asked before, whatever the questions were asked. So in other words, they shouldn't be asking about accreditation again in 2026 because that was already asked. They should be at this point, they should be asked, okay, well, you talk about the certificate of occupancy, but even beyond that, if let's say you do get the certificate of occupancy, how are you going to pay for operation costs? That's what they should be asking. Do you have insurance on these buildings right now? How many children do you have currently who are enrolled or who want to be enrolled? They're on a waiting list or something like that. Those are the types of questions that should be asked at this point, but there's no follow through in any of this. Again, they placate to Umar. They keep having him on over and over again. The good thing, though, from the vantage point of people being scammed is not many people are going to see his full interview because it's on Netflix. Okay. If it was strictly on the Breakfast Club, you can expect 1 million, 2 million, 3 million views. Back in the day, he would get 6 or 7, but at this point, because you look at the comment section on the Breakfast Club, look, I ain't never seen nothing like that. In all the years I've researched Umar, those people ain't playing up over there. They know he lying about FDMG. I've been telling people for I don't know how long, but people know now. So thankfully, it's not going to get 1 million, 2 million, 3 million views because they're only providing a small segment, and most people that were watching that, they're going in on Umar. So it's not going to go viral in a traditional sense. thankfully. But for them to keep bringing him on, even though it's exclusive on Netflix, at least the full version, it's an indictment against the Breakfast Club. And see, they've known this for a long time. It's not like all of a sudden they realize. They know. That's why the poll question, do you think they know that Umar's a scammer? They know, but they keep platforming. So they're complicit in this at this point. Yeah, they should be asking timeline. They should have been asking about timelines from the beginning. They definitely should be asking about permits, board structure. That should be one of the fundamental questions that they ask in the beginning. And then funding. That's the biggest issue. In particular, how is he going to fund operations? All right. Thanks, Jason. Jason also says, I checked King Randall School because it's the best comparison. Next to him, Dr. Umar should already be open. He had more connections and appears to have raised more money. Yeah. Umar, he's far more popular than or well known than King Randall. He's raised more money than King Randall. I would think, okay, because I don't know how much money King Randall has raised. See, the difference is that I think that it's possible that at this point, King Randall gets more support because he's shown proof of concept. Umar's never done that. See, once you show proof of concept, not only are the people who donated to you before, they're going to be willing to continue to donate, but then new people, because they see that you've proven that you about what you said you were about, and you making it happen. It's a young brother that did this. Umar, he's 51. He ain't done nothing yet. Not one black child has been educated. So it's possible at this point, King Randall, he has more support financially, but it's reflective of what he has produced. Whereas Umar, he's not getting the same type of money because he has produced nothing. See? All right, thanks, Jason. And then the real step, the barber says, this guy lies and lies like Wakanda fries. Yeah, that goes back years ago. Yeah. Because when Umar we almost done, y'all. When Umar was talking about the black vegan sports bar, that's the came to mind. I said, because we were making up, it was crazy. It was so hilarious. I said, yeah, Wakanda. Someone said Wakanda fries. Boy, I lost. Someone said Malcolm X chocolate cheesecake. I was on the floor. All right, thank you. That's some good memories. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Thanks, real Step the Barber. And then your kids will see this gift of the membership. Thank you so much. Okay, let's finish this up, everybody. I think we probably need about another 5 minutes. Here we go.
So now we got the building. So what's been going on the past 3.5 years? Getting contractors who you can trust to help you with it. And contractors were not kind to us, man. They ripped us off. They scammed us. They stole out the building. The con is real. The con and contractor.
See, he blames black people. They stole out the building. What are they going to steal?
I've been dealing with it for the last 5 years.
It's very real, brother.
Absolutely.
And then finally, we had our second FDMG festival this past September the 10th. And I said, you know what? We may have to step outside the African-American community to get this done because we've been waiting 3 years for our people to help us. Not for free. Mm-hmm. We could afford to pay them, but they wasn't being honest with us and straight up. And, of course, we know that's not all of our contractors. We want to be clear. We've met a lot of decent contractors along the way. But the ones who we had to use because they was licensed and certified where we are, they didn't really do us right. So I said, let's go with some white folks. And guess what? Here we are 90 days later. And the white contractors have gotten us to the finish line in 3 months versus 3 years.
You see that? The white people are so much more superior. They got everything done in three months than it took for black people to do in 3 years. Yeah, but the thing is that if you want to go with this lie, black people put in work for 3 years to get to the point where these alleged white people can come in and do what they did. Furthermore, why would it take the white contractors or the white people? Why would it take 3 months for them to do it when you said it was only 3 weeks worth of work that needs to be done? Hello, let's keep going.
Waiting on our own people.
So what does that say?
It says that we need the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy.
Right.
It says that black boys have to be raised and trained in how to be black men and how to be committed to the black community, because I think as a community, we've lost our integrity, our honor, our loyalty.
Yeah, this is all a projection right here.
And our commitment. If I was who I am for black people, for the Mexican-American community, that school would have been done 3 years ago. If I was who I am to the Asian community, the Anglo-Saxon community, the Native American community, that school gets done the first year we purchased it. We're not sitting here 3.5
Yeah, this is so horrible to say about black people. It's crazy.
years after purchase, just now getting to the finish line and needing white people to get us there.
And what is the curriculum going to look like?
In addition to your required math, science, language, and social studies, we're going to have financial and economic science. Critical. How to do your own taxes, real estate, international investments, business planning. Because as we've talked about before,
just so disrespectful.
Going to college is not automatically a recipe for success, but it is automatically a recipe for debt.
I agree.
So for those young men who want to go to college, we want to give them that ability to do that, but we also want to give them other means of making an economic impact and survival plan for their lives. So we got
this guy, he's not even in his own life. I mean, it's crazy.
Financial and economic. We have dietary and nutritional, how to eat to live, a lot of your Dr. Sebi type of information, Dr. Laila Africa, rest in peace to both of them. That will be in there. Agricultural and agronomical. We're going to teach them how to grow. They have to grow their own food in order to graduate. We have to become agriculturally self-sufficient. In addition to that, spiritual and astrological science. I want our young men to understand how African people related to God before Abraham, before Jesus.
Boy, he just be running his mouth.
Before Muhammad. Those religions, and all due respect to all of them, they're only Christianity is 2,000 years old. Islam is 1,500 years old. Judaism is about 4,000 or 5,000 years old. But traditional African culture and spirituality is more than 250,000 years old. We dealt with God far longer from a non-Abrahamic tradition than we have from an Abrahamic.
All right, let me skip because he ain't talking
but
about
in a graduating, well-rounded young men, sir.
Is there?
Thank you.
Is there anything? What are the qualifications, if there are any?
Be black.
See, when he says he doesn't have an answer. He's trying to think of something. And when he says is be black, because he hasn't thought about what would qualify a student to attend. You guys catch that? Let me play that again.
Communities. We are a nation building academy. We are not college prep. We are not military prep. We are not trade school prep. They will be ready for any of those. But above all that, we are nation building prep.
Let me ask you a question. The students that want to attend your school.
Yes, sir.
Is there?
Thank you.
Is there anything? What are the qualifications, if there are any?
Be black.
be black.
There's really no qualifications.
So be black. So it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight. It doesn't matter if you're mixed or anything. You can.
Well, a mixed African, for those of us who are revolutionary Pan-African. All
right, let me skip through. We're almost done. We ain't talking about that. Okay, so here's the seventh interview. It's there's 8 altogether. Then 8 times. I thought it was 6 or 7. It's 8 times. Here's the 7th interview from June 10th of 2024.
I see you, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yes, sir.
I see you in the building all the time.
Yes, sir.
And
they still saying where the school at.
Yeah, they still saying where the school at. Everybody knows where the school is.
Yeah, there is no school. They're abandoned buildings.
Yes, sir. You can't miss it.
And you just was asking for something. What was you just asking for?
Somebody to help us with the floors.
With the floors. Yeah,
we got so last time I was here, remember, I was
floors and doors.
Still struggling with the HVAC. Remember that? So the HVAC is done, plumbing is done, all the systems repaired. Now it's superficials. We got to get the doors done. We got some doors that got to be replaced. We got another layer of paint, so we're going to do one more paint day. And then we got 11 floors where we took the old rugs out. We got to cover them up, right? So, in fact, coming here, one of the good sisters, Sister Jennifer out of Trenton, shout out to her and her husband. She has an uncle who does floors, so I'm going to meet with him this weekend and see what type of price he can give. I also met with some other brothers who do floors, and the prices wasn't too bad. You know what I mean? So once we do that last layer of coat and do them floors, we applying for the certificate of occupancy.
You think that's going to be hard to get?
Okay, real quick. This is in 2024. See this?
It could be, because in talking with some of the businesses in the neighborhood, they're telling me that they've had to wait months before the city came out to do their inspection. This is what
he's making this shit up on the spot. This is what I mean by back in 2024 here, he already had a plan on how he was going to spend this when it comes to the certificate of occupancy. And here we are in 2026. Umar's diabolical. I mean, this guy, he lies so much. It's incredible. But he has lies lined up way in advance, months in advance.
What they saying, I don't know if it's true. They say, Doc, you might got to wait a minute. And because you are who you are, they might try to nitpick you too. So I'm just going to, hope for the best. You know what I mean? But cautiously understand that because they never thought we would finish, this could be a little bit of a push. I just hope it don't get to the point where I got to have a protest. You follow me? I hope it don't get to the point where we got to drag the city into court for discrimination against us, because
See that? And then in 2025, he's talking about discrimination from the city and how they were trying to steal the properties from behind, from under him. See, he sets all this up way in advance. And then he's talking about how the certificate of occupancy, they not going to give it to him for discrimination, and he may have to get a lawyer and all this stuff. He's saying that in 2025, but he already pre-planned this particular excuse. It's a lie way in advance.
They never thought we would finish, and we done. You know what I'm saying? And I got to thank y'all for that, because y'all helped me get the word out. You know what I mean? So we there. And so God willing, I believe if they don't take.
See that? Qualifying statements. God willing, I believe.
Take forever to inspect the building, hoping we get these floors done quickly. We should be able to have our inspection before the end of the summer.
Are you concerned that
the end of the summer in 2024, y'all? He's still talking about this, and we're in spring of 2026.
Some of these Negroes, because that's been the only thing they can.
Here he go. Some of these Negroes
can come at you with, Dr. Umar.
Yeah,
Dr. Umar don't got the school. Dr. Umar got the school.
Yeah.
Now that the school is here, the school is almost.
The school is not there. It's still not there. You're saying that in 2024, Charlemagne, it's 2026. It's still not here. There is no school. A school is a place of learning. Faculty and staff, teachers, there got to be some kids, right? Well, none of that exists.
Almost done. Do you think that some of these Negroes are going to be protesting the most?
Yes, because they're not going to stop. Now that I'm open, they got to move the goalposts, right?
That's right.
Now.
What do you mean now that you're open? You see this? How are you saying that you're open now that you're open in June of 2024? We're in March of 2026 and you're still not open. You see this guy? See, you guys, you have to listen carefully, because Umar's a master manipulator. He'll speak as if something already exists when it doesn't. He'll also speak as if he's currently a school psychologist or he's currently a school principal. It's not true. Yeah. See, in 2024, he says, now that what did he say? I got to play one more time.
Dr. Umar don't got the school. Dr. Umar got the school.
Yeah.
Now that the school is here, the school is almost done.
The school is here. The school's almost done. Which one is it? That's mutually exclusive. You can't have both. That makes sense. What you talking about, Charlotte? You tripping.
Do you think that some of these Negroes are going to be protesting the most?
What happened? It must have got de-opened.
Yes, because they're not going to stop. Now that I'm open, they got to move the goalposts, right?
That's right.
Now that I'm open. He said that in 2024. Keep that in mind. Matter of fact, now that I am open. But Umar something else. Umar Johnson 2024. I'm going to put this in there now, because when we get to this last part, we almost done. I know I keep saying it, but here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna lead this up here. Now that I'm open. Did he say I am or we are? Let me see.
The school is almost done. Do you think that some of these Negroes are going to be protesting the most?
Yes, because they're not going to stop. Now that I'm open, they got to move the goalposts.
Oh,
right?
now that I'm
now
open.
It's how many kids?
I'll
What is
like
he
that.
teaching? How many? They're never going to stop, because the
Yeah,
motivation.
hit that like button, y'all. If you're enjoying the show, almost done.
It's slander. See, in the beginning, I thought the motivation was truth. I thought people who questioned me sincerely just wanted to know, are you scamming us?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I started breaking everything down and showing them how I'm not scamming them, and
You ain't broke nothing down. I've proved that you're a scammer. I've been proving it over and over again. We reached 600 likes. Thank you guys so much. Awesome live stream. Here we
even
go.
spent no money because we ain't found no contractors. Then I realized this ain't about the truth. This is about slander. Y'all just want to be entertained at my expense. And so people say, well, why the inner city?
I'm sorry. That's him trying to play the victim there, trying to be entertained at his expense. You don't want scamming, looking goofy. D. Will says they're going to learn to build a nation from someone who can't even build a school. Yeah. Real quick. I have a video where Umar's talking about how he's going to turn FDMG, he's going to expand it, and then ultimately he wants it to be incorporated so that it can become a city. It's just steps, right? Then you build a city, then you build a state, because he wants to have a black, I don't know what he called it, black conscious, FDMG, black conscious school district around the country. Then he said around the world. It's just expanding further and further out. But he can't even finish one school building. He can't even keep his room clean. Let me stop. How you gonna build a nation? You can't even keep your room clean, Umar. Yeah. Thanks, D. Will. Jason says Charlemagne is rich, connected, and has influence. If even with that level of access, the school still cannot get across the finish line, people need to stop blindly supporting Dr. Umar. Your school, yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. We can look at his own influence, but Charlemagne on a whole other level, and he's making crazy money now, and he has connections. Clearly, he has connections. Why wouldn't this project be completed by now? Again, he had him on back in 2015. It's an interesting way of looking at it, because in addition to the amount of money that Umar Johnson has received, millions of dollars at this point, he also has connections in the form of the Breakfast Club, more specifically with Charlemagne. And with Charlemagne's influence, you would think that by now something would be opened after roughly 11 years. Let's just say a decade. But no, that's not the case. Umar's not even close. So that's further proof with Umar's influence, with the amount of money that he's received, the amount of support that he received, plus Charlemagne backing him, having him on the Breakfast Club 6 or 7 times at this point, putting Umar in a position to maximize on donations from the Breakfast Club audience we're in. Videos were going viral, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million views. That translates as a conversion rate. That translates to more donations coming in for Umar. And then Charlemagne, with his connections and with his financial riches, if you will, wouldn't you think that this would have happened by now? But the fact that it hasn't speaks to the truth, that it's never going to happen. It's not about influence. It's not about how much money, because ultimately it's a scam. And that's more than what anyone would need to know in order to recognize that Umar is not someone that they need to be supporting, especially financially when it comes to this FDMG school scam. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Okay, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. I appreciate it. Randy also says, that's what I meant yesterday. M. Bison in his dream city, Bisonopolis, in the Street Fighter movie, and his bison bucks. Remind me of Umar. Umar's he's like a fantasy character anyway. You know, the way he conceptualized FMG was like a compound. And then I have a video where he says he wants to incorporate it and turn it into a city, and they're going to have their own I think he says fire department, but for sure he says they're going to have their own police force or something to that effect. And then parents were going to move on to this, move into this city, and it's like a cult type of thing, you know? Yeah. Yeah, M. Bison, boy, he was tough. M. Bison remind me of what was it, Mr. Sandman? Was it Mr. Sandman? No, Macho Man in Mike Tyson Punch Out. I think it was named Macho Man. I always had he was more difficult to me. Macho Man was more difficult to me than Mike Tyson. Anyway, getting both off. Okay, we're almost done, everybody. Okay, got maybe 2 minutes on here. Thanks, Randy, for the super chat. Everyone else too. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for the likes and everything. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Tomorrow I'm going to set up a show a little bit later on. I'll set it up, maybe even in the morning. Umar was interviewed today, and there was someone who called in and asked him about how much money he raised. So that's going to be interesting to see how Umar responds to that. Okay, I have the video downloaded. I'll edit it down to get out commercials and stuff, and then we'll get into that tomorrow. I put together the Big Papa podcast. I thought it was Big Papa podcast number 6. I think it's Big Papa podcast number 8. I have it inside in the Premiere Pro, the way that I archive it. So it'd be clear when that actually came on online. But Umar used to have a podcast, and he would have people pay, and then he would send them a download link, and they would listen to the podcast. And he has at least 18 episodes. I only have 2 episodes. I wish I had all of them. If someone has all those, they want to send it to me, I'll cash up you $100. I'll cash up you $150. Or I can PayPal, whatever. PayPal or Cash App. PayPal, as Umar says. Oh, I was going to make a point. So what I did was I took the Big Papa podcast, and it's fascinating, but it's also disturbing because Umar's speaking as if the school is already open, just like how he's talking here in 2024 as if the school is already open. He's speaking as if, and he's giving a parent orientation as if he's in a lecture hall or auditorium and he's at a podium. You can hear him rustling papers because he's written stuff down, at least notes that he reads off, and then as if the parents are there seated in front of him, and maybe even some of their children are there too, and the children are he's talking about what they're going to be doing and all this stuff with the children, and it's just one of the most it's weird. It's weird. So I actually compiled that again, and what I did was I put video on top of it, and I wanted to do that tomorrow, but we're going to table that. What we'll do is we'll do Umar's most recent interview from today. We'll do that tomorrow. And then also in that video is he makes some very disturbing comments about what he wants to do with the boys after school, and it's extremely disturbing. Okay, so I may even just upload that for Friday as a standalone video with a chat room. Not that I'll be hosting it. I may just do it that way. I'll figure it out. That way we can have something up for Friday as well. Okay, but I don't plan on live streaming on Friday unless Umar goes live at these trap bandos. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for your patience. Let's finish this up. Here we go. Quick chats on the video. Let's go.
I believe if they don't take forever to inspect the building, hoping we get these floors done quickly, we should be able to have our inspection before the end of the summer.
Are you concerned that some of these Negroes, because that's been the only thing they can come at you with, Dr. Umar.
Yeah,
Dr. Umar don't got the school. Dr. Umar got the school.
Yeah.
Now that the school is here, the school is almost done.
No, there's other issues too, Charlemagne. There's all kinds of issues. I mean, we can put together a whole list, but let's keep going.
Do you think that some of these Negroes are going to be protesting the most?
Yes, because they're not going to stop. Now that I'm open, they got to move the goalposts, right?
That's right.
Okay, that's Umar projecting. He's the one that continues to move the goalposts.
Now it's how many kids, what is he teaching, how many, they're never going to stop because the motivation is slander. See, in the beginning, I thought the motivation was truth. I thought people who questioned me sincerely just wanted to know, are you scamming us? And then when I started breaking everything down and showing them how I'm not scamming them and we ain't even spent no money because we ain't found no contractors, then I realized this ain't about the truth. This is about slander. Y'all just want to be entertained at my expense. And so people say, well, why haven't you been more transparent? I've been too transparent. Every time I come up, I tell you where we at, what problems we got, you know what I mean? How much more money we need. This is what we going through. In fact, I think I've been too transparent. When we open,
you hear this guy? He's had no transparency.
Open up the next school, I'm not going to be that transparent. Y'all,
wow, this guy.
I'll see it when it opens, no matter how long it takes. But I felt the need to be transparent because I didn't want to lose my loyal supporters. Because remember, most of our FDMG donors, they are repeat donors. Very few people have only donated one time. These people who are questioning me, they've never donated at all, ain't got children going to the school, don't live nowhere near Wilmington, Delaware. You understand me?
Okay, to be clear, it doesn't matter. There is no school. You know what he said? They won't be going to the school. There is no school. Anyway, I mean, I go on and on. And then this is what we covered yesterday. This is the last interview of Umar on the Breakfast Club. This is from last week, April 19th of 2026. This is his 8th interview, and I'll just play it straight through because we covered it earlier this week, and then we'll finish up. Here we go.
On Frederick Douglass's birthday, we completed the renovations at FDMG, so we completely done. We just
school is done.
School is done.
Congratulations.
We're just trying to get an inspection now.
You know what I find interesting, Dr. Umar? People would like to say you a scammer, right? And I say Dr. Umar has the school. The school is there.
I don't mind the allegations, but show
renovations. Proof. But the school is there. They can't say you didn't use the money
for 7 years
to buy the building, to renovate it, and all of that type of stuff. But I have heard people say he'll never get accreditation.
Well, here's the thing. You don't need.
Yeah, the issue is not accreditation. Umar already admitted that he wasn't going to get accredited. And furthermore, Charlemagne asked him that same question. I think it was on the second interview. It might have been the third. I can't remember. I think what he meant to say was the certificate of occupancy. Anyway, let's go.
Need accreditation to be an independent school. You follow what I'm saying? Accreditation is a voluntary process. On a university level, it's a little bit more mandatory. But for grade schools, your right to operate comes from the State Department of Education. So I can voluntarily go and get some white people and ask them what they think about my black school. But being Dr. Umar Ifatunde, I don't really care about the opinions of anybody outside of my community, so we won't be doing that. So if Charlamagne said, you know what, I don't want to send my child to FDMG because they're not accredited, then send them somewhere else. Because I know what we're about to do. We're about to change the whole game.
You think the State Department of Education will ever agree to have the school?
Why not? I got all the credentials of any white person. In fact,
yeah, I could break all this down, but we covered it earlier. We covered it yesterday.
I probably got more credentials than any other white person, so why not?
Because you're black. And
and then you about to shake it up
I mean,
and do the
there may
unaccredited.
be some difficulties along.
She said you about to shake it up with the unaccredited school.
On the road, but the biggest thing that's going to alleviate a lot of that, we are not a government-funded charter school.
Got you.
We are an independent tuition base. If you don't pay, they don't come. So
again, he wants to charge $500 a month, and he breaks all that down in the Big Papa podcast as well. I think I may just upload that on Friday. So if you guys want to get together in the chat room and hang out, you can do that. I may not be able to actually watch it with you guys, but otherwise we can turn it into a show and I give commentary, but we wouldn't be able to do that until next week. Anyway, for sure tomorrow we'll get into Umar Johnson's most recent interview from today.
Remember, the school we have was a charter school. I used to be principal at a charter school. I used to be vice principal at a charter school. And there's so many hoops you got to jump through in order to keep that funding. It ain't really worth it to me.
Yeah, he didn't work there for long either. Okay, I don't have any record of him being a vice principal, but I'm going to give him credit for both. But I do know that when he was a principal, it was only for a matter of months, 2 or 3 months.
It's too much. It's too much. And so for me, I'm glad we went the way that we went. It's the first school in American history built exclusively by donations from African people from around the world. Every single continent, nearly every country donated to FDMG.
So when are you going to be opening the doors where students can start?
Well, we got to get a certificate of occupancy. I can't answer that. You feel me? That see, it's always something holding me.
You can't answer that, but he's given over 30 different grand opening dates.
If we had it right now.
Well, it's 30. It's actually 31, but I'm just going to say 30.
I'm confident we can start August, not this year because you only got a few months, but of 2027. You feel me? But the question becomes, here we go again. We're completely done. How long before you give us our paper so we can start planning for the children?
And
I can't answer that.
And with the children, what are you thinking as far as, I guess, attendance? Is it going to be paid? Is it going to be
tuition?
Free? Tuition, so the kids have
they got to pay.
Tuition.
You don't pay, they don't come.
And everything. I got you.
And it's not going to be an issue for us because, number one, my popularity, my expertise, but also the demand. Where we are, if you look at the statistics for black children in Wilmington, if you go across the border and look at the educational statistics for black children in Chester, right? If you go across the border to New Jersey and look at the statistics for black children in Southern New Jersey or Northern Maryland, it ain't great. You follow me? So the parents in that area, they're looking for an alternative to the charter.
He don't answer none of these questions.
School system that's always expelling their kids, to the public school system who ain't teaching their kids, to the Catholic school system who are always looking for a reason not to allow their children in.
Yeah, he said popularity. Okay.
And we're going to be just that.
Big popularity. All right. There we go. We got through everything. And I wish I had, they had uploaded the full version of Umar's interview on the Breakfast Club because we could have gotten it because he said a lot. In fact, I was surprised that much of the interview was about FDMG or FDMG related stuff. They got into some other stuff too in the full version. But they only released a very small segment on YouTube, but the whole thing is on Netflix. And I actually watched that. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all's presence. I hope you enjoyed the show. And if you did enjoy the show and you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that like button. We did reach our goal for the likes. I want to also thank everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. Okay, I appreciate all of your support as always. And then tomorrow we'll be back. We'll get into Umar Johnson's most recent interview, which was from today. And we'll get into that tomorrow as a live stream. Okay. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. And as we always do.
By the fucking throat. And don't worry, when I'm done talking about the Parent Association, I'm going to deal with Papa Smurf. I'm going to deal with that little dirty nigga. I heard you, albino. I'm going to handle your ass tonight, pussy. You ain't getting away with that shit. You should have never came for me, nigga. I never fuck with your little dirty broke ass anyway. Still living in your fucking mama house. What type of grown ass nigga going on 50 still living in his mama house, nigga? Look at my face when you talking to me. This ain't no WWF, nigga.
Who the fuck is you, the conscious Hulk Hogan?
And here he comes.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, weighing in at 275 pounds, Dr. Umar.
You can see exactly why the arena is full here tonight. This is a match with major
What's up, Derek?
stakes.
You the conscious Hulk Hogan? Papa Smurf?
There you go.
You look like Tattoo
Here you
from
go.
Fantasy Island with your stupid ass.
Whoa, Umar was tripping.
He calls himself the standard bearer of this division and plans on proving it in a matter of moments.
Who the fuck is you? Randy Macho Man, Seti Savage? You's a fucking nut, nigga.
Driven down with an elevated flatliner. Into the corner. This can't be good.
You the general? Well, I'm the prince, nigga. The general.
Well, I didn't know I had all that in there. He
Ran right through that close line.
Your problem is you got.
All the way up.
He tripping.
Speak your speech.
All right.
My goodness.
I ain't gonna lie. I was rooting for, when I first saw this video, I was rooting for Umar.
Here, winner, Dr. Umar.
Wrestle perhaps the perfect match. Never any doubt in this win.
An absolute statement by the victor here tonight. What a steamroller.
I know the.
All right. Oh, his phone ring right here.
He running around this intellectually master.
Yeah, he gotta talk
information. Like Papa Smurf. That Papa Smurf shit ain't gonna get us nowhere. That Papa Smurf shit ain't gonna get us nowhere. You feel me? Hold on. Yeah.
Sí, señor, ¿cómo está?
Nah, I got this. I got this.
All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. This video's probably gonna get demonetized from that last segment, but it's all good. I hope you guys enjoyed that WWE wrestling fiasco. Thank you guys again for tuning on in.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Yeah, this video is gonna get demonetized. That's okay. I always give the Cooker Chat what the Cooker Chat wants. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Again, thank you to everyone who sent us super chats, sent super stickers, or CashApp, PayPal. Thank you humbly for your support. I appreciate it. Okay, and also thanks to everyone who tuned in and saw the Cooker Chat, and thanks to the mods for handling the business. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Take care. Peace.